Chapter 51 Media Exposure. Candice doesn't know where King Liu's confidence comes from, but she has fought with Cynthia personally as a trainer. As for the record, I can only say that it is very tragic, and this is when the opponent has already held back. If he didn't hold back, Candice didn't dare to imagine what the scene would be like. In Cynthia, Candice can feel the gap between the strengths, which is visible but can't be crossed. King Liu and Agumon are very strong, and can even beat her 1v3. Maybe if he is given some time, he can become a qualified opponent of Cynthia, or even a strong rival, but definitely not at this time. However, since King Liu looked so confident, Candice didn't say much. It was good to suffer a little, just in time for him to try her experience. Okay, don't think about whether I will be beaten up here. I need to buy some things next. Lead the way. King Liu reached out and patted Candice's head gently, and walked towards Salation Town. You asked me to help lead the way and you still have this attitude. Why don't you say that you hope I will be beaten up by Cynthia? How do you know? King Liu glanced at her helplessly and said, put away the pervert and gloating expression on your face, and I won't know. Candice. Before night fell, King Liu took the huge sum of money he had just received and purchased all the things he might need next in Salation Town. Poke blocks, which replenish physical strength and restore status, are helpful for the development of Pokémon's potential, and healing sprays are necessary, but the price, isn't it a bit expensive? Intermediate Dragon Poke blocks, 1 day's supply, 100 Alliance coins. Intermediate Healing Spray, 150 ml. 150 Alliance coins. Compared to the primary one I bought before, the price of the intermediate one is more than twice as expensive. I hope you get what you pay for. After taking 2 weeks worth of poke blocks and healing sprays, King Liu walked to the counter next to him. In addition to poke blocks and healing sprays, there are also some things that are rarely used in normal times, but come in handy at certain critical moments. King Liu looked at the bottles of spray-type medicines in front of him that looked similar to the healing sprays, but in a variety of colors. Orange Antidote, 100 ml, 100 Alliance coins. Yellow Paralyze Heal, 100 ml, 150 Alliance coins. Green Burn Heal, 100 ml, 150 Alliance coins. Full Heal, 50 ml, 500 Alliance coins. Looking at these status healing potions in front of him, King Liu suddenly felt memories welling up in his heart. When he was a child playing games, he often forgot to buy these things again after using them, and as a result, he was tortured by various abnormal conditions during the journey. When he met Ghastly who could use hypnosis in the Lost Tower, King Liu did not hesitate to let Agumon sacrifice his physical strength to use small explosions, because King Liu knew that once hypnosis was infected, the situation would become very troublesome. If you decide to go on a long journey now, no matter how expensive these things are, you have to prepare them all, just in case. After sorting out the things in his backpack, King Liu bought some daily necessities for himself, and followed Candice to a very familiar huge building. Stay here tonight? King Liu asked in confusion. Yes. You don't know that the Pokémon Center also has accommodation functions, right? I didn't know before, but now I know. Perhaps because he didn't pay much attention to such details when watching anime before, King Liu searched his memory, and didn't know if he didn't pay attention or something else. He really didn't remember many scenes of accommodation in the Pokémon Center. Candice immediately looked at King Liu with an expression of "Where on earth are you from?" Under the guidance of Candice, King Liu checked in at the counter of the Pokémon Center and paid the fee, and then went to the rest room. I'm next door, knock on the door if you have anything. Candice pointed to the room next door and said. Okay. King Liu nodded and opened the door of his room. The overhead lighting is soft, and the layout of the room is also very beautiful. There are all kinds of things, big and small, and even the computer on the desktop is configured separately. The money for the superior single room is not wasted. King Liu is quite satisfied. After briefly explaining Agumon from the poke ball, he went straight into the bedroom and started taking a bath. This is the first time I took a bath after crossing over. I wanted to take a bath before, but there was no conditions, so I could only make do with the river and the stream. Wait. When King Liu came out, Agumon was drinking milk with a straw in his mouth. Burp. Seeing King Liu coming out, Agumon couldn't help but burp and said, "King Liu, this thing tastes so good, it feels warm in my stomach." That's Moo Moo milk, produced by a cow Pokemon named Miltank. It has high nutritional value. Don't waste it. In order to ensure the energy needed for Agumon's physical development and the helping hand to quickly eliminate fatigue and restore to the best condition before tomorrow, King Liu spent a lot of money to buy a bottle of easy-to-carry Moo Moo milk. The price of this bottle in Agumon's hand is almost 200 alliance coins. You know, even the intermediate dragon poke blocks complained by King Liu only cost 100 alliance coins a day, but now Agumon has to finish 2 days worth of intermediate poke blocks in a few minutes. Don't worry. Agumon pulled out the straw and gulped down a whole bottle of Moo Moo milk. Then, as if he was not satisfied, he opened another bottle and continued to drink. What a money-eating beast! Seeing Agumon drinking Moo Moo milk like this, King Liu felt a little painful. What he drank was not milk, but money. No wonder I have always heard that raising Pokemon is a money-burning behavior. I didn't feel it before when I didn't have money. Now that I have money, I can really understand the meaning of this sentence. Today, I bought poke blocks and healing spray and spray potion, plus Moo Moo milk and some other expenses, and I have spent nearly 10,000. Perhaps, these 150,000 alliance coins are not as rich as I imagined. Especially now that I only have one Agumon, if I have more Pokemon in the future, the expenses will definitely increase exponentially. I still can't stop making money. Knock, knock, knock. Just when King Liu was thinking about how to make money in the future, there was a hurried knock on the door. Kyungsoon, Free Novel Group 95? 01.80, 90. 9, Kyungsoon, Novel, Chinese, Transfer Group 8,14.9? 03, 7, 9, 8. King Liu, open the door quickly, it's urgent. Candice's anxious voice came from outside the door, and she came in directly as soon as King Liu opened the door. Why are you so flustered? Come and see this yourself. Candice went straight to the computer on the table, opened it and quickly clicked on several web pages. King Liu squatted down, his eyes fell on the screen, and several news headlines came into his eyes. Big news! Salation Town Lost Tower welcomes mysterious couple challengers after 10 years of dust. Skip the news headline. King Liu's eyes gradually moved down, looking at the article below. The first half of the part about Cynthia is fine, just talking about her beauty and strong strength, which is an objective fact, but after introducing King Liu in the middle, the taste is wrong. Because King Liu has no background information that can be found, and the reason why she slipped away during the interview, there is no useful information, so the media simply chose to make up on the spot. Because of her good looks and knowing Cynthia and Candice, she is speculated to be a child from a big family in Sinnoh region who came out to experience. In addition, because of the mysterious relationship of Pokemon, it is indirectly confirmed the authenticity of the previous conjecture. After all, mystery is likely to represent rarity, and rarity is likely to come from a big family. This rhythm of the media directly caught the thinking of the melon-eating crowd and brought the heat to fly. Especially when he saw that the gossip was published by one of the top self-media organizations in Sinnoh region, and within just a few hours, the number of views had reached millions. King Liu couldn't help but frown. With millions of views in a few hours, and at this time when the computer network is not very developed, it means that the spread has been very wide, which is not good news. Whether it is Agumon or he has a huge sum of money now, he doesn't want to appear directly under spotlight. It is not good for him now. King Liu, I know you just met Cynthia about the couple, but is this big family and Big Jim true? The more I think about it, the more I feel it is. Candace stared at King Liu and asked. After all, how could a guy with such a flexible mind and abnormal strength just run out from the wilderness? It can't be an alien from another planet. King Liu heard this and his head bounced on Candace's head. Why do you believe that kind of rhetoric? Instead of speculating about me here, you might as well improve yourself. Besides, do you have anything else to say? Candace stepped back in pain, glared at King Liu angrily, and quietly opened the curtains and pointed to a place not far away. End of this chapter. Chapter 52. The battle begins. Look there. According to the location where Candace pointed, there were 3 people holding cameras next to the seats under the light, who looked a little sneaky and looked around from time to time. King Liu narrowed his eyes and found that one of them looked very similar in height and build to the reporter who asked him questions about his relationship this afternoon. As for the other 2, one seemed to have met him when he was buying poke blocks, and the last one was a stranger. Are they all paparazzi or reporters? Yes, I noticed them staring at me when I was walking outside the door just now. After hearing Candace say this, King Liu was basically sure that these guys were most likely coming for him. After all, it only took a simple investigation to know that he appeared in Salation Town with Candace. Since Candace was in the Pokémon Center, he should naturally be here. So, they were watching outside. Maybe they just wanted to interview him to earn an exclusive, but maybe they had other purposes. They haven't been determined which room we are in yet, and they dare not go too far in this key area under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. It will be a bit troublesome if we want to go out tomorrow. King Liu said. If these paparazzi can't get any useful information from Cynthia, they will definitely target him. There will definitely be more guys waiting outside during the day tomorrow. At this moment, he couldn't help but want to give a cordial greeting to the media that published the news. Who are the guys who did this? Not only did they slander you, but they even said that there was a child marriage between you and me. Candace blushed and said angrily. It is probably related to that fat mayor. Even if it was not his instruction, it was sent out under his acquiescence. When I exchanged the bonus for you before, the traces of showmanship were a bit obvious. Candace also remembered King Liu's previous business mutual praise, and wondered, but it doesn't do him any good to do this, everyone's attention is on you. No benefit? There are too many benefits. When one of the 2 related beings appears in the sun, then soon, the other half will also appear in the sun actively or passively. But King Liu didn't want to explain this to Candace. It was too tiring and there was no benefit. No benefit in the true sense. I'll need you to cover for me tomorrow so I can sneak out of Salation Town. I thought you were leaving overnight. If there's no battle tomorrow, I might do this, but now Agumon and I need enough rest time to ensure our physical and mental strength. King Liu looked at Agumon who had finished another bottle of moo moo milk and said slowly. It seems that you really think you have a chance to beat Cynthia. Candace paused and continued, I can help you, but I'm going to watch the battle tomorrow. I want to see if you will cry after being beaten up. Hearing this, King Liu couldn't help laughing. I don't know if I will cry, but since you said so, you must have cried. Candace's face, which was originally a little ruddy, seemed to be dripping with blood in an instant after being exposed. She mumbled for a long time without saying a complete sentence, and finally ran back to her room. King Liu shook her head, closed and locked the door, and lay on the bed. Agumon, who had eaten and drunk enough, followed King Liu's example and lay flat on his back, looking at the ceiling above his head. In this quiet environment, King Liu slowly shifted his gaze to Agumon, and after looking at him for a while, he said, Agumon, what do you think about evolution? Evolution. Agumon scratched his eyes with his fingers, and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, I haven't thought about this topic carefully, but I think even if I think about it carefully, I won't be able to come up with a result. In response to Agumon's reaction, King Liu smiled and turned his attention back to the ceiling. Evolution will change itself. It may become bigger, stronger, and faster, but there will also be some other possibilities, such as a big change in temperament, and even examples of hurting yourself and the trainer. In this case, are you still willing to evolve? Agumon's eyes gradually dispersed when he heard King Liu's words, and then slowly focused again. And finally said, I think I am willing. Why? I have a vague feeling that King Liu is a very unusual person. In the future, you will definitely stand on a level that ordinary people can't reach in their lifetime. If I want helping hand to protect you, I have to keep getting stronger. In this case, evolution is a sure thing. Agumon scratched his head embarrassedly, although I haven't seen many humans, and I believe that even if I become an unknown person in the future, no matter how strange my personality becomes, I will never hurt King Liu, because you are my most important friend, unless I die. At this point, Agumon's tone suddenly became serious, as if he was not answering King Liu's question, but making some kind of promise. Is that so? King Liu understood what Agumon meant, and after touching its head with his hand, his eyes fell on the note evolution is irreversible on the holy plan column of the pop-up panel, and he was silent for a long time. Okay, rest. Yagi walked slowly to a place not far from Cynthia and said slowly, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Those guys are too difficult to deal with. Candice said she wanted to watch. Do you mind? Cynthia shook her head, indicating that these were all minor issues. Then the refereeing will be handed over to Miss Candice. No problem. Candice. The rules of the game are one-on-one, with no venue restrictions or rules restrictions. The other party will not be considered the winner until one party loses the ability to fight. Is there a problem? No. No. Then now, the battle begins. Agumon Evolution discusses this as a prelude for Deizai. There will be another update later. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Small Blast vs Psychic. Spiritomb, come on stage. Cynthia took out the pokeball first. With a flash of red light, a wedge stone floated in the air, and then Spiritomb's purple body came out of the crack of the stone. Chiji, Jai Hei. As soon as it came out, Spiritomb flew back and forth in the air excitedly, and laughed strangely from time to time. It can be seen that Spiritomb's mental state is much better than yesterday. Although it does not have the violent and tyrannical aura before, its overall temperament has become more restrained. Perhaps compared to before, this is what it should be like now. It is worthy of being a Pokemon that Cynthia has taken a fancy to. King Liu opened the Pokeball, and Agumon appeared beside him, ready to fight. In this case, let's attack first. Cynthia's crisp and pleasant voice sounded, Spiritomb, use Nightshade. Spiritomb's gaseous body suddenly expanded and compressed, and a huge shadow appeared, rushing towards Agumon. Get out of the way, and then fight back. Yagi responded immediately. Agumon quickly spread his legs, distanced himself from the attacking Nightshade, and raised his claws to slap it. But unexpectedly, the claws hit Spiritomb, but went straight through its body without causing any damage. Yagi narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Sure enough, because it is gas instead of entity, it is not afraid of ordinary contact attacks. At this time, Nightshade's attack had already arrived in front of Agumon. Solve the problem in front of you first, and shoot a small flame directly at it. The attack may not work on Spiritomb itself, but the collision of moves cannot be avoided in battle. When moves collide, it depends on who is bigger and more durable. A fireball spewed out of Agumon's mouth and hit Nightshade. The burning flames penetrated it without any pause. Good reaction, but the attack is not over yet. Cynthia smiled and praised, and her voice turned sharply, Spiritomb, shadow sneak. At some point, a faint shadow emerged from the dissipating Nightshade that was penetrated by a small flame and went straight to Agumon. I didn't expect to hide shadow sneak in Nightshade. King Liu understood the situation instantly and said quickly, Agumon, sharp claws to meet. Orange energy instantly ignited on Agumon's arm, wrapped around his claws, and slapped the sneak attacking shadow. But the controlled shadow was very smart. It dodged pound by turning a corner at the moment of collision and went directly behind Agumon to attack again. Behind. Hearing King Liu's reminder, Agumon swung his body and used the power of his body rotation to force Shadow Sneak to move forward. Seeing that the moves he was going to use to show his power were all resolved and did not play the expected effect, Cynthia felt sorry for Agumon. The strength of Agumon and King Liu's command level are evaluated to a higher level. Agumon's physical fitness and combat level are very close to what Cynthia observed before, and even slightly higher in some places. King Liu's on-the-spot command is fast, accurate, and ruthless, and straightforward. Such a combination is good news for her who has not found an opponent for too long. Let me enjoy the joy of fighting. Cynthia started a new round of offensive without any hesitation. A ray of light that seemed to flash with strange colors shot directly at a tricky angle out of sight at the moment when Agumon's sharp claws stopped attacking. Agumon sensed the coolness behind him, and his thighs suddenly exerted force to splash from the ground, barely avoiding the attack. After landing, he rushed towards Spiritomb and started close combat. Watching Agumon's sharp claws dancing wildly, suppressing Spiritomb could only attack when there was no way to avoid it, temporarily forcing Agumon back, and then fighting again. Even though he seemed to have the upper hand, King Liu still felt the pressure hidden in the dark. This time was different from every previous battle. From the beginning, Cynthia was always able to seize the gaps in Agumon's moves in the battle, and attack when the old strength had gone and the new strength had not yet been born. Even now, this situation has not changed at all. No wonder Candice didn't think highly of herself at all. Cynthia's ability to find and seize opportunities in battle was too strong. If you want to get rid of this situation, you must think of a way to completely disrupt Cynthia's rhythm. You can only choose to attack. Use sharp claws and get close to attack. Seeing that the distance between Agumon and Spiritomb was getting closer, King Liu directly asked him to start close combat. Use payback to take it. He he he. Spiritomb let out a strange laugh, and the purple energy around it quickly gathered in its body, and then it chose to resist head-on. 1 claw. 2 claws. 3 claws. 5 claws. 7 claws. 9 claws. Agumon urged his sharp claws and slapped Spiritomb's keystone one after another, but it didn't seem to cause much damage. Instead, Spiritomb showed a strange smile on his face. The next second, a strong purple light suddenly bloomed in the distance. Even King Liu, who was outside the field, could feel a strong sense of oppression. He must not be allowed to release normally. Agumon, fire small flames in succession. Facing Cynthia, King Liu did not have any intention of luck, and directly used the best skill they could master at this stage, the Scion Prince's tactics. 12 small flames were directly launched, falling from the sky like small meteors, hitting Spiritomb. It's not over yet. Agumon, who had just finished firing, took a long deep breath. 12 fireballs followed the previous 12, a total of 24 fireballs, directly covering the space around Spiritomb. Finally, Agumon opened his mouth wide, and rich fire energy surged. A huge fireball far larger than the others was born, and it blasted towards Spiritomb at a speed faster than the small flames. Small explosion. When Cynthia saw the fireballs all over the sky, she couldn't help but sigh that Agumon was unusual. He could use such a continuous attack. His physical strength might have far exceeded the physical strength limit of ordinary Pokémon. The key point was that Agumon didn't seem to consume much energy, and he still had some energy left. This was what really surprised her. Moreover, this number of moves is really a big problem for Spiritomb. Even if Spiritomb's body was illusory, it would definitely be seriously injured if it took 2 more shots, not to mention that there was an attack that looked very powerful, crushing from the front. If it was the previous spiritomb, Cynthia would still have a question mark on how to deal with it now, but now it is different. After extracting 2/3 of the negative energy in the Lost Tower, Spiritomb learned a move. A very powerful move. Spiritomb, use all your strength. Psychic. Buzz. A buzzing sounded in the air, and the powerful psychic energy descended instantly. At this moment, it seemed that the air became much heavier. A purple light shot out instantly, like half of a sharp sword, and instantly cut all the fireballs it touched in half. Finally, it directly hit the small explosion head-on. The third update, Rest. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Evolution. Boom. With a roar, the moment the two energies collided, a wave of air instantly swept across the surroundings, blowing the nearby trees and vegetation into pieces, and even King Liu and Cynthia could not help but be blown back a few steps. Facing the strong wind, Qing Lu barely opened his eyes and looked towards the center of the battlefield. He saw that Spiritomb's psychic was emitting waves of oppressive aura, forcibly holding back the small explosion, forcing it to stop in mid-air. Since mastering this move, King Liu has encountered a move that can confront it head-on for the first time. Psychic. I didn't learn this powerful move yesterday, but I got an epiphany overnight. What a great talent! Seeing Psychic's momentum getting stronger and stronger, King Liu knew that he couldn't count on the small explosion this time. Silently observing the conflict between the completely different energies of Psychic and the small explosion, until he found that it had begun to emit a dangerous and uncontrollable aura, as if it was about to explode. King Liu quickly said, Agumon, lower your center of gravity and rush forward. As soon as the voice fell, a violent explosion sounded above his head. And the terrifying energy ball set off an even more violent hurricane. Hold on, rush forward with all your strength. In the storm, King Liu's voice was inaudible, but Agumon still heard it. His body tilted down, sticking to the ground in the most labor-saving way, while raising his claws and rushing towards Spiritomb. It just so happened that the chaotic hurricane suddenly changed direction and blew from behind Agumon, as if an invisible big hand was dragging Agumon's back, causing its speed to surge instantly. In an instant, it had arrived at Spiritomb's feet. Spiritomb suddenly lowered his head, revealing a spite look mixed with ghost energy. At the same time, a strange wave followed Spiritomb's line of sight, linking it and Agumon together, as if they had reached some kind of strange contract. Ayaga saw that this was a spite move, but now was not the time to care about it. Use sharp claws. Agumon stomped heavily on the ground, ready to jump up and attack. Ayaga's sight also followed from the ground to Spiritomb in the air, who did not dodge at all, and the explosion center next to him that was still emitting smoke and dust. Didn't the small explosion disappear after the collision with Psychic? Why hasn't Spiritomb cut off the energy supply yet? Unless there is something there. An idea came to King Liu's mind, and his mouth followed the action instinctively. Agumon, jump back. Agumon, who had already accumulated energy and was about to jump forward to attack, heard King Liu's voice and the faint tingling sensation on his head. Agumon's body leaned forward and instantly leaned back. At the same time, his legs exerted force and instantly jumped into the air behind him. Almost at the moment when Agumon just jumped up, a stream of psychic energy fell from the air that was still emitting smoke and dust like lightning. Bang! A big hole was directly blasted out in front of the position where Agumon was standing just now, which was where he should have jumped forward. If King Liu had reminded him a little slower, or if Agumon's intuition and reaction had been a little slower, this attack would have landed on Agumon. What a shame! Seeing that Agumon had temporarily changed his trajectory to avoid the attack, Cynthia said with some regret, and her expression became more focused. Hiding the attack method in the move can be said to be a very concealed and efficient fighting method, but it has failed twice in front of King Liu. But the more this happened, the more excited she was. Spiritomb, use nasty plot. Agumon, rush forward while using small flames. After staring at Spiritomb, who was activating his mind and strengthening special attacks, fighting with Agumon, King Liu's expression became more solemn. The one just now was also psychic, but the power was much weaker. It should be difficult to use this move continuously in such a short time interval, so, is it the energy residue after the explosion? It was also the strongest move with full force. The small explosions all disappeared, but the psychic still remained. This is enough to explain the situation. Not to mention that he was hit by spite before. As Agumon's level and physical fitness improved, the use of small explosions also increased, and even reached 3 times, but it still did not exceed the limit of spite. Without the most powerful means of attack, the opponent's attacks will only become more and more fierce and more difficult to resist under the blessing of nasty plot. The situation seems to have begun to move towards failure invisibly. As a referee, Candice, who has been observing the battle not far away, also discovered the decline of Ayagi and Agumon at this moment. Agumon is indeed powerful, but the moves he has mastered at this stage are too few, and now Cynthia has seen through it and seized the opportunity to seal the most threatening one. It can be said that losing is just a matter of time. Candice looked at Ayagi, who was still calm, with no much change in facial expression and demeanor, and couldn't help frowning. Is there still a chance of a Jedi counterattack at this point? Candice silently rejected this possibility in her heart. This possibility is too small, and it can even be directly determined to be impossible. Because the opponent is Cynthia, the strongest young generation of Sinnoh region, and it is impossible for her to give any flaws that can reverse the situation. Cynthia naturally knows what Candice can find. After using the spite move to hit, the balance of victory has completely tilted towards her. What she needs to do next is to find an opportunity to end the battle with a single blow. Although the battle with King Liu gave her a long-lost pleasure, it is time to end it now. After seeing Spiritomb use payback to counterattack and force Agumon back, Cynthia seized the opportunity to issue an order: Spiritomb, use psychic. Jiji. Spiritomb laughed strangely, and the terrifying psychic energy gathered together, condensed into a beam of light, and shot straight at Agumon, who was still retreating and had no time to stabilize his body. Agumon widened his eyes and wanted to dodge, but he had consumed too much physical strength and the speed of psychic was too fast, so he had no time to react. Seeing this scene, King Liu knew there was no other way. Originally, he was thinking about fighting as Agumon to see if he could win, but now it seems that Cynthia and Spiritomb are far ahead of their peers, and Agumon can't handle them. In this case, let's change the form. Quickly open the panel and come to the yes/no evolution option in the last column of the panel information sacred plan. King Liu chose yes. The next second, the sacred plan pattern printed on the palm of King Liu's right hand lit up. Almost at the same time, a dazzling white light burst out from Agumon's body in the field. I stayed up too late last night, which disrupted my biological clock, and I am very tired now. I will update here today. Tomorrow, I will finish the story of Tyrannosaurus and Cynthia at once, so that you can enjoy it. In addition, thank you for the 500 starting coins reward from Blue Dragonman and the 100 starting coins reward from Sky Under White and Black. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Tyrannosaurus. Buzz. As the light rose, Spiritomb's psychic disappeared without even a ripple. Looking at the sudden scene in front of her, Candice, who originally thought that Agumon was doomed to fail, couldn't help but widen her eyes. Is this the light of evolution? As the daughter of a gym trainer, she naturally knew what was happening at this moment, but what she didn't expect was that Agumon would evolve at this time. You know, after each evolution of Pokémon, its strength will usher in a qualitative leap. Agumon couldn't beat Cynthia and Spiritomb during his time, but if he evolved, it's not impossible. Thinking of this, Candice couldn't help but turn her eyes to Ayagi, whose expression hadn't changed much all the time. So, you knew that Agumon had reached the conditions for evolution a long time ago, so you said you were sure. Cynthia was also a little surprised by this scene. I thought it was the last attack, but I didn't expect something to happen at this moment. Based on my previous observation of Agumon's physical fitness, he should be stronger than Gaebite when he was still Gible. So, if he evolves now, can he catch up with Gaebite? Compared to Candace's thoughts on the possible change in the situation, Cynthia was more looking forward to the change in Agumon's strength. It was very satisfying to be able to fight so happily. Now I can even continue this battle. Cynthia felt as if she had returned to the day when she just got Pokemon to travel, full of blood and passion. Spiritomb, use nasty plot. She. Spiritomb responded and began to activate the brain. Cynthia's eyes fell on Agumon and waited quietly. It's just, why does it look so big? In the center of the venue, Agumon exuded the dazzling light of evolution all over his body. As the light became more and more dazzling, after reaching the limit, the light completely bloomed. Agumon, originally nearly 1 meter tall, began to grow at a visible speed. In a moment, his body size had surpassed Spiritomb, which was more than 1 meter tall. Then, everyone present was trampled by the ground with 2 deep depressions. After that, there was still no intention of stopping, and it continued to surge at a terrifying speed. After this surge lasted for a full 10 seconds, the light of evolution slowly showed signs of stopping. But at this time, Agumon's height was equal to the several meter-tall trees in the woods next to it, and his body size was like a small mountain standing in the same place. No, maybe he can't be called Agumon anymore. Where Agumon stood before, a giant dinosaur with a height of 5 meters and an unknown weight, which was far larger than an adult elephant, came into view. Unlike before evolution, when his whole body was covered with yellow, after evolution, there were hideous blue patterns all over his body. The originally side-by-side 3 fingers became more flexible, and the white claws emitted a faint cold light. In addition, a brown beetle-like shell-like head armor grew on the originally exposed head, protecting the top of the head. Brown pointed horns curved upwards grew on both sides, and a huge horn stood between the nose and the 2 curved horns. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, and a terrifying airflow comparable to the previous small explosion and psychic impact directly blew Spiritomb back several meters before barely stabilizing its body. Jijiji. Spiritomb, whose face was filled with strange laughter from time to time, froze at this moment. Not only it, Candace and Cynthia were also shocked at this moment. Because the size change before and after the evolution of Agumon was so great that it felt like 2 different creatures. The original Agumon, although it had very good potential, physical fitness and claws were not bad, but it was still in the period of accumulating energy and had limited combat power, but now, it has completely changed. A huge monster with a body that seemed to be full of attack weapons appeared. Just standing there, the breath of an ancient beast was already blowing in the face. If some people were less courageous, they might even be scared to tears by this momentum. The change is so big. Cynthia didn't expect that just one evolution would bring such a drastic change. Originally, she thought that Agumon would be a rare and powerful Pokemon like Gaebite, and even evolution would tend to improve combat power rather than change the size, but it seems that all guesses were wrong. A&D. Cynthia's eyes gradually moved up and lock on Agumon's ferocious red eyes. Just this momentum can confirm that the giant beast in front of you is not a paper tiger, but a real monster. Not only them, but even the trainer Ayagi was a little surprised by the changes that took place after Agumon's evolution. Race Tyrannosaurus. Classification Dinosaur Pokemon. Attributes Dragon, Fire. Features Sharp Claws. Because the head and claws are too hard and sharp, the power of the attack will increase by 50%. Level 20. Exclusive moves Small Flame, Mega Flame, Fire, Power 80. Sharp Claws, Fire, Power 40. Small Blast, Mega Blast, Fire, Power 90. Dragon Charge, Dragon, Power 60. Mastered moves none. Race value 510, Health 88, Attack 101, Defense 90, Special Attack 95, Special Defense 70, Speed 66. Intimacy 75. Status normal. Information summary: very aggressive, with sharp claws, huge chair corners, and the whole body is like a weapon. Compared with its terrifying appearance, its personality is surprisingly calm and alert. It has strong strength and high IQ, and can fight together with its companions. Sacred Plan evolved into Tyrannosaurus, mature stage, combat form. This size, this aura, and this configuration are too foul for ordinary Pokémon. Although the battle is not about who will win with the bigger size, under the same conditions, the bigger size will have an absolute advantage in terms of speed and strength. King Liu. A low hum sounded in my ears. It was called a low hum, but it seemed as if two trumpets suddenly sounded not far away. This familiar voice made King Liu's eyes fall on Agumon. No, it should be called Tyrannosaurus now. Feeling the meaning conveyed in Tyrannosaurus' eyes, King Liu understood that it was ready for battle and could give it a try. In that case, let me see the power you have gained after evolution. Greymon, use Mega Flame. End of this chapter. Chapter 56: The Power of the Tyrannosaurus. The moment King Liu's voice fell, the 5-meter-tall Greymon opened his bloody mouth, and the terrifying fire energy surged rapidly, condensing into an extremely huge fireball. An attack of this size. Cynthia, who was standing opposite, was the most intuitive spectator and could naturally see every move of Greymon clearly. When she saw that Greymon was about to attack, her breathing could not help but speed up a bit. Because this fireball was really too big. If the previous small flame was a small flame, then the current mega flame was a real mega flame. Even a glance could show that it was larger than Spiritomb. Cynthia didn't dare to think about its power. It was too late to dodge, so she could only try to take it head-on. Cynthia said quickly, "Spiritomb, use psychic with all your strength." Quickly condensing and gathering psychic energy, Spiritomb compressed it into shape, and then opened its gas-like mouth suddenly, and psychic shot out instantly. Mega Flame, fire! Greymon roared, and a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 2 meters was ejected. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Where the mega flame passed, the water on the leaves of the lush green grass on the ground was completely evaporated in an instant, turning into dry branches and rotten leaves that were burned to ashes by the flames. When such a mega flame collided with the attacking psychic, a scene completely different from the previous stalemate in which the small flame was devoured by the psychic happened. The pink psychic energy had almost no attack or blocking effect. The psychic was almost melted by the high temperature just at the moment of contact with the mega flame. It only resisted for less than 2 seconds before it all disappeared. Then the mega flame, which was not affected too much, continued to fly towards Spiritomb without any reduction. "Spiritomb, get out of the way!" Cynthia commanded hurriedly. The attack had no effect. If Spiritomb was hit by such a terrifying move, I am afraid that he would lose his combat effectiveness in an instant. Fortunately, Spiritomb had sensed something was wrong, and had already begun to dodge in advance while Cynthia was giving the order, dodging the attack in the gap before the mega flame rushed over. Then, boom! A huge roar sounded not far behind him. Cynthia breathed a sigh of relief, then turned her head to look at the place where the mega flame had landed. A huge pit appeared on the river surface several meters wide at this moment, and the river was directly blocked by the burning fireball. A stream of steaming mist slowly rose with a harsh hissing sound, covering the river surface. Seeing this scene, Cynthia's eyes could not help but turn back to the behemoth not far away. It can actually blast the river to stop flowing. Can such a terrifying leap be achieved with just one evolution? Cynthia couldn't help but compare Tyrannosaurus with Gabite, who evolved from Gible at the same time, trying to find this almost qualitative change. But she found that it was totally impossible. Even if she carefully selected and cultivated Gaebite, who was trained with various resources, it would not be possible for his strength to increase so much after the first evolution. What's more, Gaebite is a famous late bloomer in the Pokémon world, and the more time passes, the more potential will be released. If it can't do it, then is there no one in the entire Pokémon world who can do it? If it can't do it in one evolution now, can it be done if Gaebite evolves into Garchomp in the future? Cynthia didn't know. The only thing she knew was that she was now in a desperate situation. If she was not careful, she would lose this battle. Yes, she would lose. Cynthia's expression became dazed. She had forgotten when she lost last time. Maybe she had never lost before. Along the way, she had defeated too many peers. Her eyes were already on those predecessors and even more distant goals. But now, she was going to lose to a guy who was 1 or 2 years younger than her. It's really interesting. Cynthia's face was full of fighting spirit and her eyes were more determined. It is precisely because of the infinite possibilities that Pokémon battles can make people's blood boil. Spiritomb, don't give up, go all out. Nightshade. It seemed that the ghost energy around Spiritomb's body was quickly mobilized by Cynthia's sudden burst of momentum, and it turned into a huge shadow with a terrifying appearance and flew straight towards Tyrannosaurus. But momentum does not equal strength. The huge size of this huge nightshade is only compared to Spiritomb. When the black shadow rushed to Tyrannosaurus, the huge difference in size made it seem like a ball of black gas, which was directly scattered in the air by Tyrannosaurus with a wave of its claws. However, Cynthia's attack did not stop. In the dissipated ghost energy, several shadows that seemed very difficult to find spread out and turned into a huge net, covering Tyrannosaurus' head. How to use the variant of Shadow Sneak. Ayaga saw this change and said, Tyrannosaurus, use Mega Flame to melt them. The scorching breath appeared again, and even from a very far distance, one could feel a little bit of hot pain. Cynthia did not react to this, and her golden eyes sparkled in the firelight. Now, Spiritomb, use Spite. Spiritomb came out from the edge of the large net formed by Shadow Sneak, which was about to fly to Tyrannosaurus' mouth. Spite's eyes were fixed on Tyrannosaurus, and a strange connection followed this gaze, connecting the two together. As if affected, the flame in Tyrannosaurus' mouth began to shrink. Very good. Cynthia knew that Ayaga's Pokémon's strength and endurance were its strengths, so she didn't ask for Spite to completely seal it, but even if it had a short-term effect, there was a possibility of continuing the fight. Spiritomb, keep charging forward and use Nasty Plot continuously. After Shadow Sneak hits, use Psychic Attack with all your strength. He. Spiritomb also felt the possibility of success, and with a strange laugh, used Nasty Plot to boost special attack. After using it twice in a row, it was already very close to Tyrannosaurus, and a pink psychic energy was brewing. A direct hit at such a close distance, even if the defense also increases with evolution and size, it should be able to cause considerable damage. Cynthia quickly sorted out her thoughts and said, Psychic, fire. Buzz. After the words fell, Spiritomb's mouth suddenly opened wide, and all the psychic energy poured out, shooting straight at the nearby Tyrannosaurus. Faced with this powerful attack, King Liu glanced at the meaning conveyed in Tyrannosaurus's scarlet eyes, and did not issue any orders. Then, Tyrannosaurus began to act on its own. No evasion, no defense, and no attack. It just lowered its head, aimed its head covered with brown carapace and 3 sharp horns at the attacking psychic, and then directly rushed up. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 Sweep, Mutation, Tyrannosaurus Charge. When it comes to the parts of Tyrannosaurus that have both powerful attack and defense capabilities, it is not the youth version of Tyrannosaurus, the nemesis of Dragon Beast Claw, but its head. The most common close combat method used by Tyrannosaurus is to rush forward head-on and horn-to-horn like a bullfight. As the saying goes, a head can block the way for 10,000 men, which is the most true portrayal of Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, Tyrannosaurus asked Ayaga to temporarily relax his command and chose to use his head to fight the attacking psychic head-on. Boom! A sound of energy explosion sounded. Psychic, who was already extremely fast, directly hit Tyrannosaurus as Tyrannosaurus approached him actively. Head, bringing a cloud of dust to cover the surroundings. When Cynthia saw this scene, even though she had witnessed all kinds of bizarre battles, she couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Unless the level is completely crushed, or in other words, the defense is gifted and has absolute confidence in oneself, it is impossible to use this kind of fighting method. Although it was only a short time to get along, but a person's personality can be seen in a few words. The boy named King Liu who has pushed her to the brink of despair is impossible to allow his Pokemon to do something unnecessary and dangerous. Risky operation. But now it happened, which means Cynthia suddenly felt a bad feeling in her heart, especially when the smoke and dust slowly dissipated and a huge figure like a hill in the center of the explosion still stood tall. The sense of crisis instantly reached the limit. Spiritomb, be careful! Before the voice fell, a whirlwind suddenly rose in the smoke and dust that had not yet dissipated, and a huge tail covered with blue hideous lines swung out horizontally. And Spiritomb, who thought Psychic had caused some damage and was a little relaxed, was hit by the keystone without reacting at all. Almost instantly, Spiritomb was hit by this powerful blow, turned into a stream of light and fell to the ground, sinking deeply into it. In the gradually thinning smoke and dust, the figure of Tyrannosaurus gradually became clear, and Cynthia was able to see the state of Tyrannosaurus clearly. Then, she was surprised to find that above Tyrannosaurus's head, where it had just collided head-on with Psychic, there was not even a trace of injury. Without using any moves, relying only on physical defense to resist the powerful move Psychic used by an opponent of the same level, what kind of terrifying defense is needed to do such a thing? Cynthia didn't know, but she knew that Spiritomb couldn't do it, and even her trump card Gaebite couldn't do it. And this Tyrannosaurus did it easily. Cynthia stared at Tyrannosaurus' head and the brown carapace covering its entire head, and finally turned her head to look at Spiritomb, which was sucked into the ground. The purple gas that originally came out of the gap in the keystone and served as the face of 108 souls had just been dispersed by Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, only a keystone emitting a faint blue light was still shaking. Obviously, the power of Tyrannosaurus' tail whip just now, under the blessing of the terrifying power carried by its huge body, is probably not inferior to some fighting-type attack moves. After evolution, Spiritomb almost lost its ability to fight after just a simple contact. If it had been hit by the Mega Flame just now, perhaps, it would not even have the chance to shake now. Its fighting power is too strong. This creature of unknown origin is called Agumon, the Pokemon that later evolved into a monster, and Ayagi, whose origins were also unknown. The strength of this unknown combination, the strength is really incomprehensible and terrifying. The power of the long-range attack is completely not on the same level, and the close attack cannot break the defense. The outcome of such a battle seems to have been determined long ago. Cynthia couldn't help but let out a breath slowly. Did you lose? Cynthia felt a little heavy in her heart. No one wants to lose. Especially for those who have been winning all the way. But then, Cynthia relaxed again. It's been a long time since I felt this feeling of failure. Cynthia thought about it and suddenly laughed. It was right to come to Salation Town this time. I was able to meet such an interesting and young trainer. Perhaps, this year's Lily of the Valley conference will be the best in recent years. At that time, use Gaebite and your Tyrannosaurus to fight again with all your strength. Cynthia let out a long sigh and raised her hand to announce her defeat. At this moment, a violent and cold breath suddenly broke out, which made her heart jump. She turned her head and looked at the place where Spiritomb was. Spiritomb, who had almost lost the ability to move, suddenly had a burst of dark energy around his body. These negative energies provided power to Spiritomb, which changed its personality and gave it the terrifying physical strength to support its body again. Cynthia's expression suddenly became serious. Originally, she thought that 2/3 of the negative energy was taken away by mischievous and ghastly yesterday, and with the psychic moves she learned and mastered last night, and there was no abnormality in today's battle, she thought that Spiritomb had digested the remaining negative energy. But now it seems that it is just hiding. But now that you want to admit defeat, let me solve this problem. Cynthia took out Gaebite's pokeball and prepared to open it. Aoki, who had been observing the battle silently, raised his hand immediately after seeing this scene. Greymon, use Tyrannosaurus charge. When Greymon saw Aoki's action, his huge legs spread apart and stood in a resting position, ready to enter the battle state at any time. So almost at the same time when Aoki's voice fell, Greymon began to charge, and his body, which was larger than an adult elephant, took steps. Boom! 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 As Greymon ran, the ground began to shake as if a small earthquake had occurred. Amid the sound of breaking wind, dragon energy appeared on the sharp horns of Greymon bit by bit, quickly covering and enveloping the entire body of Greymon, and finally brought waves of flowing ripples, rushing straight towards Spiritomb. Cynthia was interrupted by the shaking and unstable ground, and couldn't help but turn her eyes and look at the source of the vibration. Then, she saw a dark blue dragon energy ball like a hill rushing through the middle distance, then leaping up from the ground, and descending from the sky like a missile to suppress it from the sky. And the center of the suppression was exactly where Spiritomb was, which was releasing negative energy and slowly standing up from the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 Strong Suppression. Negative emotions increased Spiritomb's abilities and also increased its perception. It naturally discovered the approach of Tyrannosaurus, and the attack launched by Tyrannosaurus, which had already leaped up. The moment it reacted, Spiritomb's negative energy began to surge, transforming into psychic energy, activating the move Psychic. Compared to before, the breath of Psychic, which was contaminated by the violent negative energy, was more gloomy, the color was deeper and darker, and the power was also improved under this blessing. Even Cynthia, who was standing by, saw this energy, and her expression became more solemn. Obviously, the power of Psychic this time far exceeded any previous one, reaching the level of doubling. He 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 he. With a roar, a completely different Psychic was fired at the diving Tyrannosaurus. Buzz! A faint buzzing sounded in the air, but it suddenly disappeared in an instant. Because, the Psychic that was shot out had hit Tyrannosaurus. Boom! A burst of energy caused smoke and dust to rise, making a violent explosion sound, and Pidgey sound waves echoed around. He he he. Spiritomb saw that the attack was successful, and immediately let out a burst of cold and strange laughter. It was limited in power before, but now with the negative energy blessing, it would definitely be able to injure this guy, and then make up another shot, and make sure to make this guy who just beat him up look good. Another psychic energy began to brew, and Spiritomb aimed at the position where the attack was just made. Seeing this scene, Cynthia was also afraid that the situation would gradually go to failure. Constrict, opened the pokeball directly, released Gaebite, and prepared to let it join the battle. Helping Hand Tyrannosaurus completely solved the problem of Spiritomb. But before Gaebite could make a move, the huge figure of Tyrannosaurus had already rushed out of the black smoke. Not only was there no sign of injury, but even the dragon energy wrapped around the whole body did not show any signs of weakening, as if the psychic that was doubled by negative energy just now did not produce any effect. He he he. Spiritomb's purple and light red gas-like face showed an expression of disbelief. Cynthia's command words came to her lips, but she didn't say them in the end. She just looked at the dragon energy around Constrict Tyrannosaurus, a little dazed. I've never seen a dragon move before. Cynthia didn't know what it was, but the only thing she could confirm was that this move she didn't recognize was another powerful killer move of Tyrannosaurus. Because even though Spiritomb, whose stamina was constantly replenished, fired psychic again and again, trying to stop Tyrannosaurus. It had no effect, and all were blocked by the dragon-type moves around its body. Until the distance between the two Pokémon was close. Spiritomb could no longer hide the rage and fear in his heart, and tried his best to use all the energy in his body for this final attack. "It's useless," Ayaga said expressionlessly. "Tyrannosaurus, end the battle." In the dim psychic, Tyrannosaurus's head with sharp horns erected instantly broke through it, and then, hit Spiritomb's keystone. Bang! A huge sound that was so dull that it seemed as if the earth was making a low hum exploded in his ears. Then, the ground where Spiritomb was located could not withstand this tremendous force, and it instantly collapsed like a spider web, bringing up earth, rocks, sand, and dust, sweeping around. When the dust settled, in the nearby collapsed area of more than 10 meters, only Tyrannosaurus was left standing proudly in the original place. The purple and red gas-like face of Spiritomb had completely disappeared, leaving only a dim keystone lying quietly under Tyrannosaurus's huge paw. And the negative energy that caused Spiritomb to riot into a strange state also turned into wisps of remnants under the huge physical consumption and Tyrannosaurus's strong physical suppression, and slowly dissipated in the air. Seeing the negative energy completely disappear with his own eyes, King Liu slowly retracted his gaze and turned to Tyrannosaurus and the collapsed area that was just hit by Tyrannosaurus. "The power and the range of destruction are much stronger than I expected." Dragon Charge, a new move that Agumon mastered after evolving into Tyrannosaurus. It relies on its huge body to drive the dragon energy and use its horns as spears to launch attacks. Although its power value is not high, it has gained a burst improvement due to its current characteristics. Sharp claws. Because the head and claws are too hard and sharp, the power of using them to launch attacks will be increased by 50%. The power has exceeded the specialty move Mega Flame and is catching up with Mega Blast. This is also the first Dragon-type exclusive move that Tyrannosaurus has mastered at this stage. It's a bit interesting to say that it is a Dragon-type Pokémon, but its exclusive moves are all Fire-type. It seems that I am very compatible with Lance, who is a Dragon-type elite but all Flying type, in some ways. Shaking his head to get rid of this idea, King Liu couldn't help but start looking forward to it. The power of Tyrannosaurus Charge has reached such a terrifying level, so what will the performance of Mega Blast, which is even more powerful than it and evolved from Small Blast, be like? I can only wait for a chance to try it, but it's also quite troublesome, and the environment requirements may be a bit high. When it was a Small Blast, he was afraid of setting the mountain on fire, and now Mega Blast may require more attention. Finally, King Liu looked at Cynthia, who walked to Spiritomb and took it back into the Pokeball not far away, and Gaybite, who had just been summoned by her and had been following her, narrowed his eyes. He was almost killed by this guy just now. It was not easy to fight a battle, and he used the irreversible evolution to make Agumon evolve into Tyrannosaurus, but in the end he was almost intercepted by Gaybite. You know, this is a battle with the future Sinnoh champion Cynthia. Tyrannosaurus can definitely get a lot of experience. If it is really snatched away at the last moment, King Liu will be really speechless. At this time, Cynthia also slowly walked over. Thank you for your help. In addition, this is a very exciting battle. I lost convincingly. Cynthia put away the Pokeball and took the initiative to extend her hand. It was just luck. King Liu extended her hand and shook it. Cynthia heard King Liu's words and smiled and shook her head. Kankamondaing such a powerful Pokémon is not a fluke. Cynthia looked up at Tyrannosaurus, and Gaybite looked over as well. Tyrannosaurus also lowered his head at this time, and looked at Gaybite with scarlet eyes. Invisibly, both sides felt a hint of sharpness in each other's eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Lily of the Valley Conference and Lone Wolf. Ka-ba. Gaybite made a low growl, revealing a hint of wanting to fight. Tyrannosaurus did not scream, but just stared quietly, which was quite oppressive with its huge body. As the two looked at each other for a longer time, the tension became more and more obvious. Gaebite, don't do this. Cynthia glanced at him, and Gaebite immediately turned his head and restrained his breath. King Liu also waved his hand, and Tyrannosaurus did not speak, and sat down directly in the back. Although King Liu also wanted to kill monsters and gain experience like before in the Lost Tower to achieve the effect of rapid upgrade, if the target is Cynthia's ace Gaebite, he needs to consider it carefully. At the same level, King Liu has absolute confidence. But now Gaebite's level is 30, and it is a quasi-god Pokemon that becomes stronger as the level increases. Although Tyrannosaurus he has an absolute innate advantage, King Liu doesn't know whether he can make up for the level difference. The only thing that can be confirmed is that Tyrannosaurus will not win. Of course, Gaebite is not so easy to win Tyrannosaurus either. It is likely to be a long-term tug-of-war. Besides, without any agreement, he just beat the other person's Spiritomb and then fought the other person's second Pokemon 1-on-2. It is somewhat disrespectful. The opportunity to fight will be left for next time. Sorry, Tyrannosaurus may have become a little irritable after evolution. King Liu said with a smile, causing Tyrannosaurus sitting behind him to open his big scarlet eyes. It's okay, Gaebite's personality is really impatient since he was a child. Cynthia responded with a smile. After exchanging a few polite words, Cynthia turned to the main topic, regarding Agumon. No, regarding the proposed identity of Tyrannosaurus, I will give a simple explanation to my family later, and I will start to help you finalize its household registration as long as there is a chance. Thank you very much. Ayaga was naturally happy about this. Even though his strength increased dramatically after evolution, he did not feel that he was invincible just because evolution defeated Cynthia's Spiritomb once. The official identity of Tyrannosaurus is very necessary both now and in the future. Moreover, there is a high probability that he will have new Digimon or other new versions of Pokemon in the future. If this operation can be carried out without risk this time, it will be much more convenient in the future. So he thanked Cynthia very solemnly. Cynthia waved her hand and then asked, "Next, where are you going, or what are you going to do next?" "Where to go?" Ayaga pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, "It's not confirmed yet. Tyrannosaurus and I came to Salation Town because we stayed in the wild for too long and wanted to change the environment. As a result, a series of things accumulated and it has come to this point." Cynthia didn't care about this, and continued to ask, "Since there is no goal for the time being, do you want to consider participating in this year's Lily of the Valley Conference?" Lily of the Valley Conference? After Ayaga's brain reacted for a while, he realized that what Cynthia was talking about was the Sinnoh Region Trainer League held on the island of Lily of the Valley. "So have you decided to participate?" Ayaga asked back. "Well, when I was 10 years old, I planned to go on a trip, but at that time, Professor Rowan had an important experiment, and I couldn't leave as an assistant. Now that I have settled down for so many years, it's time to challenge the peak of a trainer." The pinnacle of trainers? For Cynthia, the champion of the tournament is not difficult, so she should be referring to the champion of the tournament and above. In addition to receiving generous bonuses, sufficient fame and honor, the winner of each Lily of the Valley tournament can also obtain the qualification to challenge the Sinnoh region for elites and Sinnoh champion. Speaking of champion, it seems that no one knows who the current champion is. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, after this year, the champion will most likely change hands. So, do you want to try it yourself? King Liu thought for a moment, until he combined the challenge of the gym with the exploration of the historical ancient buildings, and the challenge of the gym with participating in the competition and gaining experience, and finally nodded. "I think I can give it a try. Then let's meet at the Lily of the Valley tournament." "Okay." Ayaga nodded, then put on his backpack and came to Candace, who was acting as a referee but seemed to be invisible. Candace looked up blankly at Ayaga's approach, with a look of disbelief on her face. You didn't even count down or announce the result. You're not a very good referee. Aoyagi asked jokingly. Candice also slowly came back to her senses and said honestly, because I was a little surprised, I didn't react for a while. Surprised that I can win? A little, but after seeing Agumon evolution, I'm not so surprised. I'm more surprised that Agumon can become so big. Candice slowly raised her head and looked at the behemoth standing next to Aoyagi. Tyrannosaurus was familiar with Candice and nodded slightly. It's just a little change in size. You will be more surprised in the future. Candice frowned when she heard this. When she was about to ask a question after thinking for a moment, King Liu had already taken out the pokeball and put the Tyrannosaurus back. Thank you for your helping hand during this period. I hope that when we meet next time, you will be a qualified successor to the gym trainer. Hey? Are you leaving now? I have been here for a long time. It's time to go. Walking by Candice, King Liu patted her shoulder, then raised his hand and made a goodbye gesture without looking back, and walked towards the jungle not far away. Candice returned to the same expression as before, and looked at King Liu's gradually disappearing back in a daze. Until he completely disappeared from her sight, Candice did not come back to her senses. The first time they met was because Snover ran away from home because of his mistake. He entertained Snover and beat them up, but in the end he designed to help them reconcile. Later, when they arrived at Salation Town, they talked about the spirit of showing off one's sword to the strong, and then they beat him up again. In the end, they passed the Lost Tower like Mew and defeated Cynthia. After spending some time together intermittently, they suddenly waved goodbye, feeling a little sad. Meeting and parting are also compulsory courses for trainers. Remember the feeling of this moment and cherish the next reunion. Cynthia appeared beside Candice at some point, also looking at the place where King Liu disappeared, and comforted her in a gentle tone. Besides, such a mysterious person like him has such powerful strength and Pokémon. He will definitely become a very famous trainer in the future. If you want to become a friend who can catch up with him, work hard. Hearing this, Candice couldn't help but think of the world's #1 gym trainer mentioned by King Liu before. If it can be realized, maybe there will be more moments of reunion, and maybe I can beat him up to relieve my anger. So, we must show our momentum. Candice said softly, then said goodbye to Cynthia, went back to the Salation Town Pokémon Center to pick up her luggage and set off. Cynthia stayed alone, quietly watching the place where the battle had just taken place. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Design, Candid Photography, News, Change. This silence lasted for a long time, and Gaebite just accompanied quietly as if he was used to it, without saying a word. After standing like this for more than 10 minutes, when a rustling sound came from the distance, Cynthia seemed to have just reacted and asked softly. Gaebite, if it was you who fought against Tyrannosaurus instead of Spiritomb, do you think you can win? Ka. Hearing the question, Gaebite pondered for a few seconds and nodded. What if the level is the same as Tyrannosaurus? Gaebite pondered for a longer time this time, first nodded, and then immediately shook his head. I want to hear the truth. Gaebite was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. Your potential is already the strongest in the Sinnoh region, and also the strongest in the world. It is definitely not much different from Tyrannosaurus, but it and Aoyagi have done what we can't do. I think we still have a lot to learn. Cynthia said, and Gaebite nodded slowly. Having followed Cynthia since childhood, Gaebite knows that the trainer in front of her sometimes looks a little nervous, but has a very delicate mind. Many times she is not in a daze, but thinking about more things in her heart. Just like now, after experiencing failure, she began to organize her thoughts and review the previous battle, find out all her problems, and correct them. This is also one of the reasons why her strength can be improved so quickly in addition to her talent. And Gaebite thought of the oppressive feeling brought by Tyrannosaurus's huge body just now, and the route that was destined to become the opponent, it also needs to learn and understand the opponent, and defeat the opponent. So, one man and one dragon began to carefully recall and sort out the battle that had just happened. Until, something seemed to pass through the bushes, making a rustling sound. Gaebite's eyes suddenly became sharp, looking at a certain position behind him. Click. In response to Gaebite's prompt, Cynthia did not look back, but continued to review the situation while saying calmly, "I know, don't worry about them." Click. "I notified them to come." Cynthia said so, and Gaebite did not ask any more questions, but just paid a little attention to observe. On the other side, in the corner of the bushes, a tall figure holding a camera and another thin figure who was also holding a camera were holding the camera in their hands, constantly taking pictures of Cynthia's position and nearby. Click. 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 Accompanied by a series of processed tiny sounds, one photo after another quickly appeared in the camera, and the two kept switching pictures, with smiles on their faces that could not be concealed. But when they saw each other, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly, revealing a look of disgust that they wished the other person would die immediately. "Why are you here?" Kyungsuan, free. Novel Group 9501-80-90-9. Kyungsuan. Novel Chinese. Transfer Group 8149-0:37.9.8. The old and thin reporter said impatiently. "I am very curious about you. An old guy, being here." The tall reporter immediately retorted without losing the upper hand, "Didn't you say that there is nothing to pay attention to in the Lost Towers, and you are going to Veilstone City to shoot meteorites and make some money? Why are you here? As a person, what is the minimum honesty and trustworthiness?" "Honesty and trustworthiness? Haha." The old reporter sneered, puffed up his chest and said, "The things you said were lost when I entered this industry. You still have the nerve to say." The tall reporter saw the old reporter's proud expression and wanted to teach him a lesson. But then he found that Cynthia, who was standing not far away, had disappeared. "It's all your fault, old man, for missing such a good opportunity. Young man, don't be too arrogant." The old reporter waved his hand, weighed the camera in his hand and said, "Anyway, the things that should be photographed have been photographed. We just need to take them back, organize them and send them out. It will definitely be more explosive than the previous news of clearing the Lost Tower." Hearing this, the tall reporter was silent for a moment, no longer paying attention to the old reporter, but picked up his camera and other things, and started running. The confused old reporter was left behind, and after 2 seconds of reaction, he realized that this guy wanted to get the first-hand news before him, and hurried to catch up. But the difference in physical strength between the middle-aged and the elderly and the middle-aged was too great, so he could only hang far behind. At this time, in the air, a large bird with a very Shamit hairstyle, black, brown and white feathers all over its body, and a wingspan of nearly 2 meters was flapping its wings constantly, hovering itself in the air. On its feet, Cynthia was holding its claws, watching the two reporters gradually leaving in the distance, and finally said to Staraptor, "Use Hurricane to destroy all the battlefields on the ground. There must not be any place where traces of battle can be confirmed." Staraptor nodded and let out a long roar. As its huge wings flapped, a violent hurricane descended and landed on the place where Tyrannosaurus and Spiritomb had just fought, blowing everything into pieces. Then, the man and the eagle disappeared in the sky. Half a day later, a piece of news quickly spread around Salation Town after 2 people cleared the Lost Towers. "Have you heard about it? Miss Cynthia, who cleared the Lost Towers before, fought with others by the small river south of the town. I just found out about it too. I saw Miss Cynthia and the photos of the scene, but I don't know who her opponent is. Salation Town has never had any strong trainers, let alone those of similar age. Could it be that Miss Cynthia challenged a long-established trainer? I don't think so. If you really want to challenge, there is no need to come to Salation Town. Besides, isn't there a trainer of the same age who is quite strong recently? Where is that? Wait, are you talking about Qinglu who cleared the Lost Tower like Miss Cynthia? That's impossible. Even if he cleared it, one was the fastest and the other was the slowest. It's impossible. Not to mention that he beat Miss Cynthia. Time doesn't mean anything, and I can't think of anyone else except him. After hearing this, everyone was silent. Because they had to admit that they really couldn't think of anyone. Besides, do you really think that the length of time can determine the strength? The one in my family is usually faster, what's the use? For the excitement around Salation Town, King Liu was unaware of the heated discussion. He had already left the Salation Town and was now walking through the dense forest. King Liu, how long do we have to go? The Tyrannosaurus with 3 horns and blue stripes caught up and asked. King Liu looked at the Tyrannosaurus in front of him, who was only 1 meter tall, and said slowly after looking at the map, "It's almost there, there is only one last section of the road." I originally said that I could write about Tyrannosaurus after the war today, but it seems that I was wrong. After explaining the matter, I will write about Tyrannosaurus tomorrow. In addition, I would like to thank the Otaku Emperor for his 100 starting coins reward, Shiny Ryla for his 1500 reward, Zio Yeahu for his 100 starting coins reward, and 202109271918325336 for his 500 starting coins reward. End of this chapter. Chapter 61 Changes in the Divine Plan. Just need to pass through the dense forest in front of you, and you will almost reach the rocky terrain marked on the map. After passing through these mountains, you can reach Veilstone City. It has been a day since King Liu and Tyrannosaurus Cynthia fought and finally left Salation Town. During this day, King Liu simply sorted out the route and started on the road. Salation Town is located in the heart of Sinnoh region, on the right side of Mt. Coronet. There are 2 relatively large cities around it. One is Hirthome City in the southwest, where Snover challenged a monster and was beaten up in the end. The other is Veilstone City in the northeast. Since it has been decided to participate in the Lily of the Valley Conference as long as there is nothing serious, it is natural to include the existence of gyms in the city as an object of investigation. Hirthome City has the home gym, and Veilstone City also has the Veil Gym. Under the same preconditions, Fantina, the gym trainer of the home gym, is a guy who often skips work and travels. In order to avoid wasting time, King Liu directly chooses to go to Veilstone City. In addition to the gym factor, what attracts King Liu the most is Veilstone City's most famous specialty, stone. In addition to the local stones, Veilstone City also has several meteorites that were indirectly created when the legendary god of creation Arceus created the world before the ancient times. Such stones are likely to meet the long history requirement of the panel. With such things, it is naturally more attractive than Hirthome City, which is known as a place where trainers and Pokémon communicate with each other heart to heart. He and Tyrannosaurus get along well, so there is no need to open up to each other again. Thinking of this, King Liu immediately clicked on the information panel. Race Tyrannosaurus. Classification Dinosaur Pokémon. Attributes Dragon, Fire. Features Sharp Claws. Because the head and claws are too hard and sharp, the power of the attack will increase by 50%. Level 21. Exclusive moves Mega Flame, Fire, Power 80. Sharp Claws, Fire, Power 40. Mega Blast, Fire, Power 90. Dragon Charge, Dragon, Power 60. Mastered moves None. Race value, 510, HP 88, Attack 101, Defense 90, Special Attack 95, Special Defense 70. Speed 66. Intimacy 75. Status Normal. Information Summary XXXXXX. Sacred Plan has been maintained in daily status through data compression. Do you want to decompress and enter combat status? yes/no. First, after defeating Cynthia's Spiritomb, the level reached 21 without any surprises, and King Liu even felt that it was close to 22. Second, it was the change in the sacred plan column. King Liu looked at Tyrannosaurus standing next to him, who had returned to a height similar to Agumon. After the previous battle, the words compressed data began to appear in the sacred plan column, and then Tyrannosaurus' body began to glow with a faint white light, and its size shrank from nearly 5 meters to its current size. Greymon, how do you feel now? Feeling. Greymon looked around with some doubts and said, nothing else, I just feel that it is much more convenient to move like this, otherwise it will shake the ground when walking, and there are trees all around, and branches will itch some places. Seeing that Greymon did not feel uncomfortable, King Liu nodded, and then took out a piece of poke blocks for it to replenish its physical strength. Since Greymon himself felt that there was nothing wrong, and it was a reaction driven by the panel and the holy plan. In addition, King Liu himself tested it several times. When Greymon switched between combat and daily states, the compression and decompression of data were almost completed in an instant. After there was no obstacle, he no longer paid too much attention to this issue. After all, the source of Digimon is still data, although it was stolen by the panel lance/crossing to become Pokémon, but there must be data settings. This thing seems to be similar to computer files. If the file is too big, it will be compressed, and it will be decompressed when it is needed. The only difference is the speed of operation. From another perspective, this is also a lot of benefits for him. In addition to being more concealed in some situations where you don't want to be discovered, you can also minimize your food intake when you are hungry. Otherwise, if you really use Tyrannosaurus to eat, King Liu estimates that the remaining 100,000 bonus in his pocket will probably go bankrupt in a few days. Thinking of this, King Liu couldn't help but think of the legendary beasts of the region in the Pokémon world. In the Pokédex and data, the tallest one is less than 10 meters, the shorter one is 3 meters, and even Eternatus, the source of the Dynamax setting, is only about 20 meters. But almost every time they appear, the earth shakes and the sky changes color. Their bodies are so huge that they are as tall as high-rise buildings and mountains. Did they also have the ability to compress data like Tyrannosaurus now, to compress their own energy and reduce unnecessary consumption, thus entering a state similar to hibernation, and only activate their energy and return to their normal form when they need to go all out? King Liu didn't know, but this conjecture was very likely. As for whether it was true, we'll have to verify it later. King Liu was thinking, and suddenly found that Tyrannosaurus in front of him suddenly stopped. What's wrong? There are a lot of Pokémon in front, and they seem to be fighting. Tyrannosaurus replied with his eyes fixed on the distance. King Liu looked in the direction where Tyrannosaurus pointed. It was an area completely different from the jungle, with yellow sand and stones on the ground, and towering mountains ahead. It was the only way for them to go to Veilstone City, the rocky terrain. And the place where Tyrannosaurus was staring was just below a mountain in the middle of the road, where smoke and dust were everywhere, and several figures were looming in the wind and sand. However, the distance was too far, King Liu could not see clearly with his own eyes, and the panel could not detect any information. But the only thing that can be confirmed is that they can still be seen from such a distance. These dozen Pokémon must be of large size, and they are just blocking the middle of the road. If you go up, you may be attacked as a target, causing unnecessary trouble. King Liu lowered his head to look at the map, and Tyrannosaurus also came over and stared at the map. After a minute, he stood aside again in silence. King Liu couldn't help but laugh. It is said that Tyrannosaurus has a high IQ. I thought you would improve after evolution, but the result is still the same. You put all your IQ into physical fitness, right? Tyrannosaurus scratched his head awkwardly and said, King Liu, what should we do now? King Liu pondered for a moment and said, the only shortcut is to go straight through, and then there is another way to bypass the rock mountain, but it will take at least 1 week. We don't need to waste that time. Let's go straight up. End of this chapter. Chapter 62 Classic Cold Trainer. Walking out of the jungle and entering the desert and rocky mountains, the climate suddenly became bad. The uneven sand and stones under the feet, the obviously rising temperature, and the wind blowing from time to time, are not constantly attacking King Liu's physical strength and endurance. However, compared to King Liu's discomfort, Tyrannosaurus seemed to have no feeling at all. Except for the occasional need to block the blowing dust, he walked in front with a relaxed look. King Liu, do you want me to carry your backpack for you? Tyrannosaurus also noticed King Liu's condition and asked proactively. Okay, take this thing with you. King Liu took out 2 goggles from the backpack, put one on himself, and handed one to Tyrannosaurus. This was bought as a spare when buying travel supplies in Salation Town. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Tyrannosaurus was full of curiosity about this novel thing, but he just stared at it without any intention of wearing it. King Liu stared at it. It stared at King Liu. The atmosphere gradually became awkward in the strange silence. It was not until King Liu saw Tyrannosaurus's 2 hands, each with 3 sharp claws, that he suddenly realized and said, "Ha ha ha ha, sorry, I forgot that you only have claws but no hands." After putting the goggles on Tyrannosaurus, Tyrannosaurus no longer had to worry about the miracle eye glasses, and soon brought King Liu to the vicinity of the rocky mountain. Be careful. After signaling to Tyrannosaurus, King Liu approached from the side and observed the Pokémon not far away through the rocks. As long as I was sure that there was no problem and the opponent's level was not too high, I would let Tyrannosaurus rush up. But, the situation seemed to be a little different from what I imagined. Bang! Dong! A roar sounded, followed by a burst of flying sand and rocks. A Pokémon whose body was composed of dozens of grey rocks connected together, and the rocks became smaller and smaller from head to tail, and whose body was like a stone snake, was looking up with its head with long rock horns. It kept tumbling on the ground and underground. Around it, there were more than 10 Pokémon of the same appearance, watching motionlessly. King Liu opened the panel and aimed at the one in the middle that was constantly moving, and the other party's information appeared. Race Onyx. Classification Rock Snake Pokémon. Attributes Ground, Rock. Features Shatter Armor. When taking damage from physical moves, defense will be reduced and speed will be greatly increased. Level 17. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Rock Throw, Bind, Harden, Tackle, Smack Down, Rock Polish, Dragon Breath. Race value 385, HP 35, Attack 45, Defense 160, Special Attack 30, Special Defense 45, Speed 70. Intimacy 0. Status Normal. Information Summary: It usually lives underground, twists its body to dig a passage and absorbs hard ore to make its body stronger. As time goes by, its body will become darker and darker, and finally become as hard as diamond. When moving underground, it moves very fast and makes a loud noise that spreads far away. More than 10 onyx, a group. Scanning the information of each onyx, King Liu's eyes finally returned to the one in the middle that was obviously larger and darker. A&D. The Pokémon with 2 large front teeth and a fluffy tail standing up behind it that was being attacked by it. Race by Barrel. Classification Beaver Pokémon. Attributes General, Water. Features Unstable Mood. Each time it fights, one ability value will increase significantly, while another will decrease. Level 16. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Tackle, Defense Curl, Rollout, Quick Attack, Headbutt. Race value 410, Life 79, Attack 85, Defense 60, Special Attack 55, Special Defense 60, Speed 71. Intimacy 0. Status Injured. Information Summary: Known for its hard work, it likes to use its sharp teeth to cut down trees and branches to block rivers to build nests. There are almost no floods where it is. It swims very fast in the water, but is relatively slow on land. Looking at the last piece of information, King Liu finally understood why Bibarel has always been at a disadvantage when the race values are almost the same speed. However, how could this Pokemon that lives by the river appear here? King Liu didn't know. He and Tyrannosaurus watched quietly. As time went by, Bibarel's disadvantage gradually expanded. Especially after Onyx drilled out of the caves in the nearby ground, Bibarel encountered the biggest trouble. Onyx took off into the air and drilled into the nearest cave, and all of them disappeared from sight. At the same time, a huge sound began to sound underground. This sound was like a monster approaching rapidly with a roar, which made people feel scared, and Bibarel in the middle was even more so, looking around nervously. Then, accompanied by Onyx's roar, the ground began to shake violently. Bibarel knew that this was a sign of the opponent's attack, but he had no way to deal with it. In the end, Onyx directly hit him in the air, and then Onyx's tail directly took out the air and smacked down. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bibarel fell to the ground, looking like he was seriously injured. He tried to stand up several times but failed. Onyx twisted his body and slowly approached, and was about to come to his side. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Bibarel, the enemy is almost in front of you, why don't you stand up to meet the enemy? Did the attack just now make you lose your fighting ability? Hearing this voice, Bibarel's body trembled uncontrollably twice, and then struggled to get up little by little. Use water gun. The voice sounded again, and Bibarel began to accumulate water-type energy in his mouth with a painful expression, preparing to use the water gun move. But Onyx obviously didn't give it a chance. After quickly approaching, it stretched out its tail and tied Bibarel. The body made of rocks began to twist and squeeze. This huge force made Bibarel's just condensed water gun move disintegrate instantly, and the severe pain made it struggle constantly, wailing. For these voices, Onyx was unmoved. King Liu was not surprised by this. He would definitely not hold back in the battle, but what he did not expect was that the human who looked like Bibarel's trainer did not seem to care at all. Instead, after a moment of silence, his voice came again. I asked you to use the water gun, not to let you send out some meaningless growls there. There should be a limit to the difference in strength. Don't waste my time anymore, you idiot. This end of chapter. Chapter 63 Misfortune diverted to others. Meta. Hearing the scolding, Bibarel forced himself to hold back the growl, and under the continuous pressure on his body, he recondensed the water-type energy. Onyx naturally would not let Bibarel attack, and the bind move was retracted again. The severe pain hit, and Bibarel's water gun move was aborted again. He let out a cry of pain, but it seemed that he was afraid of the trainer's scolding, so he quickly closed his mouth and forced it to hold back. But the owner of the voice was obviously not satisfied with all this, and the low and cold words sounded again. You can't interrupt the training of moves even if you are attacked. I think I have done it for you many times. I will give you one last chance. If you can't do it, you can leave by yourself. When Bibarel heard this, an anxious look appeared on his face. He immediately completely ignored his injuries and began to struggle violently. In this outburst, it was as if his potential was suddenly stimulated, and he actually pushed Onyx's bind away a little from the inside. Taking advantage of this gap, water-type energy surged, and a water gun shot out, hitting Onyx's face. Ni hao! Under this sudden burst of attack, Onyx's dull roar instantly resounded around, and then, his body slowly fell down. Without Onyx's bind, Bibarel successfully escaped, but the continuous injuries and the desperate burst of counterattack just now had already exhausted his body, and he couldn't stand at all and collapsed to the ground. But it still raised its head stubbornly and looked at the trainer who was walking slowly in front of it. However, the expected words of praise and recognition did not come, and the tone was still very cold. You don't think it's something to be proud of to fight like this when the attributes have an absolute advantage, right? The joy on Barrel's face solidified instantly, and then slowly lowered his head. If you behave like this again next time, you can disappear right in front of me. Accompanied by a burst of red shiny light, Barrel was taken back by the poke ball. And a boy with long hair tied at the back of his neck and a cold face slowly appeared in the wind and sand. Facing the Onyx group that lost their leader and began to riot, he released a Staravia and took the initiative to attack the group of Onyx. Seeing this, King Liu frowned slightly. Using Staravia, which is of similar level and has attributes restrained by Onyx, to fight against the majority with fewer people, even if it can fly, there is no possibility of winning. Until he saw Staravia flying around, not launching any actual attack, only harassing in the sky, and constantly trying to attract the attention of the Onyx group away from the boy's position, King Liu determined the purpose of sending it out. Want to lead them away and get away, but, why does this guy look so familiar? King Liu said to himself. Whether it's the tone of voice, the attitude of not caring about the status of his Pokémon, or even this appearance, why does it feel so familiar? When King Liu was recalling where this familiar feeling came from, Tyrannosaurus's question came to his ears. King Liu, is it really right for the guy who treated his companions like that just now? King Liu turned his head to look at Tyrannosaurus. I saw that Tyrannosaurus next to him had a serious expression at the moment, with scarlet eyes staring at the front, revealing the rage that could not be concealed. Compared to himself, Tyrannosaurus didn't have so many thoughts, was more simple and direct, and expressed emotions in the same way, and it had a stronger sense of justice. Now seeing this trainer who didn't care about his Pokémon and treated him as a tool instead of a partner, it was reasonable for him to get angry. Semi-military training is necessary, but the real way to break through the limit is to rely on the unbreakable bonds between the trainer and the Pokémon. His current behavior has gone astray. King Liu said slowly. Although King Liu did not completely agree with Ash's hold-on, stand-up fighting style, at least his general policy was fine. The attitudes of the famous gym trainers, the 4 elites, and the strongest champions in each region towards Pokémon are the best evidence. Greymon retracted his gaze, looked at King Liu and said, then should we stop this behavior? Ayaga shook his head in the doubtful eyes of Greymon and said, no one will change their minds because of 2 casual words. This is not realistic, and this matter itself has nothing to do with us. But... Greymon hesitated, but he chose to listen to King Liu's words, but his eyes still couldn't help staring at the center of the battlefield. Ayaga looked at Greymon, then stared at the boy who was scolding Staravia for failing to lead Onyx away, and shook his head helplessly after thinking for a moment. Finally, he pointed to the stone in front of him that served as a shelter and said, Greymon, stand on it. Hey! Greymon didn't react, but he did as he was told. He jumped to the top of the stone and stood there proudly. This figure that suddenly appeared in the field of vision was quickly noticed by Staravia, who was flying in the sky. It's here. Although it can't be seen clearly due to the wind and sand, it seems that a suspected wild Pokémon has indeed appeared in the battle range. It quickly reported to its trainer. The cold boy squinted his eyes and noticed this scene. Then he ordered, Staravia, fly over there, and then use whirlwind to blow up all the sand on the ground. Staravia vibrated its wings, turned around and rushed straight to the location of Tyrannosaurus. The Rage Onyx below saw this scene and twisted their bodies to chase on the ground. This scene fell into Tyrannosaurus's eyes, and he immediately turned his head to look at Ayagi. Why are they suddenly coming towards us, Ayagi? What should we do now? Maybe he wants to divert the trouble and force you to flee to help him contain these Onyx, Ayaga said slowly. Why is this guy so bad? What should we do now, Ayagi? Just run. Tyrannosaurus jumped off the stone and asked hurriedly. As soon as the voice fell, Staravia had flown over his head. Onyx followed closely behind, and the ground shook as their huge bodies moved. The next moment, Staravia suddenly stopped and turned in midair, flapping her wings quickly and violently, rolling up the sand and stones on the ground to form a small sandstorm that enveloped all the onyx. Staravia herself used the sand and dust that blocked her vision to quickly move away, leaving more than a dozen onyx chasing after her, who were somewhat confused, and moving constantly to find Staravia. If this continues, I'm afraid they will find the location of King Liu and Tyrannosaurus soon. Seeing this, Tyrannosaurus hurriedly said, King Liu, we are about to be surrounded by these guys, let's run. A smile slowly appeared on King Liu's face in Tyrannosaurus's somewhat anxious tone and expression. Run? Why run? King Liu. Tyrannosaurus looked at King Liu in confusion. I didn't want to care when it had nothing to do with me before, but now the trouble has come to me, how can I turn a blind eye to it? Tyrannosaurus, don't stand there. Enter the combat state. Thanks to Bai Longman for 1,500 coins, 202212201111032267 for 100 coins, Lulu Tong for 100 coins, 202109232225048441 for 500 coins, 2,200 coins in total, 2,800 coins short of extra chapters, only 160 monthly tickets, 40 extra chapters short of 200. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 Wolves in the Flock. Tyrannosaurus's brain didn't react for a while, but when he saw the smile on King Liu's face and what he just said, he was immediately happy and said, Thank you, King Liu. King Liu waved his hand, looking around at the dozen or so onyx approaching, and finally looked past them, looking at Staravia and the indifferent boy who saw the onyx being attracted and quickly left, their figures gradually going away. Then he said to them, if the guys in front of you know what's good for you, then don't worry about them. If there is any unusual movement, get rid of them all. After explaining clearly, King Liu pulled out the panel and chose to let Tyrannosaurus leave the daily state, decompress and enter the combat state. The sacred plan in his hand emitted a pure light, echoing the light emitted by Tyrannosaurus. The next second, Tyrannosaurus' body began to swell, and almost instantly Tyrannosaurus recovered from 1 meter to 5 meters, and its size was even larger. The onyx around saw this Pokémon that suddenly appeared, and immediately thought it was an enemy, and all quickly twisted their bodies and moved towards this side. Faced with the rolling momentum and smoke, Tyrannosaurus did not show any fear. He turned slightly and took a stance, and let out a thunderous roar. Roar! The huge volume even shook the sand and stones on the ground in the echo. All the onyxes approaching were startled at this moment and looked at Tyrannosaurus in surprise. But soon, without the command of their leader, they directly regarded Tyrannosaurus as the culprit who attacked their leader, and they all roared and charged directly. The momentum created by more than a dozen onyxes acting together was still very terrifying. The terrain was originally sandy and stone, and the swinging bodies during the charge brought up smoke and dust. Tyrannosaurus grabbed King Liu, jumped to a safe place, and then returned to the battlefield. Tyrannosaurus, try to resolve the battle as soon as possible, otherwise it will be difficult to attack after that guy enters the city. First, use Tyrannosaurus to charge at the one on the left. Ayagi reminded. Greymon nodded, and then faced the onyx that rushed from all directions, and aimed at the onyx that Ayagi mentioned, and directly launched a counter-charge. The onyx obviously didn't expect that Tyrannosaurus would suddenly counterattack like this, but this surprise disappeared in just a moment, and all of them continued to attack while rushing forward. The distance between the two sides quickly shortened during the movement, becoming closer and closer. Until, they collided completely. Bang! A violent energy explosion sounded, and the onyx that was targeted had no ability to stop Tyrannosaurus at all. It was instantly knocked back 10 to 20 meters and fell to the ground and lost consciousness. What Ayaga didn't expect was that this collision even blocked the energy of Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus charged without losing much energy. Tyrannosaurus turned around and started a new sprint. Bang! Another muffled sound, and another onyx was knocked away. In just a few seconds, 2 companions lost their combat effectiveness. This situation of instant killing made the remaining onyx even more raging, and 5 of them continued to attack with tackle. Among the remaining 6, half gave up tackle and turned their bodies to roll out into a huge ball to charge, while the other half used their tails to grab stones and rocks on the ground and threw them at Tyrannosaurus with all their strength. Roll out and rock throw. After taking a look at all the attacking moves, Tyrannosaurus took a big step and rushed up the rocky mountain next to him, then suddenly jumped up with the help of the reaction force. The next second, countless attacking stones all hit the place where Tyrannosaurus was standing just now. At this time, 3 onyx that came with rollout rushed forward. Agumon, use sharp claws. Orange light quickly covered the 2 huge claws of Agumon that had undergone a drastic change after evolution, and then slapped them directly at the 3 onyx. Although the sharp claws did not advance with evolution like the small flame and small blast after evolution, and the power did not change, but compared to the Agumon period, Agumon's own physical fitness has undergone earth-shaking changes. The sharp claws cut through the air, bringing bursts of air-breaking sounds, and directly slapped one on each of the rollout onyx. Sizzle. Swish. A screeching sound produced by rapid friction sounded in an instant and disappeared in an instant. 2 onyx were slapped into the ground by Agumon's claws without any pause. At this time, the last onyx that came from rollout found the gap of Agumon, who had just swung his hands and had not yet retracted them, and directly accelerated his rotation and jumped into the air with the help of the stones raised by the ground, and then hit Agumon's head fiercely. Seeing this, King Liu couldn't help but smile. You've got a good chance. Take advantage of the gap between Tyrannosaurus's hands when the old strength has gone and the new strength has not yet been generated to launch an attack. If other Pokémon were here, you might really be able to deal some damage. But unfortunately, it was Tyrannosaurus that appeared here. And the place it chose to attack was exactly Tyrannosaurus's head. The head has 3 huge sharp horns, is covered with brown shells, and is the hardest and most aggressive part of the body. If it had chosen another place, it might have been possible to cause damage. But unfortunately, there was only one chance, and it chose the wrong one. Without King Liu's command, Tyrannosaurus was not afraid of the attack, and raised its head directly and hit it head-on. Swish! A thin and sharp sound, like a sword cutting through stone, rang out. The sharp horns barely paused for a moment before easily piercing the proud hard stone on the onyx, breaking the rollout forcibly, forking it between the 3 large horns on the top of the head, and then throwing it aside. After dealing with the 3 onyx that were close to him, Tyrannosaurus attacked again. The 21-level Tyrannosaurus with extremely high physical fitness faced this group of onyx that were no more than level 16, and almost crushed them one-sidedly. Especially after Tyrannosaurus found that the onyx was nearly 10 meters long, he directly grabbed one of them and held it in his claws, and began to whip the remaining 8 onyx. The sound of the earth shaking and the violent collision of boulders sounded frequently, and finally gradually subsided in a dull roar, and Tyrannosaurus also put down the weapon in his hand. After confirming that all 13 onyx had lost their combat ability, King Liu prepared to let Tyrannosaurus start chasing, but before he opened his mouth, he felt a violent dragon energy brewing. King Liu quickly glanced at Tyrannosaurus, who also looked over in confusion. Not Tyrannosaurus? Who then? King Liu looked around quickly, but before he could determine the location, the violent dragon energy flew over at an extremely fast speed. There is one more. End of this chapter. Chapter 65 Chasing Encounter. Roar. Faced with this sudden attack, Tyrannosaurus was not afraid, and took a step forward, condensing fire energy in his mouth and firing mega flame to meet the attack. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The huge flame accompanied by high temperature almost instantly smashed the violent dragon energy into pieces, and then flew towards the place where the attack came from without slowing down. Bang! An explosion sounded, and the mega flame hit, and the surrounding area instantly turned into a sea of Fire. However, what was a bit unexpected to King Liu was that after being hit head-on, although the opponent looked seriously injured and his body was about to collapse, he still insisted on raising his head to prevent himself from falling. It was offset a little by the dragon-type move, and because of the rock attribute, there was no one-shot kill. Looking at the onyx whose body was slightly black as the flames gradually disappeared, King Liu muttered to himself. This was the leader of the onyx group that had fainted after being hit in the face by the bi-barrel water gun. Looking at the dragon breath in its move column, King Liu also confirmed that it was it that launched the attack. Ni hao! Onyx leader panted and roared. It was just overwhelmed by the water-type move. When it woke up and was ready to beat up the guy who knocked it out, it found that the target of revenge was gone, replaced by a big dinosaur, and all its subordinates were knocked to the ground by it, leaving it alone. It was intolerable. Onyx dragged its seriously injured body to charge. Let it be quiet. King Liu's voice fell, and before Onyx rushed over, Tyrannosaurus had already rushed to it, raised its sharp claws and slapped it into the ground, and then grabbed its middle part that could barely be called the waist, and pressed it to the ground. Ni hao! Ni hao or hao! Onyx leader kept struggling, but with the already crushed combat power and injured state, there was no possibility of any escape, and he could only resist helplessly. It was not until Tyrannosaurus was too annoying and sat on its neck, putting all its weight on it, that Onyx lost the ability to struggle and could only stare at King Liu with a look of rage. King Liu completely ignored his gaze and said, I don't want to beat you up for no reason. It's your subordinates who are very ignorant and are looking for trouble. But considering that your experience packs have helped Tyrannosaurus upgrade, I will let you go this time and not do it again. After the words fell, Onyx was about to struggle to protest, but suddenly felt his body being squeezed heavily. Tyrannosaurus put his hands together and grabbed the gap between the rocks on his body. The sharp claws had already scratched the surface of his body. If he didn't agree, Onyx felt that he would be pinched in two in the next second. At this moment of life and death, Onyx fully expressed his heart, nodded very quickly, and his body immediately calmed down. Seeing this, Tyrannosaurus grabbed Onyx and threw him to the place where more than 10 Onyx were lying nearby. King Liu, what should we do next? Tyrannosaurus asked, looking at the deep rocky mountain where no trace could be seen in the distance. Of course we have caught up. Just keep going at full speed. Okay. Tyrannosaurus bent down, held King Liu in his hands, and then started running wildly. Although Tyrannosaurus is not fast, compared with the fast and small Pokémon, its size is too big. Almost one big stride is equal to 10 to 20 steps of a small Pokémon, so its speed is not slower than other Pokémon. It's just that every step will cause an earthquake. When King Liu sat in the palm of Tyrannosaurus, he raised his hand to block the wind and sand blowing through the gap of Tyrannosaurus's protection. His eyes fell on Tyrannosaurus's claws. After thinking for a moment, his brows slowly frowned. Why do I feel that this claw looks a little bigger than yesterday? Is it an illusion? On the other side. Staravia circled in the sky, chirping. Reggie knew that this was a signal of safety, and his expression relaxed a little. It seemed that the unknown Pokémon that suddenly appeared had helped him to attract the firepower of the Onyx tribe. But he soon thought of something and took out a Pokeball from his pocket, and his expression quickly became indifferent. You almost didn't beat Onyx at a similar level. You are really useless. Reggie cursed expressionlessly. If it weren't for the precedent of being able to control the mood swings, training a Pokémon of this level would delay my departure time. He would capture this Pokémon, bi-barrel, because by chance, he found that it could freely control the mood swings to enhance and weaken its abilities at certain times. Just choose the ability to increase or decrease according to the situation when fighting. This flexible change can definitely improve the combat power by several levels. But since the capture, it seems to have failed and this situation has never happened again. Even training has not made any progress. The training of the mood swings has always stagnated. This time, challenging the Onyx tribe on land is also to see if it can stimulate it to change under oppression, but now it seems that not only is his time wasted, but it also makes him almost difficult to get away. Next month, I will set off to challenge the gym in the Kanto region. If there is no progress by then, you can only pray for the best. After Reggie said coldly to the pokeball, he didn't care about the reaction in the ball and put it in his pocket and prepared to leave. But soon he found something wrong. The ground began to vibrate constantly from an unknown time, and the fine sand and gravel under his feet also shook, as if something was hitting the ground, or some huge monster was running. Boom! 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 The ground shook more violently, and the dull sound of a giant object stomp the ground could be heard. From the sound, the distance was still getting shorter and shorter, and it might not be long before they met. Thinking of this, Reggie's expression became serious. Staravia, go see what's going on. Reggie gave the order, and Staravia flapped her wings and flew forward. But before she flew far, she found a huge monster with ferocious horns approaching in the rocks not far away. Seeing this, Staravia hurriedly flapped her wings to stop the momentum of rushing forward, and was about to send a growl reminder. But the next second, a huge fireball passed through the distance barrier and flew in front of it, interrupting its action directly. I fell asleep, and the update was late, but not completely late. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 Strength Disparity. Staravia, Aerial Ace. Reggie shouted loudly, and Staravia flapped her wings just before the mega flames came at a high speed, and at the same time turned upward with the help of the wind to avoid the attack. Seeing that Staravia successfully opened the distance, Reggie closed his eyes and slowed down his breathing. The attack just now was too fast. Reggie didn't have as far vision as Staravia, but he was so focused that he naturally saw the fireball coming at him. Fortunately, he successfully used Aerial Ace, otherwise he would not be able to avoid it with other moves. A&D. Reggie looked at Staravia's tail feathers, where the grey-white feathers had been burned and a piece of it was missing. It became like this just by being swept by the heat wave. If it was hit directly, it would have lost its combat effectiveness. It was fast, but the fireball was so big. What kind of Pokemon was it, and why did it take the initiative to attack? Or was it coming for him? Reggie was not sure. The only thing he was sure of was that if he rashly let Staravia go to investigate the situation, he might lose a Pokemon if he reacted slowly next time. Pokemon that were too weak at ordinary times could be caught and replaced, but the situation was unclear now, so the combat effectiveness of each Pokemon in hand must be reasonably planned, and there must not be any waste. Then, Reggie let Staravia fly back to him and quietly looked at the road between the rocks not far away. The sound that made the ground tremble was also approaching. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the huge footsteps seemed to disappear, the ground stopped shaking, and everything seemed to have returned to its previous calm. Gone? Or something else? Reggie was confused about whether to let Staravia check the situation, but soon, a collision sound that was more violent and larger than before sounded. Bang! The ground began to shake violently, and even Reggie almost lost his balance. What on earth is that? No one answered him, and the only answer he got was the huge vibrations with almost the same intervals. After repeating several times, Reggie finally saw the maker of these sounds, a giant dinosaur with huge sharp horns and a body covered with blue lines. At this moment, the huge Pokemon ran with its body tilted, and then jumped, with its right foot stepping on the outside of the rock mountain, and with the help of the reaction force, it jumped to another rock mountain dozens of meters away, and its left foot stomped the rock mountain again, and its body jumped dozens of meters again in an instant. It actually used the rock mountain as a pedal? Reggie couldn't help but be shocked, and Staravia next to him was also surprised that she even slowed down the speed of flapping her wings. After a few jumps, it crossed a distance of 100 or 200 meters and landed on the open space in front of Reggie. The dull loud noise mixed with sand and dust blew Reggie and Staravia back again and again. However, Reggie quickly adjusted himself, stretched out his hand to block the wind and sand, and raised his head to look at the terrifying Pokémon standing in front of him. The huge shadow cast by its huge body had already enveloped his entire body. Then he found that he had never seen or learned a similar Pokémon before. Reggie took out the Pokédex from his pocket. In the silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds, the Pokédex was silent until the last emotionless electronic sound came out. No information, it is a mysterious Pokémon. A Pokémon that has not been included. It seems to be qualified to be captured. Reggie took out a few empty Pokeballs and tried to throw one at Tyrannosaurus. But just as it flew into the air and before it could open, Tyrannosaurus's tail covered with hideous patterns whipped at the Pokeball. Bang! The Pokeball broke into several pieces and scattered all over the ground. Reggie was not surprised at all. He took out all the Pokeballs containing Pokémon from his pocket and was about to take action when a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Sorry, it is already my partner. It probably won't accept your invitation." The human voice made Reggie stunned for a moment, and then looked at the place where the sound came from, the palm of the giant dinosaur in front of him. A handsome boy, about 14 or 15 years old, wearing black casual clothes. "Since it is a Pokémon you have already captured, why are you still chasing me?" Reggie asked slowly. Hearing this, King Liu couldn't help but raised an eyebrow. "You know I'm chasing you, but you don't run. Can I run away if I run?" King Liu shook his head slowly. Reggie said expressionlessly, "Since you can't run away, there's no need to waste time and energy. That said, but people who can do this when they really encounter something are not ordinary." Although the guy's attitude towards Pokémon is not pleasing, his IQ and calm attitude are very good. However, this does not mean that he should be let go. In this case, then no more nonsense, apologize first, and then I will beat you. Apologize? Why? Have you forgotten who helped you attract the attention of the group of Onyx just now? Hearing this, Reggie suddenly remembered the Pokémon that suddenly appeared when he saw Staravia's prompt before. From the appearance, it seems to be a little similar, but the wind and sand were too strong at that time and it was impossible to see clearly. Besides, the size is definitely not like this, otherwise he would definitely not be able to recognize it, but since the other party has caught up, it means that there must be some connection. Weak Pokémon will be eliminated by nature sooner or later. What I did is also a way for them to shine. You can apologize to me, but you can do it after you beat me. After Reggie finished speaking, he directly commanded Staravia to attack. Use quick attack to rush forward, and then use wing attack. Goo! Staravia vibrated its wings violently, and a bright white light was dragged behind its body. At the same time, its two wings spread out in a straight line and rushed towards Tyrannosaurus. Seeing this scene, King Liu laughed, knowing the disparity in strength. You still have the courage to take the initiative to attack. It's a very courageous act. The disparity in strength does not mean that there is no chance of winning, and since we haven't fought, who knows if there is really a disparity in strength? Reggie replied expressionlessly. Really? King Liu glanced at Staravia who had already rushed forward, and said to Tyrannosaurus, "Deal with it." Tyrannosaurus did not speak, nor did he pay attention to the attacking Staravia. He bent down and put King Liu on the ground, and then swung his huge tail, as if he was impatiently slapping the attacking mosquitoes, and slapped Staravia directly. With a muffled sound, the quick attack and wing attack used by Staravia, who was still rushing forward, did not work at all. In an instant, the general energy and flying energy were dispersed, and the body fell from the sky and finally fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he lost his ability to fight. Now you should believe what I said about the disparity in strength, right? Reggie looked at this scene, and his face suddenly became ugly. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 No one is a fool. Taking a deep breath, Reggie took out the second pokeball in his unconcealed anger. By barrel, prepare for battle. The pokeball opened, a flash of red light passed, and by barrel, still injured, appeared on the field, staring at the opponent with sharp eyes. At the same time, two completely different faint lights appeared on its hands, feet, and body, and it immediately looked at Reggie with some excitement. Characteristics: unstable mood. After entering the battle, one of the ability values increases sharply, and the other decreases sharply. Reggie glanced at By Barrel and said, "What's there to be happy about in a matter of luck?" By Barrel's mood suddenly fell. Quick attack, rush forward. By Barrel endured the intense pain caused by the injury, a white light lit up behind him, and his body instantly shot out like a cannonball, rushing towards Tyrannosaurus. Seeing By Barrel suddenly burst out with a speed far beyond what he had seen before, King Liu also recognized the bonus brought by the characteristics and said to himself, "Unstable mood plus quick attack, this speed is not bad." Then, just watching the distance between By Barrel and them shorten rapidly, neither King Liu nor Tyrannosaurus had any reaction, standing still. Reggie saw this scene of complete contempt, and even ignoring him, his face was full of anger, and he almost gritted his teeth and said, "Keep rushing forward, use headbutt with all your strength." Meta. By Barrel immediately straightened his body, and with the help of quick attack and the speed bonus of unstable mood, he rushed to Tyrannosaurus' chest in almost a moment and hit it directly. Bang! A crisp collision sounded. Tyrannosaurus was stunned for a moment, lowered his head in confusion and looked at By Barrel, whose head was already bulging. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his claws and slapped it directly away. By Barrel instantly fell on Staravia, who had already fallen to the ground, and fainted. "The second one, do you want to continue?" King Liu looked at Reggie and said calmly. Reggie's chest rose and fell rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he took out the third pokeball. A blue and purple one with hooks on its forelimbs and a white pincer at the tip of its tail. A scorpion-type Pokémon appeared in front of him. Race Scorpii. Classification: Scorpion Pokémon. Attributes: Poison, Bug. Features: Battle Armor, protected by hard armor, it will not be hit by attacks on vital parts. Level 17. Exclusive moves: None. Mastered moves: Poison Sting, Toxic Fang, Bite, Toxic Spikes, Rock Tomb, Endure. Race value 330, Health 40, Physical Attack 50, Defense 90, Special Attack 30, Special Defense 55, Speed 65. Intimacy 0. Status Normal. Information Summary: A Pokémon that lives on dry land and has very strong bite power. It can ambush prey all year round without eating or drinking. Both the tail and the claws contain toxic. Once the attack hits, it will never let go unless the opponent is poisoned and falls. Do you know that Tyrannosaurus has powerful fire and bug-type moves? A Yaga quickly scanned the data board and said. Reggie seemed not to hear and gave orders on his own. Scorpii, Rock Tomb. The heavy yellow energy of the rock type was brewing in front of Scorpi's two hook-shaped hands. Too slow. A Yaga glanced and said, Tyrannosaurus, Mega Flame. The next second, a huge fireball flew out, quickly passed through the distance in the middle of the field, and accurately hit Scorpii before Rock Tomb was fully formed. The scorching flames and the terrifying high temperature, the double attack made the bug-type Scorpii look extremely painful. His body was shaky, but he did not fall down completely, and even the movements of his hands did not stop at all. It was as if there was a strange force supporting it. Seeing this scene, A Yaga's eyes fell on Endure in Scorpi's move column, and his eyes gradually narrowed. The next second, more than 10 boulders mobilized by rock energy flew out and fell around Tyrannosaurus. And the originally spacious space became crowded in an instant. This exhausted all of Scorpi's physical strength, and even Endure could no longer hold on, and finally fainted from exhaustion. Seeing this, Reggie took back the 3 fallen Pokémon without any hesitation, and quickly threw out the 4th Pokeball, a Pokémon that was nearly 2 meters tall and in a purple dough state. Race Swalot. Classification Poison Pokémon. Attribute Poison. Feature Sludge, Pokémon that absorbs the physical strength of Swalot, which is protected by sludge, will be hurt by the stench. Level 20. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Sludge, Poison Gas, Acid Bomb, Fog, Giga Drain, Charge, Spray. Race value 467, Life 100, Attack 73, Defense 83, Special Attack 73, Special Defense 83, Speed 55. Intimacy 0. Status Normal. Information Summary: It has a very big mouth and can swallow anything that can fit in its mouth. Gastroacid is highly corrosive and is good at spitting out toxic gas acid to attack. Different from the previous 3 times, Reggie said quickly almost the moment the Pokeball was opened, use the turbid mist. Swalot began to inhale before landing, and after expanding his body into a big fat man, he spit out a cloud of black turbid mist towards Tyrannosaurus. Just by looking at the rich purple color in the mist, you can understand the toxicity contained in it. Tyrannosaurus, blow it back. Although Tyrannosaurus has no body that can expand, it has a huge body and strong lung capacity. It opened its bloody mouth and blew out a large airflow, blowing the turbid mist back. At this moment, in the turbid mist that was so turbid that nothing could be seen, a green energy tentacle flew out at an extremely tricky angle and rushed towards Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus instinctively wanted to dodge, but the huge rock that fell from the rock tomb beside it seriously hindered its speed. The tentacles were divided into 3 sections in the air and tightly wrapped around Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, it began to flash green light, like a pump to draw some huge energy from Tyrannosaurus, and continuously transmitted it back to Haze through the tentacles. This is Giga Drain. Ayaga looked at the tentacles that kept drawing away Tyrannosaurus's strength, and looked at Swalot, who was gradually showing up in Haze. At this moment, because it had absorbed enough physical strength, coupled with the charging moves combined with its own body structure, its size began to surge, breaking through 3 meters, and it was still expanding. A strong aura was also brewing invisibly. And Reggie, who was standing in Swalot, had returned to an expressionless look at this moment. He looked at Ayaga quietly, and the anger on his face disappeared, as if the look of extreme rage and frequent stupid moves under the beating just now had never appeared at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 68, Using the Tricks. Responding to King Liu's gaze, Reggie turned his head slightly, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Pokémon battles are not just about Pokémon, trainers are also a necessary part of it. With such an expression and such words, it was obvious that his previous performance was all a fake. So all your performances just now were to mislead me, to make me think that you were commanding the transformation under the crushing of your full strength. That's right. You have a clear mind. And you made a battle plan in such a short time. King Liu smiled and praised and clapped his hands, ignoring Tyrannosaurus, who was still absorbing his physical strength, and continued, using 2 Pokémon as cannon fodder and your own acting skills, I was paralyzed and careless. Then rely on the characteristics of Scorpi's hard armor and the tough will of the race, combined with the Endure move, to withstand a Mega Flame while using Rock Tomb to block Tyrannosaurus's evasive space, and finally use this Swalot that evolved in advance for some unknown reason to launch a counterattack. Relying on Swalot's own characteristics, combined with Mega Drain, absorb Tyrannosaurus' physical strength, and increase its size while having stronger combat power. If I'm not mistaken, you plan to use it to release a full-strength attack at the end, right? Reggie's expression became more serious when he heard King Liu clearly tell him his battle plan so quickly. It's okay that he reacted so quickly, but the key is, what does it mean to be so calm? Thinking of this, Reggie couldn't help but feel uneasy. You feel something is wrong when you see me say it so quickly and accurately? Then, have you ever thought that I knew your plan from the beginning? Hearing this, Reggie's expression suddenly became tense. Since the other party knew, why did he still cooperate with him? Did he have other powerful Pokémon as a trump card, or was there some trick? Reggie's eyes instantly fell on Swalot. Seeing that Giga Drain continued and Swalot's size continued to grow, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter why the other party took advantage of the situation, as long as Swalot was fine, he still had the strength to fight. Wait. A question suddenly flashed through Reggie's mind. Giga Drain has been going on for so long, why didn't the other party try to break free, and? Reggie's eyes fell on Tyrannosaurus. 3 Giga Drain's tentacles continued to absorb Tyrannosaurus's strength, but Tyrannosaurus, except for a slightly painful expression, there was no sign of weakness at all, just like a bottomless pit of abundant physical strength. How is it possible? Even the most powerful Pokémon has a limit to its physical strength, it's just a matter of more or less. As long as it is still a Pokémon, as long as it has not entered the category of legendary Pokémon, it is impossible to escape this law. But this scene that seriously deviates from logic did happen in front of us. While continuously absorbing physical strength, the opponent is still standing firmly. And because the source has not dried up, Swalot's size is still growing. At this time, the size has surpassed Tyrannosaurus, and it is still changing in a larger direction. But this has obviously exceeded the limit it can bear. No. It can't go on, otherwise it will get out of control. Swalot, cancel Giga Drain, and then use the spray attack. Hearing Reggie's order, Swalot immediately loosened the tentacles that tightly bound Tyrannosaurus and prepared to pull it back. But what Reggie didn't expect was that Tyrannosaurus, whose strength was drained, took the initiative to reach out and grab the tentacles, forcibly retaining it. How can you come and go as you please? If you can't eat it, just pack it up and take it away. Ayaga said with a smile. Sorry, as a Digimon, Tyrannosaurus, as long as he is not hungry. Both his moves and physical strength are close to unlimited. Before coming to this rocky mountain, it had just had a full meal. Tyrannosaurus continued to release physical strength and energy, actively supplying Swalot Giga Drain's tentacles. This made Swalot, which was already on the verge of saturation, expand its size again, and a terrifying breath of danger was born in its body. At this moment, Reggie's expression changed completely. Swalot, quickly cancel the energy supply of Giga Drain, and then use all your strength to spray. With such a huge body and energy, he still has the possibility of turning the tables as long as he successfully uses the moves. But what he didn't expect was that Swalot, who had never absorbed such a huge amount of energy, had already become seriously bloated. He had no way to digest it and had lost absolute control of his body at this moment. While he was adjusting and preparing to spray the moves, Tyrannosaurus had already rushed in front of him, and his tail covered with hideous blue lines hit Swalot's abdomen heavily, directly attacking his swollen body and shaking it. This sudden pain stimulated Swalot to retreat, but it also indirectly released some energy from the helping hand. Swalot raised his mouth and sprayed out a move to prepare quickly. But Tyrannosaurus was even faster than it. A violent dragon energy hit its belly again. Swalot was knocked out and his body began to shrink rapidly in the air. It wilted like a deflated balloon, and in the end it was even several times smaller than when it first appeared. It was less than 1 meter at a glance. And Reggie was also stunned by this sudden change. It was certain that the opponent was strong. He knew it from the beginning, but when his tactics were all detected by King Liu and he was defeated by King Liu, it was hard for him to accept it. You don't have any other Pokémon anymore, right? Aoki's voice sounded in his ears, and Reggie raised his head with a dull look. There was no reply, but the meaning was very clear. Swalot was his last trump card Pokémon. Since you lost, now, as the weakling you said was destined to be eliminated, can you apologize to my Tyrannosaurus and then go and shine yourself? Standing in the palm of Tyrannosaurus, King Liu said condescendingly. Hearing King Liu's words, Reggie's eyes gradually focused on King Liu. After staring at him for more than 10 seconds, his eyes turned to Tyrannosaurus. For him, who was extremely cold and ruthless to Pokémon, apologizing to a Pokémon was undoubtedly a naked humiliation. But he said it himself, and the opponent's strength was completely superior to his. If he broke his promise, it would be a complete slap in his face. After a long silence, Reggie's body trembled slightly and slowly bent down. I'm very sorry for what happened before. End of this chapter. Chapter 69 Blackmail? No reply, no response. Time passed in silence. Reggie kept apologizing, and his body and legs began to tremble slowly after being motionless for a long time. Greymon turned his head slightly and looked at King Liu, wanting to ask for his opinion. You want to be brave and righteous, I just help you achieve this opportunity, how to deal with him is what you need to consider. Greymon heard this and turned his head to look at Reggie again, activating his brain that had not been used for a long time. The reason was that his attitude towards Spy Barrel was very bad, which made people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. With a sense of justice, it naturally roared when it saw injustice. But now if it is really asked to deal with this kind of thing, it really doesn't know what to do. Let him go after apologizing? No, this would be a waste of its own and King Liu's time and energy. It heard King Liu occasionally mention, time is life, wasting time is tantamount to stealing money and killing. Qian, Sun, Free. Novel, Group. 9,50. 1, 8:0, 90, 9, Qian, Sun. Novel, Middle. Transfer, Group 8, 1, 4, 90, 3.7, 9,8. Then just kill him? It doesn't seem to be a fatal sin. After all, the other party wants to use itself, not King Liu who was hiding behind the stone at that time. Even if it involves itself, as long as King Liu is not affected, Tyrannosaurus feels that everything still has room for maneuver, which is also what it has always thought. So what should be done now? If it is King Liu, how will he deal with this matter? For the first time, Tyrannosaurus fell into real thinking. King Liu, who was standing aside, was a little surprised to see this scene, but now he had to interrupt. If Tyrannosaurus continued to think, things would not go on. Cough cough cough. King Liu coughed twice. Hearing the noise, Tyrannosaurus locked his eyes on King Liu's face. After spending some time together, he probably understood the meaning of King Liu's micro-expression. Tyrannosaurus stretched out his claws and pinched Reggie, holding him firmly in his palm. The next second, the flames in his mouth began to condense, and a huge fireball appeared. Sizzle! The sound of the blazing flames sounded, and Reggie, who had just bowed to apologize, froze. He originally thought that the matter would be over after he apologized, but now it seems that the other Pokémon wants to kill him directly. He couldn't help but tense up his body and looked at Tyrannosaurus in front of him with rapid breathing. When Reggie saw the murderous intent in the other's eyes, he couldn't bear it anymore. As the move that almost killed Staravia with one blow before, Reggie knew clearly that if it was used on him at close range, there would be no possibility of running away even if he wanted to, not to mention that he was caught in his hand now. His Pokémon had just lost their fighting power and had no ability to resist. He quickly thought about various possibilities of escape, and found that none of them were possible. In despair, Reggie trembled all over and closed his eyes, unwillingly forced to face death. However, what the heart has determined does not mean that the body can accept it. Reggie felt that his whole body was sweating uncontrollably, and soon his clothes were soaked, and then quickly evaporated by the scorching flames next to him. In this endless cycle of torture, the imagined attack did not fall. Reggie opened his eyes and saw King Liu's teasing eyes. After forcibly suppressing the shaking of his body, he asked, "Are you humiliating me?" "Humiliation? You may not be worthy." King Liu shook his head calmly, I just wonder if killing you can make up for the time I lost. Reggie was silent and did not dare to answer casually. Although King Liu did not take action, the feeling that he could be easily killed still lingered in his body. Answer wrong, you will die. After thinking for half a minute, Reggie raised his head and said quickly, what do you want? It's worry-free to communicate with smart people. Besides, you can rest assured that I don't want much. King Liu was very satisfied with Reggie's reply. He smiled and nodded and said, poke blocks made of various qualities and tree fruits, moo milk of good quality, poke balls with different functions, various books about ancient civilizations in the Pokemon world, and various skill learning machines for Pokemon to learn moves. Reggie's eyes twitched involuntarily. Poke balls, moo milk, books and the like are not too expensive even if they are of better quality. The price of poke blocks made of various tree fruits is barely acceptable except for a small part, but the move learning machine, this thing can no longer be described as ordinary expensive. After all, various is a prerequisite without range restrictions. Who knows how much he wants? Your request is no different from blackmail. I didn't, you just took the initiative to ask for compensation for my lost time, and you won't lose, right? King Liu said lightly. Reggie was silent, took a few deep breaths to suppress his still trembling body, and nodded in agreement. I need time to prepare. Okay, I'll give you 1 day, and I want to see something here after 1 day. Hearing this, Reggie couldn't help but ask, aren't you afraid that I will run away if you don't come with me? Don't worry, since I dare to do this, you can't run away. Reggie didn't reply, and prepared to leave after Tyrannosaurus released him. Wait. Are you going to regret it? Reggie turned around and asked. King Liu still had a faint smile on his face and said, leave all your Pokemon behind and go back alone. You should know that it won't work if you want to threaten me with these guys or use them as collateral. King Liu didn't continue the topic and said, 1 minute has passed. You have 23 hours, 58 minutes, 59 seconds. 58 seconds. 57 seconds left. Please don't waste your precious preparation time. Reggie then put down the 4 Pokeballs and left silently. Looking at his receding back, King Liu's smile gradually brightened. Tyrannosaurus, who saw this scene nearby, couldn't help but ask, Yagi, is it really okay to let him go like this? What if he goes back to get reinforcements? If the reinforcements are too weak, they will just be sent to the enemy. If he can get strong reinforcements, he won't be like that. Besides, Reggie is a very smart person and will know what kind of smart approach is. Reggie? Yagi, do you know his name? How can I not know? From the moment he heard his voice and saw his face before, Yagi began to recall whether it was someone familiar like Candace. Originally, he just wanted to help Tyrannosaurus at first. If the other party was unrepentant, Yagi didn't mind just throwing him away. But just when he defeated the Onyx tribe and was chasing them, Yagi suddenly remembered who this familiar person was. Veilstone City, by Beryl, brown hair, cold trainer. Combined with several key pieces of information, it points to the most successful rival created in the history of the entire Pokemon anime, Paul. Of course, Paul at this time might still be a little kid, so the one who appeared here might be his brother, Reggie. End of this chapter. Chapter 70 Reasons and Plans. At first, King Liu only had a vague feeling because the Reggie in his impression and the Reggie who appeared now gave him the feeling of being two completely different people. But when he suddenly remembered that Reggie once said that Paul, who was Ash's rival, looked exactly like him when he was a child, the feeling turned into speculation. But even so, King Liu had not completely connected the two together. It was not until he saw that Swalot finally used Giga Drain that King Liu finally confirmed it. As for the reason, it was because Reggie's fighting style was too similar to Paul's, or to be more precise, Paul was most likely mimics childhood Reggie. In memory, in Sinnoh Champion when Champion first appeared, Paul challenged her in public. The disparity in level and strength between the two sides made Paul choose a tactic at the beginning. That is to sacrifice several Pokémon to trick Cynthia's Garchomp into using Giga Impact, a powerful move that makes it immobile for a short time after use, and then send out his Earl Dervish Pokémon, Torterra, which is also the strongest in comprehensive strength, to use Giga Drain, absorb physical strength and then counterattack, trying to defeat Garchomp. But Champion's main force is nothing but meat, with abundant physical strength, and it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. In the end, Paul suffered a miserable defeat. He used the same routine as Reggie and experienced the same failure. One lost to himself, and the other lost to Cynthia. It was from this time that King Liu came up with the righteous act of fishing law enforcement, reforming young people while getting some benefits for himself. After all, he is no longer the middle school boy who thought about killing, hacking, and slashing all day long. A qualified adult should think about how to gain greater benefits when facing the same thing. After all, even if he can control his size, Tyrannosaurus is still a mega glutton. If he doesn't make more preparations, he will not be able to afford the food expenses sooner or later. What's more, he can help the Pokémon world cultivate a trainer with normal values, so why not do it? If King Liu remembers correctly, Reggie and Paul's family run a breeding house. In such an environment, let alone things like Pokeballs, Pokeblocks definitely have abundant reserves, and the most important thing, the move learning machine, must also exist. From the beginning of the challenge to the Lost Tower, as the floors got higher and higher, King Liu discovered a problem. At that time, although Agumon's physical fitness and physical strength crushed Pokémon of similar levels, and his combat power was absolutely superior when he was full, his moves had a narrow range of attacks. Even if he learned a move like Small Blast at that time, it only changed the power of the move. This situation became more obvious when fighting with Cynthia. Facing Cynthia Spiritom's Nightshade and Shadow Sneak combination skills, as well as the number of moves such as Nasty Plot, Spite, and Psychic, Greymon can only rely on a single firepower to cover the attack. If he hadn't had the confidence to let Agumon evolve into Greymon at that time, it would really be uncertain who would win or lose. And this time he has evolution as a trump card, so what about next time? Will he be able to evolve so coincidentally next time? The answer is no. If he encounters an opponent and Pokémon with the same combat power, and the opponent suppresses Greymon from the attributes with multiple moves and sufficient attack range, Greymon will have no way to fight back. Because of the similar combat power and the restrained attributes, if Tyrannosaurus's 3 fire axes are useless, the final failure is inevitable. This is the advantage brought by the attributes of Pokémon World, but also a disadvantage. If you want to solve this problem, you must learn moves to expand the attack surface. Besides, it is a bit inexplicably exciting to think about using Battle Twister while stacking Swords Dance and Dragon Dance in the future. The ultimate bonus of Swords Dance and Dragon Dance, the power of Battle Twister and Dragon Beast Nemesis, the lethality will definitely reach a terrifying level. And there are many similar moves. So from then on, King Liu wanted to buy some skill discs for Pokémon to learn moves. However, when I was in Salation Town, I didn't have time to carefully select. I was in a hurry at that time. Now I ran to the rock mountain outside Veilstone City. I didn't have any time to buy and try. Besides, the 140,000 Alliance coins left on me couldn't buy a few practical or powerful skill discs. Just when King Liu didn't know what to do, the savior Reggie appeared. Next, we just need to wait for him to deliver the things. King Liu stretched and leaned against a boulder that could block the wind and sand. But King Liu, although I don't know what the conditions you offer are, I feel that his attitude towards Pokémon is very unreliable. Greymon said while picking up 4 Pokeballs on the ground. Don't worry, although his attitude towards Pokémon is not good now, it is not that bad from the perspective of human nature. The fact that he can change from this indifferent appearance to the future enthusiastic and respectful person in charge of the breeding house is the best proof of Reggie's nature. And this is not a special case. This happened again to his younger brother Paul. Originally, he was extremely indifferent to Pokemon and didn't care about Pokemon at all. State, Paul, who adheres to the military iron-blooded training, slowly began to be influenced and changed after meeting Ash. During the final battle of the Lily of the Valley Conference, facing the defeated Electivire, Paul said words of comfort to Pokemon for the first time, and also recognized that Chimchar, who went to Ash's hands, had an amazing improvement in strength. When Ash was about to have a peak battle with the 8 Masters, Paul also specially used the main Pokemon of the 3 opponents he cultivated, helping hand Ash, for targeted training. When they parted at the end, the once indifferent Paul came all the way to Oak Institute to study, and told Ash that his future goal was to become a teaching and educating gym trainer. Such people may have problems in many aspects, but it must be admitted that their nature can still be saved. Just like the words engraved on the random ruins, all life will meet other life and produce something. Paul met Ash, Ash met Paul, and bonds was born. Even the 2 brothers Reggie and Paul, who have not been trained yet, have deep respect for the strong. The brothers were beaten by Brandon and corrected by Brandon. As long as they really lost the battle, Reggie would definitely try his best to meet his demands. Not to mention that he was holding his life as a bargaining chip. The next day, early in the morning, Ayaga took Tyrannosaurus and the other 4 Pokemon to get up early for training. After running around 5 rocks for several laps to warm up, Tyrannosaurus suddenly stood up and his eyes became sharp. The 4 Pokemon next to him seemed to have sensed something more or less, and their expressions became focused and looked not far away. Ayaga, the guy from yesterday is here. Ayaga nodded, but before he could say anything, Tyrannosaurus spoke again. Not only him, there are also humans and Pokemon around him. Hearing this, Ayaga frowned, and then asked Tyrannosaurus to collect the 4 Pokemon. When he was about to use the holy plan to control Tyrannosaurus's size to prepare for emergencies, a Machamp carrying a huge sack appeared. Then, Reggie and a middle-aged man who looked very wealthy and had an 80% similar appearance walked through the wind and sand and saw Ayaga. Before Ayaga could react, the middle-aged man walked quickly and crawled down to the ground. "I'm very sorry, my son has caused you trouble." End of this chapter. Chapter 71 Mature but not fully mature. In such a scene, even with Reggie's personality, he seemed to be embarrassed by what was happening in front of him, and tilted his head to look to the other side. King Leo looked at the middle-aged man lying in front of him, then turned to look at Reggie, trying to get some information from him. This look was quickly caught by the middle-aged man, who stood up from the ground, grabbed Reggie's neck and pressed him to the ground. "Why are you standing there like an idiot? If you did something wrong, hurry up and apologize to others." After saying that, the middle-aged man directly pressed Reggie into a posture of sitting down. "I have heard about the incident from Reggie, and I am deeply sorry for the trouble I have caused you." The middle-aged man apologized again in a very sincere tone. Although it is a traditional art, King Leo still recognizes this attitude. Of course, one thing is one thing, and the time loss fee that should be collected should still be collected. King Leo looked at him quietly, then looked at Reggie next to him, and said, "He has already apologized to the person he should apologize to, just give me the things I need to prepare." "Of course." The middle-aged man stood up and waved behind him, saying, "Machamp, carry it over here." Machamp, who had 4 thick arms and a body as strong as a bulk-up champion, came over with a huge sack that was level with his head and put it on the ground. "According to your requirements, all the poke blocks made from the most common and popular tree fruits, as well as 3 mainstream Moo Moo milk processed by Multank, various styles of poke balls, and 3 best-selling books have been prepared." The middle-aged man opened the sack, took out the items one by one and handed them to King Leo for inspection. "In addition, I have put all the move learning machines you requested in it." Following the guidance of the middle-aged man, King Liu saw that at the bottom of the sack, he could see a large number of move learning machines at a glance. So many! King Liu was a little surprised. Originally, I thought that having 40 or 50 would be great, but now it seems that it has far exceeded my psychological expectations. In order to show our sincere apology to you, we brought all the storage at home and all the things we can collect at present. If you think it is not enough, please give me some more time to prepare. At least I can get some. King Liu looked at the densely packed move learning machines and asked, how many are there now? A total of 86. Then there is no need. The remaining ones are not a big deal. King Liu waved his hand and said. In all the current generations, there are a total of 919 moves in the Pokemon world. Excluding some special exclusive moves, there are even fewer common moves that can be learned by the move learning machine, only 171. What is in front of us now is close to half of the total number of all move learning machines. It can be said that all the more common moves in the Pokemon world are probably already here. With such a large number of blessings, the value of this sack will probably soar at an unimaginable speed in an instant. In addition to the move learning machine, King Liu also found something, a Pokemon egg placed on the egg sack in a glass cover. The egg body presents a clear and beautiful blue color, and in the middle of the egg, there are clusters of white clusters, giving people a feeling of looking up and seeing a clear blue sky dotted with white clouds in summer. What does this mean? King Liu looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man heard this, first glanced at Reggie, then sighed and said. Because I am usually busy running the business of the breeding house at home, I neglected to discipline my two sons, and their mother died prematurely due to illness. This time it has caused you a lot of trouble before. I will definitely discipline him strictly and correct his attitude. In addition, this egg, which is very good from the perspective of a breeder, is given to you as an extra compensation. At the end, the middle-aged man bowed again, please accept it. Seeing that the other party would not get up if he did not accept it, King Liu was silent for a few seconds. Since the other party came to this place, King Liu noticed that the other party's eyes would look at Tyrannosaurus from time to time, but he was very restrained and did not look at him rudely, but more focused on himself. Even he had to admit that their father, who was completely different from Reggie Paul, not only knew how to do business, but also knew how to be a person. From the long-term perspective of a businessman, he also knew more about operations such as investment and showing goodwill. The most important thing is to have enough courage. A move learning machine that is half of the Pokemon world, and a Pokemon egg that looks good at first glance, even if it is sold at a discount, it is a huge amount of money. And now, all of them are given to me as an apology. So, what do you want with so many things? King Liu asked slowly. This is just a necessary apology, how can there be any requirements? The middle-aged man replied immediately. Until King Liu did not reply, he whispered, I just have a very small request, I hope you can agree. Go ahead. I heard from Reggie that when he saw your Pokemon before, it was very huge. It must have left the juvenile stage and entered the period of maturity in all aspects, right? Seeing that the other party did have some ideas about Tyrannosaurus, but this idea seemed to be obviously different from what he thought, King Liu couldn't help but frowned. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man immediately apologized and said, don't worry, I don't have any intention of getting involved in your Pokemon. This is not in line with my original intention of building a breeding house. I just want to ask. If, when it reaches the age of normal needs in the future, can it give priority to my breeding house? Don't worry, I will carefully prepare a suitable and excellent partner for it, and ensure that it will not have any regrets in its future life. King Liu. When Tyrannosaurus heard that it was being discussed, it immediately looked at King Liu with a puzzled expression, but it obviously did not understand what it meant. It seems that even if it has entered the mature stage, it does not mean that the whole body, including the brain, has matured. Mature, but not fully mature. Maybe there will be changes when it reaches the complete stage? It's too early for it now. If there is a real need in the future, I will consider it, but before that, you have to keep its identity confidential. After receiving King Liu's promise, the middle-aged man nodded happily, and then took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. The Curtain Cultivation House, person in charge USI, contact number XXXXXX. By the way, I was busy talking and didn't ask for your name. King Liu. Then Mr. King Liu, we won't bother you. These things are left here for you. If you need them, you can contact me at any time. Seeing Reggie pulling Reggie, who had been silent and just watching quietly, away, Tyrannosaurus came over and asked in confusion, King Liu, what does the human just say about needs, partners, and what life means? End of this chapter. Chapter 72 About eggs about you. King Liu turned his head and looked at Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus looked up at King Liu in confusion. As the two looked at each other, the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Do you really want to know? Feeling the seriousness in King Liu's words, Tyrannosaurus's expression also became serious. Is this serious? From a human perspective, it is still quite serious and requires careful decision-making. Hearing this, Tyrannosaurus asked hurriedly, what about from the perspective of Pokemon or Digimon? I have studied it carefully, but from my understanding, it should be very simple and casual, and it will start when the time comes. If that's the case, then tell me. Looking at Tyrannosaurus, who looked like he had prepared himself mentally, King Liu couldn't help but feel a sense of evil in his heart, and said, put your ears close to me, and I'll tell you in detail. Young and naive, Tyrannosaurus came close immediately. 1 minute later. Ah! King Liu! How can you promise such a thing for me? I was only born a few months ago, I'm not an adult yet. You have evolved into the mature stage, it's almost done, do you want to evolve into the perfect body? Of course, the mature stage is only the maturity of the body, and the perfect body is called the perfect body because the body and mind are fully developed. I'm not a perfect body now, so it's impossible for me to do such a thing. That has to be based on reality. If you evolve to a perfect form and are more than 10 meters tall, not to mention your weight, how many Pokemon in the world are bigger than you and can match you? In fact, it's a good idea to try it now since you are not that big yet. Otherwise there will be no one to match you in the future. King Liu said seriously. King Liu. Greymon protested loudly, causing King Liu to laugh. Okay, I'm just kidding you. We'll talk about reproduction later. If you let your bloodline bloom everywhere now, and others find out that your bloodline is different, we might be caught and sliced? For research. Even if Tyrannosaurus has a certain combat power now, it is not enough at a better level. Before Cynthia adds an identity to Tyrannosaurus, it is still necessary to pay attention. As for whether USI and Reggie will leak it, King Liu is not very worried. After all, if more people know about it, it will definitely not be his turn to pass on the family line and cultivate new species of Pokemon in the future. He should be clear about what is more important. After watching Tyrannosaurus's slightly red face gradually return to normal, King Liu looked at the huge sack next to him. Pokeball, Pokeblocks, etc. had been checked before, and now he was more concerned about the Pokemon egg. During the period after crossing, King Liu and Tyrannosaurus also encountered a lot of Pokemon, including Pokemon in random ruins, Lost Tower, and in the wild. But unknown has no value to him now. Pokemon such as Ghastly and Misdreavus in the Lost Tower have all been captured. As for the wild, the qualifications are uneven. The only one that has value for cultivation is a Skarmory. But at that time, he and Tyrannosaurus were both full and the whole family was not hungry, so he didn't have enough energy and food to cultivate a wild Pokemon. When he had a certain amount of money, it seemed that he had no time. But now, everything seems to have changed. King Liu took out the incubator containing the Pokemon egg from the bag and gently placed it on the ground. Just like what we saw before, the blue shell is matched with the cloud state pattern, and the whole egg looks very comfortable. King Liu, is this thing the same as the Digimon egg? The calm Tyrannosaurus beside him came over and looked at the egg and asked. Yes, but unlike Digimon who will turn back into eggs when they die, the death of Pokemon is real death, and the rebirth is also real rebirth, a brand new life. Aoki explained slowly. Greymon looked at the egg quietly, with a little more curiosity and a hint of expectation in his eyes. Aoki suddenly thought of a question and asked, by the way, Greymon, if I capture Shell Smash after it is born, will you mind? Greymon was stunned. Why would you mind? Whether it is human or other creatures with high IQ, if a third party suddenly appears between the partners they spend their days and nights with, the original two-person combination will feel jealous because of the impossible balance of power, and finally evolve into an irreconcilable contradiction. Hearing Aoki's words, Greymon fell into a long period of deep thought. After so long that Aoki felt that Greymon might really do this, Greymon suddenly said, Aoki, I understand what you mean. Understand? Understand what? There is a third party between the two-person group, this is the cheating you mentioned before. Greymon said confidently. King Liu hit the head of Greymon with a headshot, but it was covered with a shell and did not cause any damage. When did you learn to joke? Greymon scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then said, King Liu, will you focus on it and ignore me just because a new companion suddenly appeared? No. Then, will the relationship between us change? No. Will the new companion protect you when I am not around and face some unknown dangers? Yes. If that's the case, I am very happy about the arrival of the new companion, because, from that moment on, there will be one more protect your power. Greymon said seriously, and Ayaga listened quietly. Looking at the intimacy that has reached 80 on the panel, Ayaga's mood became heavy. Perhaps it's not just Ash and Paul who meet each other, but he also meets Greymon, just as Greymon also meets himself. Bonds, such an intangible thing, makes Ayaga feel the weight. He can also indirectly feel the pain in his heart when Taiki becomes an adult, facing the disappearance of Agumon and the completely petrified sacred plan. Greymon doesn't know what Ayaga is thinking, but after expressing his feelings, he sets his eyes on the Pokemon egg in front of him. Ayaga, do you know what kind of Pokemon is in this egg? Greymon asked curiously. After hearing the question from Greymon, King Liu calmed down and turned his attention back to the egg. Although the pattern on the egg can often be used to identify the type of Pokemon inside, there are many eggs with the same pattern, and it is not easy to accurately know the type information. However, this kind of exploration work is a small problem for the panel. King Liu immediately called up the panel and aimed at the Pokemon egg in front of him. P.S. Chapter 73 Dragon Trader. Pokemon egg detected, identification in progress. Confirmed, information as follows. As rows of blue characters quickly jumped in front of his eyes, a Pokédex-like panel with information about the egg appeared in front of King Liu. Race Swablu. Classification Cotton Bird Pokemon. Attribute General, Flying. Feature regardless of weather, any weather effect on it will disappear. Level 0. Exclusive moves none. Mastered moves none. Race value 310, HP 45, Attack 40, Defense 60, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 75, Speed 50. Intimacy 0. Status Unborn, Shell Smash Time, 3 days later. Information Summary: it is sky blue in color, and its feathers are like white clouds. It is not easy to be discovered when flying in the air. Therefore, it is extremely clean. When it sees something dirty, it will wipe it clean until it is satisfied. For some reason, it likes to lie on the top of a human's head and disguise itself as a hat. I thought it was Azurill, but it turned out to be Swablu. Looking at the feedback on the Pokédex, King Liu was a little surprised. Looking at the blue and white stripes on the eggshell, the first thing that came to mind was the Dragon Slayer Meryl, who was muscular, had the characteristics of a strongman, and beat up a group of dragon Pokémon. Dervish form Azuril. It turns out that it was not the Dragon Slayer who came, but a dragon trader? This is somewhat dramatic. Compared to the Dragon Slayer Meryl, once Swablu's evolution Altaria Mega Evolution, it will theoretically become a Pokémon with both dragon and fairy attributes, and has up to 4 times the restraint on the same type of dragon Pokémon, a true dragon killer. Wait. Thinking of this, King Liu suddenly noticed a problem. According to the current process, Greymon will eventually become Battle Greymon. And Battle Greymon has Dragon Beast Nemesis, which is already a very famous dragon-killing machine, and now there is a Mega Altaria. At this moment, King Liu mourned for a few seconds for all the dragon trainers, dragon gym masters, 4 dragon elites, and a certain dragon champion. It's better not to meet me in the future, otherwise I will really be beaten to doubt my life. However, this is all for the future. After confirming the identity of the egg and the specific hatching time, King Liu explained it to Tyrannosaurus, and at the same time, his favor towards Reggie's father increased a lot. Such an egg is not cheap, but it is still given to him together with the pile of things in the sack. If you really want to breed and lay eggs in the future, you can give it priority. King Liu, what are you talking about? Ah, nothing, let's take a look at these moves and prepare to start a new training. King Liu looked through all the Pokémon move learning machines and began to select the appropriate ones. Tyrannosaurus' current attributes are Dragon and Fire, and King Liu prioritizes Dragon moves. Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dance, Double Chop. Dragon Claw is inevitable. Claws are one of the most core combat weapons of Tyrannosaurus, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, and Battle Tyrannosaurus, and related moves are indispensable. Dragon Tail is available now and in the Machine Tyrannosaurus stage. Needless to say, Dragon Dance is a very deterrent and practical buff stacking move for dragons. As long as it is still a dragon, it is necessary to learn it. Some dragon-type Pokémon do not know this move, and were even removed from the dragon category and became pseudo-dragons. However, compared to the previous 3, King Liu is most concerned about the double slash, which uses the hard part of the body to hit others and cause 2 stages of damage. As someone who has seen Giovanni fight Red, Nidoqueen is the one who used his tail to perform double kick. King Liu has a more divergent mindset. The claws, head, horns, tail, and even the parts of the body that can be used as weapons of Tyrannosaurus can all be used to launch attacks. In terms of fire-type moves, because it already has 2 powerful attack methods, Mega Flame and Mega Blast, in the end only Fire Fang and Fire Punch were picked out. As for more attributes and more possible combinations of moves, King Liu is not in a hurry. Regarding the training of moves, what needs to be done in the first stage now is to summarize the experience according to the degree of training and mastery of Tyrannosaurus. At the foot of a rocky mountain in the suburbs of Veilstone City, Tyrannosaurus looks forward with a focused expression, and the aura of a ferocious beast on his body is restrained, as if he is a real stone sculpture and motionless. Maintain your current state of mind, and at the same time recall the feeling of mobilizing flames when using Mega Flame and Mega Blast, and then transfer this energy to your claws, just like using sharp claws. This is the second day of training. In addition to being familiar with the basic principles of the moves, it is to let Tyrannosaurus find the feeling by himself. In terms of using moves, Tyrannosaurus still has a lot of experience. After all, as long as he is full, he can carry out fire coverage attacks, and the number is only more. Perhaps it is for this reason, or because it is similar to the use of sharp claws. Tyrannosaurus learns fire moves very quickly. At some point, a breeze blew, bringing gravel and fine sand on the ground to wander around. The next second, Tyrannosaurus also moved. It took a big step forward, raised its arms, and red fire energy lingered on its claws, bringing bursts of orange flames dancing in the air. After Fire Punch, the same fire energy appeared behind the teeth in Tyrannosaurus's bloody mouth, biting hard at the air. Bang! The huge bite force and the touch of fire energy exploded, making a dull sound. Well done, next is Dragon Claw. As King Liu finished speaking, Tyrannosaurus dissipated the red fire energy and switched to dark blue dragon energy, slapping it hard on his body. But before he could slap it, the dragon energy on the claws suddenly dissipated and flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Continue, use Dragon Tail. Tyrannosaurus once again began to gather energy to learn, but just like before, it was only half successful and ended before he could launch an attack. The same was true for the following Dragon Tail and Dragon Dance. The only thing that King Liu didn't expect was that Tyrannosaurus actually mastered the last two consecutive slashes very well, and even came from behind and was almost equal to the progress of the fire moves. Sure enough, compared to other moves, the difficulty of dragon-type moves is much higher, but in addition to the built-in Tyrannosaurus charge, there is finally another dragon-type move that can be used. Although the power of the double slash is only 40, it can reach 60 with the characteristics of Tyrannosaurus, and the two-attack combo is also very suitable for Tyrannosaurus. Although Tyrannosaurus is a big guy, it does not mean that it is not flexible. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 Training, Improvement, Search. The third day. King Liu watched Tyrannosaurus training with sweat pouring down his face while taking notes on the moves. The fourth day. Under the high-intensity training of almost waking up and practicing, combined with the assistance of some poke blocks with matching attributes, Fire Fang and Fire Punch, Tyrannosaurus have almost completely mastered them, and the fluency of the double slash has also been greatly improved, but the other three dragon-type moves are still stagnant. The fourth day, evening. Double Chop, Fire Punch, Fire Fang, Sharp Claw, use in a cycle. Under King Liu's command, Tyrannosaurus began to conduct intensive training, with dragon energy and fire energy constantly alternating, and bursts of air-breaking sounds rang in his ears. As the other three moves progressed slowly, King Liu simply let Tyrannosaurus focus on the three moves that had reached a certain level of proficiency. At the same time, he also planned to relax the training of related moves to see if Tyrannosaurus could find some ideas later. However, from the current point of view, it seems that the effect is not very good. Logically speaking, Tyrannosaurus is now a very pure dinosaur bloodline, plus the bug setting stolen from Lance/Crossing, it is impossible for it to be like those pseudo-dragons who can't learn some dragon moves, so what caused this situation now? Or is it that training alone is limited to improving oneself, and a little external force is needed to try to break through? King Liu didn't know, but he thought he could try it. Thinking of this, King Liu looked at Tyrannosaurus quietly for a while. Then looked further away. Then he turned around and said to Tyrannosaurus, "Okay, let's stop here for the training, let's change places." Hey! Tyrannosaurus stopped, a little confused, but quickly came to sit next to King Liu. King Liu raised his hand and threw 3 poke blocks, fed them to Tyrannosaurus, and said, "Next, let's go to the mountain opposite to find a suitable Pokemon to fight against." Can it work? Yaga shook his head and said, "I don't know if it can work, but I know that if we continue like this, we may be stuck for a long time. The small blasting moves can be deduced by knowing some basic usage methods, but Pokemon moves are too many and too complicated. Even if there are skill disc demonstrations, it is still too difficult to evolve from a Digimon who knows nothing to a Digimon who is proficient in Pokemon moves. Let's go directly when you feel your strength has recovered." After packing the luggage, King Liu sat directly on the palm of Tyrannosaurus' left hand, and its other hand was holding the sack containing all the things. "This thing is really too heavy, King Liu can't hold it at all, no wonder I asked Macam to be responsible for carrying it that day." A week later. The sun gradually moved westward, and the fiery red sunset fell on the ground. The yellow mountain and the ground of the rocky mountain were also dyed red by this obvious color. The fusion of the two looks a different kind of beauty. Boom! 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 The huge body of Tyrannosaurus fully exposed was stepping on the sand and running in the rocky mountain. King Liu, where is the next one? The huge voice of Tyrannosaurus sounded in his ears. King Liu opened the panel and looked around. As the Pokédex information was displayed on the panel, he finally pointed to the left front and said, "There are 2 onyx about 100 meters in that direction." As King Liu finished speaking, Tyrannosaurus instantly adjusted its direction and rushed straight to the location King Liu pointed to. The huge body ran without concealment, shaking the ground with a dull sound. Soon, King Liu and Tyrannosaurus arrived at the location just mentioned. This is a cave, and there are still very obvious traces of Pokémon activities inside, but at this moment, there is no Pokémon figure. King Liu. It has run far away. King Liu looked at the Pokédex information on the panel lock on getting farther and farther away, until it was about to exceed the exploration range of the panel. King Liu shook his head helplessly. Why do I feel that this kind of thing has happened once before? It seems so, but I feel that the Pokémon in Salation Town have a problem with their temperament. They not faster than anyone else every time they agree to a battle, and I always leave fruit and poke blocks after the fight, but they just want to hide from us. The Pokémon in these rocky mountains shouldn't be so stingy, right? It's hard to say. After a short silence, the man and the dragon set off to the next location. As expected, almost when King Liu's panel detected their position, it began to show that their distance was gradually increasing. What's more, King Liu and Tyrannosaurus just took a look from a distance, and then disappeared with their families, leaving empty caves. Why did they all run away when they saw us? Tyrannosaurus said with some annoyance. I think it's probably because you have been too heavy-handed recently. So no one wants to fight you. King Liu thought for a moment and said seriously. Ah? Didn't you tell me not to hold back and fight with all my strength to hone my moves? Then you can't be so hard. That's true, but I feel that I'm almost there, and I can't control it. As Tyrannosaurus said this, the deep blue dragon energy quickly wrapped around its tail, and it slapped the ground with it in dissatisfaction. Agumon was slightly relieved when he saw this. This week, they have walked through most of the nearby Rocky Mountain areas. At the same time, they have also completed all the challenges along the way. With the helping hand on the panel, Agumon directly selected Pokémon with a similar level to Tyrannosaurus, preferably one that is still at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. This can prolong the battle time between Tyrannosaurus and the opponent, integrate the moves that have been mastered, and practice the moves that are still in a half-baked state. Thanks to the huge number of battles and enough poke blocks in the sack, Tyrannosaurus finally got Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, and Dragon on the 4th, 5th, and 7th days of this week, respectively. Dance. However, it is only limited to the stage of being able to use it, but it is very awkward. If you want to use it skillfully in battle, you still need a certain amount of time and training. I originally thought about playing a few more games next time, but now it seems that it is a bit impossible. Okay, let's go find that Machoke directly. King Liu sighed slowly. Hearing this, Tyrannosaurus was stunned for a moment and asked, "Are you sure?" As the only one that has not been scared by Tyrannosaurus recently and can still fight back, Machoke is the strongest Pokémon in Rock Mountain, and its level has reached 25. Because of its physical talent, it has great strength. Even if it is against Tyrannosaurus, it is not much inferior. Under normal circumstances, King Liu does not want to fight with it. After all, there are only 2 states of size, daily and combat. One is too small and has no strength in combat, and the other is too big, and it is always beaten because of its size. But now there is no opponent. If you want to improve, you have to go. Sure, now except for it, I guess other Pokémon will run away when they see us. Okay. The man and the dragon then quickly moved towards the highest mountain in the Rocky Mountains. But after arriving, what King Liu didn't expect was that the powerful Machoke was being beaten by another Pokemon. It was a dog-shaped Pokemon that stood up. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 Lucario. It has a thin upper body and a strong lower body. 2 oracle-like appendages extend from behind its erect ears. Its hair is blue and black, and its torso is milky white. There is a cone-shaped spike on its chest and the back of its hands. Although it is in the form of a dog, it looks majestic. I can actually see this kind of Pokemon here. King Liu looked at the Pokemon with a very familiar appearance below with some surprise. King Liu, do you know it? Tyrannosaurus looked at the 2 little guys below and asked in confusion. Of course I know it. It's a very famous guy, and I think we have found a better sparring partner than Machoke. King Liu then opened the panel, and the information was quickly displayed in front of him. Race Lucario. Classification Aura Pokemon. Attributes Fighting. Steel. Features Psychic, possessing a tough spirit honed through unremitting training, will not shrink from the opponent's attack, and can resist even the intimidation feature. Level 23. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Aura Bullet, Copycat, Rock Smash, Metal Claw, Vacuum Wave, Force Palm. Race value 525, Health 70, Attack 110, Defense 70, Special Attack 115, Special Defense 70, Speed 90. Intimacy 0. Status Normal. Information Summary Lucario has the ability to listen and detect aura. Within 1 kilometer of hone, it can read the opponent's emotions, actions, and language through the aura emitted by creatures. Whenever the appendage behind the ear floats, it means that it has begun to actively use aura, a powerful force that can easily penetrate boulders. Lucario. I didn't see it when I was patrolling nearby before, which means it came recently, and it looks like a martial artist. King Liu quietly looked at Lucario, who was fighting with Machoke at the bottom of the rock mountain, and whispered to himself. Even with the power of aura, Lucario theoretically couldn't have any advantage against Machoke, who was covered with Macamp. In addition, the slight lag in level increased the disadvantage. But even so, Lucario also suppressed Machoke in an uncharacteristic way. It didn't rely on strength or aura, but skills. Ayaga could clearly see that every time it attacked, it tried to avoid direct conflict with Machoke's attack while moving, and instead used its flexible body and aura's perception ability to predict and dodge. Basically, Lucario could dodge 9.5 times out of 10 attacks from Machoke, and the remaining half was because Lucario actively chose to attack. This high level of reaction and fighting skills is in sharp contrast to the native barbarian Machoke. It is obvious that this Lucario is very likely to have received professional fighting training, and it is very likely to have a trainer. King Liu quickly found the opponent. A female trainer wearing a training suit, with short pink hair and a very petite figure. She was directing Lucario to fight. The next second, she suddenly waved her hands, clasped her hands on the right side of her waist, and made a move that looked like Kamehameha. In the field, Lucario also made the same move at the same time. Aura Bullet. King Liu said softly. A pure blue energy bullet quickly condensed between Lucario's claws and fired at Machoke, which had already rushed to the front. Bang! With a muffled sound, the aura bullet exploded after hitting, stirring up a cloud of smoke and directly blasting Machoke back one after another. Seeing that Machoke was injured, the petite girl immediately threw a poke ball. The ball hit Machoke's head accurately and pulled it in directly. After shaking several times, the girl picked up the poke ball very happily. When she was about to celebrate with Lucario, she found that Lucario was looking up and staring at the distance with a serious expression. Lucario, what's wrong? Ah! Following Lucario's gaze, the girl narrowed her eyes and looked at the top of the rock mountain opposite. Did you find it? Seeing that the girl and Lucario were looking at their location, King Liu was a little surprised. Aura is really useful. Seeing that Lucario was approaching quickly, King Liu pondered for a moment, and did not take back Tyrannosaurus, but used the divine plan to compress the data. Control Tyrannosaurus to its normal size, and then waited quietly. Soon, Lucario took advantage of the power of the top of the adjacent rock mountain and jumped to the place where King Liu was. This relatively flat area. Ah! Lucario let out a low roar, his eyes scanning back and forth between Ayagi and Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus took a step forward and stood in front of Ayagi, staring at Lucario with his scarlet eyes without fear. Lucario, wait a minute. Before the atmosphere escalated, the panting voice of the pink-haired girl came over. The girl then climbed to the top of the mountain, took a deep breath to suppress her rapid breathing, looked at Ayagi and said, "I'm sorry, Lucario came here without permission because he felt someone nearby. Did I scare you?" "It's okay." Ayagi smiled and replied. "My name is Maylene, and it's Lucario." The pink-haired girl took the initiative to introduce herself. Ayagi narrowed her eyes slightly. No wonder she has a relatively rare Pokémon like Lucario, and also has obvious systematic training in fighting skills. It turns out that she is a gym trainer of the future Curtain Gym. As both are fighting girls, and both have Lucario as their main force, King Liu used to be looking forward to a peak showdown between Maylene and Corny, a Pokémon versus Pokémon, and a trainer versus a trainer. "My name is King Liu, and it's Tyrannosaurus." After a brief self-introduction, Maylene's eyes fell on Tyrannosaurus. Or rather, she has been paying attention to it since she got here. "I've never seen this Pokémon before. Did it come from another region?" Maylene asked curiously. "Yes, it came from the very remote Faroe Island." "Faroe Island? I don't think I've ever heard of it." Maylene looked at Lucario awkwardly, and Lucario shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. As if she felt that such a conversation was a bit awkward, Maylene changed the subject and asked, "Lucario and I happened to pass by here today and encountered the Machoke with good potential, so we captured it." "Ayagi, are you here to capture that Machoke?" Because this area is the territory of Machoke, there are no other Pokémon, and Ayagi appeared here and did not look lost, so Maylene habitually classified him as coming here to capture Machoke. Ayagi thought for a while and said slowly, "We are not here to capture Machoke." Maylene was relieved when she heard this half-sentence. If they were all for the purpose of capturing Machoke, then she would not only take the lead but also take the initiative to mention this matter, which would definitely make the atmosphere more awkward. However, the second half of Ayagi's words immediately made the stone that had just fallen in her heart float up again. "But I did come for it." "Come for it, what do you mean?" "Because Tyrannosaurus training has reached a bottleneck, I want to try to find a breakthrough opportunity in this powerful Machoke." Hearing this, Maylene immediately became energetic, and the stone in her heart fell again, and she quickly said, "What kind of training? I can ask Machoke to help." After that, Maylene took out Machoke's Pokeball and was about to open it. "No, I think I have found a better training target now." Ayagi looked at Lucario on the side and said slowly. End of this chapter. Chapter 76 Training? Fighting. You mean Lucario? Maylene asked in surprise. Yes. Choosing Machoke as a fighting target before was a choice without choice. Because the core of training moves is grappling, rather than trying to kill the opponent in the shortest time like in normal fighting, Tyrannosaurus with such a huge body will definitely suffer a lot of unnecessary injuries when entangled with Machoke. And Machoke's fighting style itself relies on its own brute force, which is completely incomparable to Lucario, who is obviously more flexible and changeable. Under the same conditions, King Liu will naturally choose the better one. Seeing King Liu nod, Maylene became a little hesitant. Is it inconvenient? King Liu asked curiously. No. Maylene turned her head to look at Lucario, and Lucario felt her gaze and immediately turned his head away with disdain. Maylene sighed and said, "It's only a small problem to ask Lucario for help, but Lucario and I are both impatient and get more excited in battle. If we get too excited and forget that we are training, we might hurt your Pokémon by accident." At this point, Maylene felt that this would make the atmosphere awkward, so she waved her hand and said, "Ah, sorry. I didn't mean that, I thought it was something else. You said these are just small problems." Seeing Maylene's embarrassment, King Liu smiled and shook his head and said, "Just treat it as a real battle. Just come over, don't worry about anything else." "That's what I said, but..." "Don't worry, if I feel the situation is not right, I will take the initiative to stop." Maylene heard King Liu say this, hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. It would definitely be bad to refuse again, so in this case, I had to try my best to let Lucario restrain himself. Then here. "Okay, let's start directly." Then Tyrannosaurus and Lucario distanced themselves, and Ayagi and Maylene stood in the corners, trying to make room on the top of the mountain. Ayagi did not choose to put Tyrannosaurus into combat mode, because it was too big, and would not be helpful for training moves, and would become a burden. Although the daily state is not as strong as the combat state, it is smaller and more flexible, and can also improve the combat experience more intuitively, which is a great help for training with Pokémon of Lucario's size. "Lucario, don't get too involved, remember that you are helping Ayagi and Tyrannosaurus with training." Faced with Maylene's call, Lucario glanced at it calmly, and his red vertical pupils fell on Tyrannosaurus, who was almost as tall as him. Because its trainer exercises every day and the peers he meets are not too strong, he subconsciously thinks that the other party is weak, but Lucario doesn't think so. It can feel a very strong breath from the aura that the other party inadvertently emits. Although this feeling and breath come inexplicably, as the spokesperson of aura, Lucario always believes in the power of aura. The guy opposite is very strong. We must go all out. Then, you will attack first. Ayagi said to Maylene on the opposite side. The next moment, before Maylene could give any order, Lucario's strong hind legs kicked violently, and his body rushed out at high speed. Maylene was stunned when she saw this scene, and hurriedly shouted, "Lucario, this is a move training, what are you doing?" Ignoring his trainer, Lucario had already come in front of Tyrannosaurus, and at the same time raised his right claw. With brown energy lingering on it, and stabbed directly at Tyrannosaurus' chest. Fighting type move Rock Smash. Seeing Lucario's movements clearly, Ayagi quickly said, "No need to hide, just fire punch head on." Fire energy covered Tyrannosaurus' claws, carrying a hot breath, and evaded the incoming Rock Smash attack without bias, and blasted directly towards Lucario's chest, as if to exchange injury for injury. Maylene obviously didn't expect King Liu's fighting style to be so direct, but the damage caused by the fire moves to Lucario, who has the steel attribute, will definitely exceed the damage caused by Lucario to the opponent, so she immediately asked Lucario to dodge. Without Maylene's words, Lucario had already taken the initiative to dodge. He could feel that this attack was absolutely powerful from the aura emitted by the opposite side. Even if the fire energy was removed, it would probably not be easy. Thinking of this, Lucario's body suddenly fell to the ground, but the arm that had cancelled the Rock Smash attack had already supported the ground in advance while falling. With the fulcrum, Lucario's body drew a large half-arc close to the ground, avoiding the fire while Punch was attacking. His legs directly kicked Tyrannosaurus's arm that was defending. The distance between the two Pokémon was widened again. It's so difficult to perform such a difficult move while attacking. If Tyrannosaurus was not in its smaller daily form, it would have been hit by Lucario's sudden conversion attack. However, thinking of this, King Liu smiled faintly and said softly, "I made the right choice. This is the way to be a future gym trainer of the fighting gym." Lucario on the other side also landed steadily on the ground. Maylene on the opposite side also found that the situation seemed different from what she thought. Lucario was obviously sprinting at full speed just now, and the sudden switch of attack was actually blocked by the opponent. Such a reaction is definitely not something that ordinary trainers and Pokémon can do. Ah! Lucario turned his head and looked at Maylene, an aura was released invisibly. Maylene understood the meaning conveyed by aura, the opponent is very strong, don't hold back, fight with all your strength. In addition to what King Liu said before, just attack without worrying, Maylene, who felt that she had made a joke, blushed with embarrassment. I was afraid of hurting others, but it turned out that they were also very strong. But the embarrassment only lasted for a short time. Maylene quickly adjusted her state, and her eyes became sharp at this time. In this case, then fight with all your strength. Lucario, use Aura Bullet. Maylene made a Kamehameha gesture, and Lucario made the same move synchronously, condensing a blue Aura Bullet and shooting it at Tyrannosaurus. Dragon Tail, hit it back directly. Ayaga still chose to fight head-on, which was also the best way to practice his moves. The blue-green energy covered Tyrannosaurus' tail covered with proof lines, and it was directly aimed at the Aura Bullet. Bang! The energy collided violently in an instant, and the advancing Aura Bullet was blocked. But the imagined direct withdrawal did not happen. On the contrary, Dragon Tail disappeared as if it had suddenly lost its energy supply, and Tyrannosaurus had to lower its body to avoid the attack of the Aura Bullet. At this time, Lucario had crossed the distance in the middle and came in front of Tyrannosaurus. Lucario, Force Palm. End of this chapter. Chapter 77, use your weakness to attack the enemy's strength. Force Palm, a fighting technique, accumulates power in the palm and attacks with shock waves at the moment of contact, sometimes paralyzing the opponent. In layman's terms, it is a Wing Chun inch punch with special effects. At close range, the damage is very considerable. At this time, Tyrannosaurus had just squatted down and had no room to dodge. Seeing that Lucario's claws had already stabbed in front of him, Tyrannosaurus chose to lower his head and use his head to meet the attack. As for the reason? 2 words, stubborn. Maylene was also surprised by this operation for a moment. Although the bones of the head are hard, they are generally classified as weak points. Hitting the body and arms may only cause injuries, but hitting the head with force palm may directly end the battle. But since it is the opponent's choice, Maylene will still not give up this good opportunity and command Lucario to attack with all her strength. The next second, Lucario the Black Claw staggered 3 horns and hit Tyrannosaurus heavily on the top of his head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the force palm shock wave exploded instantly, knocking Tyrannosaurus back more than 10 meters, and he stood up after rolling. But this was already incredible to Maylene. Lucario's full-strength inch force hit the head but didn't end the battle in one hit, and it even looked like he was not injured. Then, I have to change the attack plan next time. Lucario, use vacuum wave. Ah! Lucario roared in a low voice, but did not make any movement. Instead, he swung his arm slightly and took the initiative to pull away a little. Maylene, who was resonating with aura, looked at Lucario's arm that had just used force palm and was trembling slightly, and there was a trace of pain in her expression. What's going on? Sorry, Tyrannosaurus's head is hard, and ordinary attacks are useless. Ayaga took the initiative to explain, and then said to Tyrannosaurus, pay attention to its body movements. You should have seen it before. Compared with strength, this Lucario is stronger in skills. When attacking it in close combat, the skills in Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw must also keep up with the rhythm. Tyrannosaurus believed in Ayaga's instructions, but he was still worried about the failure of Dragon Tail just now. What if it fails again? Isn't this the original intention of coming here? Ayaga smiled and said, Tyrannosaurus, no one will always succeed, everyone will fail, but you must have the courage to face failure. You only need to remember one thing all the time. What is it? I am the strongest. Greymon was stunned, grinned, and then charged. The dark blue dragon energy covered the claws of Greymon and extended them out, turning into a huge dragon claw. However, before Greymon got close to Lucario, the energy claw slowly dissipated, but Greymon's steps forward did not stop at all. The dragon energy was once again concentrated on the tail and swung out heavily. But like Dragon Claw, the energy dissipated before the attack smacked down. Greymon was not surprised at all, and directly showed his claws and used 2 consecutive slashes to counter Lucario's metal claw. Ding! Ding! The thin and dense sound of metal clashing rang out in the field. And Greymon and Lucario a frantic attack began, with claws and figures becoming increasingly blurred as time passed silently. But it was the first time that Tyrannosaurus fought in his normal form, and in order to achieve the best effect, Ayaga directly gave up moves that suppressed Lucario's attributes, such as Mega Flame and Mega Blast, and even Fire Fang and Fire Punch were not allowed to be used by Tyrannosaurus unless it was absolutely necessary. Maylene's Lucario did not have so many concerns. He was originally inclined to physical attack, and gradually gained an advantage with his combat skills and flexible body movements, and this advantage was constantly expanding. This can be seen from the obvious increase in the frequency of Tyrannosaurus being attacked, but King Liu has no intention of calling a halt or using other advantages that he had given up before to pull the situation back. This is training moves, winning or not is not that important. And most importantly, King Liu found that Tyrannosaurus's dragon-type moves seemed to have changed a little bit in the constant beating. Although Dragon Dance has not made any progress, Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw, which originally lasted less than 1 second, have broken through to 1 second in the battle that has lasted for nearly half an hour, and are beginning to move towards a longer duration. Lucario, Force Palm. Maylene's voice sounded, and Lucario dodged the sweep of Tyrannosaurus' claws by turning sideways, and stabbed Tyrannosaurus directly on the shoulder when falling to the ground. The violent shock wave broke out, shaking Tyrannosaurus' body uncontrollably to the left. The intense pain stimulated Tyrannosaurus, arousing the hidden anger in his body, and his originally scarlet eyes instantly became extremely fierce. Although the Tyrannosaurus living in the Folder continent are not violent, it does not mean that they are not fierce in their bones. Bang! With an explosion, Lucario was slammed into the ground by Tyrannosaurus' tail, raising a cloud of dust. But soon, a figure rushed out from the dust, and his body retreated continuously, pulling away and returning to Maylene. "You've learned very well, but it's a pity." Ayaga smiled helplessly and shook his head. It's a good progress to be able to learn Lucario's fighting skills and use moves to counter at the same time, but the only flaw is that the Dragon Tail attack failed in the end. Otherwise, this attack would not cause much damage to Lucario, but at least it would not be so easily pulled away like now. But Ayaga is already very satisfied with this. Because he has been observing the duration of Tyrannosaurus dragon-type moves, he silently counted and saw that the time of the previous Dragon Tail had skipped 1 second to nearly 1.5 seconds. If this continues, it may not be long before he can improve again. Ayaga was about to let Tyrannosaurus start to fight closely, and Lucario was not to be outdone. The dragon and the dog started another long-lasting crazy fight. But even though Tyrannosaurus had made obvious progress, his unskilled moves, unsuitable form, and Lucario's fighting skills, which had obviously been honed for a long time, were not something Tyrannosaurus could match in a short time. The fight almost ended with Tyrannosaurus being beaten continuously. But Tyrannosaurus itself was resistant to beatings, and with enough physical support, Ayaga was not worried. What really worried him was that the dragon-type moves, which had made some progress in the previous half an hour, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire in the next hour or so, with no signs of improvement. It was like entering a dead end when learning dragon-type moves at the beginning. Something was wrong. After another half an hour of fighting, Lucario was panting, and Tyrannosaurus was covered with scars. Bang! After another counterattack, Lucario seized the opportunity to knock him away, and Tyrannosaurus Rex launched another charge under Ayaga's command. But Lucario, who had been very active in attacking, did not move at this time, and Maylene did not react at all. Then, she slowly raised her hand and signaled a pause. At the same time, she said, "Take a break first, Lucario's energy consumption is very high. And, I seem to have discovered the reason why Tyrannosaurus Rex's moves have such a high failure rate." End of this chapter. Chapter 78 Unknown Reasons. Hearing this, Ayaga stopped immediately. Maylene slowly walked over, stood in front of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and after thinking for a moment, she said to Tyrannosaurus Rex, "Please use Dragon Tail again." Greymon turned his head to look at Ayaga, and as Ayaga nodded, Greymon moved back a distance, and the dark blue energy condensed, lashing the ground heavily. Almost at the moment when the tail just touched the ground and the energy had not yet exploded, the dragon energy dissipated, leaving only the pure power of Greymon's tail hitting the ground. "Use Dragon Claw again." Greymon raised his arm and waved his claws in the air, but like Dragon Tail, it failed after a short time. After watching the two drills, Maylene turned to Lucario said, "Lucario, did you feel it?" "Ah." Lucario nodded affirmatively. Only then did Ayaga notice that the appendage behind Lucario's ear had floated up, and a faint blue force enveloped it. The power of aura. "I didn't notice it during the previous battle, until just now when Tyrannosaurus obviously had emotional fluctuations in his attack. I felt it through Lucario's aura," Maylene said, turning around and looking at Ayaga. "Generally speaking, the use of moves is to stimulate the energy of the corresponding attributes in the body to produce moves. This is the most common and basic way in public cognition. But there are exceptions, such as Lucario's aura bullet, which is driven by the power of aura. The stronger the aura power, the stronger the aura bullet, and this situation seems to apply to Tyrannosaurus as well." "You mean, the reason why Tyrannosaurus can't use dragon-type moves smoothly is because it doesn't mobilize the regular dragon-type energy, but something else, and it is because this is too weak that it can't be used normally?" King Liu asked. Maylene nodded and said, "There are too many special abilities in the Pokémon world. I can't feel what it is specifically, but I can be sure that it is definitely related to it, and if this problem is not solved, it will be very difficult to improve normally." King Liu fell into deep thought after hearing this. Maylene and Lucario aura's power could not feel the unconventional dragon energy that was different from aura. He probably had a guess in his mind. After getting along for a while, King Liu did not find that he had any special abilities such as Viridian power and psychic, and Agumon did not have any either. Everything looked ordinary. But there is one thing worth noting, that is, Agumon is not a real Pokémon in essence, but a Digimon. Although Digimon and Pokémon also fight by gathering and stimulating energy, they are both Cola. Pepsi is always Pepsi, and Coca-Cola is always Coca-Cola. There is a very obvious difference between the two. But why is Fire Punch and Fire Fang, and Double Chop obviously took the same amount of time to learn, but why is the progress so fast? In fact, except for Double Chop, which is not very proficient, the others are almost easy to use? Is it because of the excessive frequency of use that it has slowly merged with the energy of this world? Or is it because of something else that Tyrannosaurus has some unknown reaction? But if this is the case, why can Double Chop, a dragon-type move, improve, but Dragon Tail and Dragon Claw have no obvious improvement? King Liu simply processed his thoughts and told Maylene. Maylene frowned and thought for a while, then shook her head, and Lucario next to her also shook his head. "My personal practice is still too shallow, and I have never seen such a situation. I was able to discover this problem with the help of Lucario's aura," Maylene said a little embarrassedly, and Lucario next to her suddenly glared at her, and a faint aura was transmitted to her. Maylene, who received the information, knocked her right hand on her left hand, and suddenly realized, "Yes, why didn't I think of it?" Lucario snorted disdainfully and turned his head away. Maylene was a little embarrassed by Lucario's attitude. She turned around and said to King Liu, although Lucario and I don't know the specific situation, there is one person who definitely knows, and maybe he has a solution. Who? My father, the gym trainer of Veilstone City Veilstone Gym. Ayaga had no impression of the person Ali mentioned. In the animation, when Ash challenged Veilstone Gym, Maylene had taken over the gym for half a year. Her father, the former gym trainer, did not show up, and it was unknown what kind of person he was. But since there is no other way to solve the problem now, it seems that we can only go and visit. If it is convenient, I hope Miss Maylene can help me introduce it. If I can solve the problem of Tyrannosaurus, I will thank you very much. King Liu bowed and said. Seeing King Liu's sudden formal attitude, Maylene immediately waved her hand and said, I just met my father to ask a few questions, it's not that serious, it's just. Halfway through, Maylene scratched her face with her fingers in embarrassment and said, my father is always not in the gym, and I often don't see him. The last time I saw him was a week ago. King Liu couldn't help but ask curiously, who is in charge of the gym now? When I'm here, it's me, and when I'm not here, some of my senior brothers are in charge. Hearing this, King Liu couldn't help but be speechless. Fantina from Homeland Gym is keen on traveling, and Maylene's father from Curtain Gym disappeared directly. If I remember correctly, or the father and son leaders of Berg City and Canalave City are as obsessed with digging stones as the champion of Hone. And the strongest gym trainer of Suni Shore Gym, Denji, who looks like the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, also gave up the battle and indulged in scientific transformation of the future. He threw the badge directly at the door of the gym to receive it. Most of the 8 mainstream gyms were just playing soy sauce. And King Liu was a little worried about the future of the Sinnoh Alliance. But now there is no other way, just to try your luck. Just when King Liu was about to let Maylene take him to try it, Lucario next to him looked at Maylene again, and a message was conveyed. Maylene's expression changed twice and asked, do you know? Lucario nodded, and then looked at Tyrannosaurus with a sharp and fighting look. What is this? King Liu asked in confusion. Maylene then explained, Lucario said it knows where my father has been staying and can take us to find him, but there is a condition. What condition? It wants to fight Tyrannosaurus again, and use all its strength. P.S. Chapter 79 vs Lucario, 200 monthly tickets plus more. Okay, no problem. This is not a request, King Liu naturally agreed, and then asked Tyrannosaurus to prepare for the battle. But Lucario stood between King Liu and Tyrannosaurus. Ah! King Liu instinctively glanced at Tyrannosaurus, and then looked at Maylene with a questioning look. Maylene quickly translated, it just said that it would fight with all its strength, and it also said that Aura felt that Tyrannosaurus's fighting power was temporarily restricted by something, and it hoped to fight with the unlimited Tyrannosaurus. King Liu's expression became more serious. As expected, the abilities that can be used to make a movie are all troublesome things. It can actually sense that Tyrannosaurus has been compressed by the holy plan. Do you really want to fight with the unrestrained Tyrannosaurus? Ayaga looked at Lucario and asked. Lucario nodded. Even if the gap in strength is huge and the battle will end in a short time, do you still want to stick to your current idea? Lucario nodded again without hesitation. Ayaga didn't say anything more when he saw this. If you want to solve the problem that Tyrannosaurus's dragon-type moves are stuck in a bottleneck, you can only rely on Maylene's father. Then it is only a matter of time before Tyrannosaurus and his body size problems are exposed. In this case, it is better to show it directly and generously than to be hesitant. Then take a break and start after you recover. Maylene and Lucario had no objection to Ayaga's proposal. After spraying the healing spray and eating poke blocks, they began to meditate to adjust their status. While Ayaga was treating and restoring Tyrannosaurus in the same way, he said, "Don't worry too much about the next battle, just fight as you should." Tyrannosaurus glanced at the other side's Lucario and Maylene. Through the training just now, it also learned some small skills of hand-to-hand combat, and also understood that it would need the other side's helping hand next, so it couldn't help asking, "Don't you need to hold back?" Ayaga shook his head and said, "Both Maylene and Lucario are quite straightforward. If you really hold back, they will definitely be more unhappy." "I see, going all out in battle is the best respect for the other party." Ayaga couldn't help but glance at Tyrannosaurus. "You seem to be saying these things one after another recently." "Hehe, I also need to improve." Tyrannosaurus smiled and touched his head. "It seems that you have almost recovered, and the other side is ready, let's start." Tyrannosaurus immediately stood up and came to the open area in the middle of the mountain top, and stood a few steps back from where he stood at the beginning of the training. Lucario came to the same position as before. Seeing this, King Leo shouted to Lucario, "Move back a little, too close." "Too close?" Maylene and Lucario were a little confused and didn't understand what King Leo meant. But soon, they understood. A burst of white light lit up, and the size of Tyrannosaurus, which was originally the same height as Lucario, began to double at a terrifying speed. Then, they saw a huge monster with a height of more than 5 meters standing in front of them, with scarlet eyes staring at them. "What is this?" Maylene was shocked. It's not that she had never seen such a big Pokémon before, but it was the first time she saw such a sudden change in size. No wonder King Leo said something so inexplicable just now, moving a little bit, if you stand too close, you might be crushed. Compared to Maylene's shock, Lucario's expression fell into an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. What it felt from Tyrannosaurus before made it aura, who was fighting seriously, had undergone earth-shaking changes in this short period of time, and the drastic change in size. It directly turned into a sense of oppression in Lucario's aura induction. And it was right in the middle of this sense of oppression. "Ah!" Lucario let out a low roar to break the sense of oppression in his heart, and at the same time expressed his intention to fight. Maylene immediately gave an order, "Lucario, aura bullet." The blue aura bullet was fired, and Lucario immediately followed and charged. Dragon Tail hit back. As Ayaga's voice fell, Tyrannosaurus turned his body, and the dark blue energy wrapped his tail, aiming at the aura bullet and whipping it directly. It was the same scene as before. Without any accident, the dragon energy disappeared, leaving only the pure physical strength of Tyrannosaurus. But the difference is that now Tyrannosaurus has returned to the combat form, its true form, and the huge power contained in its huge body directly hit back with the aura bullet. What a terrifying power! As a fighting trainer, Maylene naturally knew how much power was needed to knock away the aura bullet, but the opponent did it easily, but she would not sit still and wait for death. Vacuum wave! Lucario raised his arm and punched the air in front of him while running. The invisible fist wind brought gusts of air to Tyrannosaurus. Taking advantage of the moment when Tyrannosaurus's vision was disturbed by the air flow, Lucario raised his claws with a metallic luster and was about to attack. "Tyrannosaurus, Mega Flame!" Ayaga's voice had just fallen. The next second, Tyrannosaurus suddenly opened its bloody mouth and a huge fireball sprayed out. Before it got close enough, Lucario already felt a hot breath coming. And because it was rushing too far forward, there was no room to dodge at all. "Don't think it's over." From the feeling when Tyrannosaurus used Fire Punch before, Maylene had already deduced that Tyrannosaurus was likely to master a powerful fire-type move that could restrain the steel-type Lucario, so she had kept it in reserve. "Lucario, use Copycat." General-type transformation moves can mimic the moves used by the opponent, and then use the same moves to fight back. All Lucario needs to do is to use a fire-type move, not to offset the attack, but to explode as much as possible. With such a large body, Tyrannosaurus will definitely be affected by the energy of the explosion when the moves are used face-to-face. Using the opponent's weapons to attack the opponent is definitely the most unexpected tactic. After the explosion, Lucario's flexible body and speed will be used to fully erode Tyrannosaurus' physical strength. Even though the size and strength are far apart, Maylene still feels that she has a certain chance of winning. Maylene has been planning this since she saw the size of Tyrannosaurus, but the plan can never keep up with the changes. She was surprised to find that Lucario used Copycat, but there was no sign of flames around, as if it had failed. Then, a huge fireball fell, and Copycat failed. Lucario, who was not prepared, was instantly engulfed by the flames and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. How could it be? It was clearly used afterward, how could it fail? Maylene was full of doubts. Ayaga could only express regret for this. If you, a Pokémon, could really mimic the exclusive moves of Tyrannosaurus, it would be too outrageous. Thank you for the 100-point reward from Muyu's Fish Head. Thank you for the 100-point reward from Bookfriend 202212260300188826. Thank you for the 100-point reward from the noob who doesn't understand literature. Thank you for the 100-point reward from Bookfriend 202005130001240011. Thank you for the 100-point reward from Bookfriend 1611281939462001. Thank you for the 200-point reward from QQ's 3-part world, and the 588-point reward from Visual Impact. It's hard for me to find the reward from QQ reading, sorry if I didn't see it. If possible, I hope everyone can support the new book period on Kidian, thank you. In addition, I can't stand it anymore, I'm too sleepy, I woke up and updated. End of this chapter. Chapter 80 Maylene's father. However, he was killed in one move, which seems a bit unfriendly. Although he did let Tyrannosaurus fight with all his strength just now, King Liu didn't think that the battle could be resolved so easily. But he couldn't blame himself or Tyrannosaurus. Seeing Maylene let Lucario approach so directly, he subconsciously thought that Maylene would have some preparations or plans, but he didn't expect it to be Copycat. And Copycat happened to be Mega Flame. If it was a move of other Pokémon, the success rate would be very high. I can only say that I was really unlucky to meet Tyrannosaurus and myself. I just hope that I won't lose my spirit all at once. After all, I had the upper hand during training, and the gap of being killed in a one-on-one battle brought a big blow. King Liu looked at Lucario treated Maylene's injuries and walked over slowly. Before he approached, Maylene heard the noise and turned her head. She looked at the towering Tyrannosaurus with a calm look in her eyes. She was not discouraged, but full of admiration and helplessness. Before, when Lucario said that he felt that Tyrannosaurus's aura was very strong and wanted to fight it with all his strength, I was still wondering what the level would be. I didn't expect it to be so powerful, and the battle ended in an instant. Lucario also woke up at this time, looking at King Liu and Tyrannosaurus with eyes full of admiration for the strong. Seeing that they were not hit, King Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, squatting down to help treat Lucario's injuries with healing spray. Thanks to his good physical fitness, Lucario quickly recovered his basic mobility, and King Liu also learned the location of Maylene's father from it. Curtain Game City. Before King Liu thought about the specific problem, Maylene, who also learned the information, suddenly repeated loudly with uncontrollable anger. A man in his 30s or 40s, still a gym trainer, is nowhere to be seen in the gym every day, but he actually went to the game city to play games. He had promised me last time that he would never go there again, this old man. Maylene gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, making a crisp click-click-click sound between her fingers. Lucario, who had not paid much attention to Maylene, saw this scene and chose to remain silent, turning his head to look away. Anyway, let's go and take a look. The time Lucario said should be a few days ago. Your father may have returned to the gym by now. King Liu comforted. Don't think about it, he is definitely still there. Maylene breathed heavily. As a daughter, she naturally knew what her father looked like. Let's go. Catch him in the act. After saying that, she jumped directly from the open space on the top of the mountain, jumped onto the tilted body of the rock, and swooped down to the foot of the mountain. Ayaga looked at this completely different face and this cliff-jumping operation, and was surprised by the change of character. Then he let Tyrannosaurus in combat state grab himself and Lucario with one hand, and grab the huge sack sent by USI with the other hand, and jumped down from the top of the rock mountain like Maylene. Veilstone City, a city carved out of a steep mountain. The city is surrounded by mountains and boulders, and the terrain is extremely steep, but the overall economy is very good. The Veilstone department store, one of the two largest shopping malls in Sinnoh region, is located here, and the Veilstone Game City is located near the department store. Looking at the colorful lights flashing on the big screen at the entrance of the Game City from time to time, and the very familiar game sounds, Ayaga couldn't help but think of the days when he secretly used the learning machine to play games when he was a child. At that time, he would start playing as long as he had time, and no problem could stop his love of learning, of course, except for the parents who came to catch him after discovering that he was playing games. And now, this situation seems to be reversed in front of him. Maylene walked to the entrance of the Game City and stood there. After a few seconds of silence, she said to Lucario next to her, "Lucario, check if he is still inside." Lucario immediately closed his eyes, and the appendage behind his ear gradually floated up. The light blue aura power covered the Game City with Lucario as the starting point. Soon, Lucario opened his eyes and nodded to Maylene. Maylene took a deep breath, clenched her fists and walked in. In order to avoid any murder scene, King Liu deposited the sack in the storage area next to him, and followed Lucario in quickly. As for Tyrannosaurus, its appearance was too special and conspicuous. After entering the city, King Liu took it back into the poke ball. In the Game City, King Liu walked around while looking around. Just like the game halls in my childhood, most of them were fishing machines, level-breaking games, single-player fighting, slot machines, and other things. The only difference is that the patterns, characters, and target characters in these game items are all Pokémon. The fishing machine uses aquatic Pokémon such as Magikarp and Corphish, and the options for clearance and single combat are a group of fighting Pokémon. There are also various Pokémon patterns on the slot machine. Overall, there is some novelty, but not much. Maylene also found her father quickly. A middle-aged man wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, light-colored shorts, slippers, and a disheveled face sat in front of the game, quickly controlling the joystick and looking at the game screen with full concentration. The moment she saw the other party, Maylene's footwork gradually accelerated while clenching her fists, aiming and punching the middle-aged man directly. Seeing the fist quickly approaching, King Liu couldn't help but be moved by the scene of the father's kindness and filial piety, but the middle-aged man in front of the game console seemed to have predicted it, and spread his palm to receive the punch. "Maylene, how can you be so heavy-handed to your father?" The middle-aged man didn't look back. Blockine did not remove his attacking hand, and chose to continue the operation with one hand. "I don't have an irresponsible father like you." Maylene retracted her fist and punched again. The middle-aged man had to put down the game and dodged while saying, "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Your strength is comparable to your mother's. It hurts too much to hit people. I was born to hit you." After that, the two began to chase around the game consoles in front of them. King Liu stood by and watched the scene quietly. Seeing the image and words and deeds of Maylene's father, King Liu doubted what Maylene had said before, that he could solve the problem of Tyrannosaurus's stagnant progress, but now it seems that being able to easily deal with Maylene's fists and feet attacks is at least not as simple as it seems. Maybe, he really has a way. Thinking of this, King Liu took a step forward and blocked the middle-aged man's retreat, forcing him to be hit hard by Maylene's punch on the back. He gasped in pain, his facial expression twisted violently, and his eyes fell on King Liu, saying in an extremely dissatisfied tone, "Little devil! What are you doing?" End of this chapter. Chapter 81. Another Lucario. My name is King Liu. Hey! The middle-aged man grinned and spit out a dissatisfied upward tone, then said, "Who asked you to introduce yourself? I mean, you blocked my way and left me with nowhere to hide, understand?" "I understand. I understand. I'm glad you understand. You hurt me, it's not too much to pay me some medical expenses, right?" King Liu replied calmly, "It's not too much." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at King Liu when he heard it. It seemed that he didn't expect King Liu to be so sensible, and a smile appeared on his face immediately. "That's good to know. Since you are so sincere, I won't blackmail you. Just give me 10,000 alliance coins. You don't need to pay for other mental damages." As he was talking, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and glanced behind him. At some point, Maylene had already taken a horse stance, and a fist that was charged at her waist instantly exerted force and hit the middle-aged man's waist directly. The speed was so fast and the force was so great that there was even a sound of the fist passing through the air. The middle-aged man was immediately shocked and quickly fell to the side to avoid it, but at this moment Maylene's fist had already arrived. Suddenly, a red light flashed, and a figure appeared where the middle-aged man had just stood, stretching out his arm to gently block Maylene's attack. Seeing another dog-type Pokémon standing up in front of him, King Liu said to himself, "Is it Lucario again?" However, unlike Maylene's Lucario, the new one is already over the average height of 1.2 meters, and even the size is a whole circle larger. It is the plus version of Maylene's Lucario. The most important thing is that this Lucario gave King Liu a unique feeling after it appeared. Maylene obviously knew this Lucario, and after seeing it, she stopped attacking it and said, "Lucario, you also saw it. He usually doesn't take care of the gym. I brought people to ask him for help, but he actually blackmailed others. But you can't just act like you want to beat him to death." A slightly ethereal and gentle voice sounded directly in the minds of everyone present. King Liu hesitated for a moment before reacting. The power of aura. This Lucario can actually use the power of aura to directly transmit sound to his consciousness? Ayaga had only seen such an example in the Lucario in the movie. Thinking of this, Ayaga opened the panel. Race Lucario. Classification Aura Pokémon. Attributes Fighting, Steel. Features Psychic, possessing a tough spirit honed through unremitting training, will not shrink from the opponent's attack, and can resist even the Intimidation feature. Level 48. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Aura Bullet, Rock Smash, Metal Claw, Reversal, Counter, Bone Club Smash, Swords Dance, Meteor Mash, Vacuum Wave, Force Palm, Dragon Pulse. Race value 525, Health 70, Attack 110, Defense 70, Special Attack 115, Special Defense 70, Speed 90. Intimacy 10, Gentle by nature. Status Normal. Information Summary XXXX. Level 48. This is the first Pokémon of such a high level that King Liu has seen since coming to this world. You know, even Cynthia's Gabite is only level 30 now, and Maylene's father actually has a Lucario with a very strong level and aura power. It's getting closer and closer to what I guessed. Facing this Lucario, Maylene lost her previous temper, and Maylene's Lucario also straightened his back unconsciously. Then, the Lucario slowly turned around and looked at the middle-aged man who had just sat on the ground to avoid Maylene's fist and said, "Kakugo, you should stop it. Maylene is so young and she has done so many things that don't belong to her. It's your fault as a father." Maylene's father, the middle-aged man named Kakugo, heard this and said with a dead pig fearless expression, "She will take over the gym sooner or later. What's the problem with adapting in advance now? Isn't there someone to help her? Besides, I have worked hard for half my life, what's wrong with enjoying it?" Lucario heard this and shook his head helplessly. "Maylene, do you have anything else to do here besides looking for Kakugo?" "Yes." Maylene then told the story of Ayagi again, downplaying the existence of Tyrannosaurus itself, and focusing on the strange power she discovered. You have dragon attributes, but you can't use many dragon moves, and even your training has been stagnant. And every time you use a move, you don't use regular energy, but something similar to aura power. Yes. This is the first time I've heard of this. This large Lucario was obviously interested, and turned around to look at King Liu. Without moving his mouth, his voice was directly transmitted to King Liu's mind. Young man, can I see what's going on? As the main purpose of this visit, King Liu naturally had no objection. However, now they are in the game city of Veilstone City, where there are many people and eyes, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. If Tyrannosaurus is released directly like this, it will probably be spread soon. This Lucario seemed to know King Liu's inner concerns, and raised his arm and waved it gently in front of him. The next second, blue aura power surged out of its body, turning into a spherical shield that covered the place where the few people were. The power of aura will block any prying eyes. It's safe here, Lucario said calmly. King Liu looked around carefully and found that the people passing by seemed to be unable to see them. He took out the pokeball of Tyrannosaurus and opened it. When the three-horned Tyrannosaurus appeared, Lucario was obviously surprised. Even Kakugo, who had been showing little interest, looked over. It's really a special Pokémon. After Lucario finished speaking, he reached out and touched the air in front of Tyrannosaurus. Waves of blue aura power like ripples wrapped Tyrannosaurus. King Liu signaled Tyrannosaurus to be patient and waited quietly. To King Liu's surprise, as time passed, the power of aura showed no sign of ending, and Lucario's brow slowly frowned. After another long while, Lucario took back aura, his expression full of confusion. Just like Maylene said, there is something different from conventional energy, but this energy is slowly merging with conventional energy, forming a very strange state. King Liu couldn't help asking, then is there a way to solve this problem? Lucario pondered for a moment and shook his head slowly. I can't be sure of the reason for the formation, and I have never seen this kind of energy. The only thing I can be sure of is that it is not just dragon-type moves, but learning all other attribute moves except fire-type will have a high probability of encountering the same situation. Hearing this, Tyrannosaurus immediately lowered his head in disappointment, and King Liu couldn't help but exhale lightly. It was basically consistent with his guess, which was why he didn't spend time trying other attribute moves. If he couldn't learn the dragon type of his own system, wouldn't it be even more impossible to learn non-original ones? Unfortunately, I thought this not so simple Lucario would have a way to solve the problem, but I didn't expect it to fail. At this moment, Kakugo, who had been silent all the time, suddenly sneered disdainfully. End of this chapter. Chapter 82 Deal about battle. The hedging formed by an energy that has never been seen before, and the conventional energy affects the ability of Pokémon to communicate energy. You bother me for such a meaningless thing. Kakugo supported himself on the ground with his hands, slowly stood up, gently brushed off the dust on his pants and said, "Okay, get out of here, don't delay me from playing games." After that, he turned around and walked towards the game console. King Liu did not move, he digested the information revealed in the previous sentence. Energy hedging, communicating energy. Maylene told him before that Tyrannosaurus did not mobilize normal energy when launching a move, and the big Lucario said that the two energies were in a very strange state. And Kakugo immediately picked out the core of the two views, and then described the originally complex problem in a simple sentence. King Liu did not know whether it was correct, but now it seems that he is really good. Why are you still standing here? Lucario, send them away. Kakugo urged. Maylene, who was already very dissatisfied, clenched her fists again. She raised her head and was about to say something, but Lucario next to her shook his head slightly at her and then left. Go up. Jakugo, Maylene is so rare. Before it finished, a crisp voice overwhelmed its voice. You don't know what to do you? Hearing this, Maylene and the two Lucario couldn't help but turn their heads to look at King Liu who had just spoken. Jack Hugo also stopped, turned his head slightly, looked at King Liu expressionlessly and said, "Little ghost, such a stupid provocation has no effect on me, save your heart." Facing the eyes of everyone, King Liu said with a faint smile on his lips, "I'm not provoking, I'm just simply expressing my opinion." Tisk. Jack Hugo immediately ignored it, sat down in front of the game console, and continued to operate it. King Liu didn't say anything, quietly watching him break through the levels, fight and be knocked out. The screen turned black and white, insert coins to revive, fight, and be knocked out again, black and white again. After taking a look at Kakugo's clothes and the few remaining game coins on the table, King Liu said slowly, "It seems that you don't have many chances, and you don't look like you have much money." Kakugo didn't react at all, and continued to insert coins to revive the character and control the joystick to continue to pass the level until the last game coin was used up and the game screen turned black and white again. Then Kakugo raised his head. "Kid, do you mean you want to give me money to ask me for help?" Kakugo sneered and said, "Sorry, I really don't care about the few small coins on a kid of your age. If more than 100,000 is a small amount of money, then I really don't have much money." King Liu said slowly. "Last time, I heard Candice mention that the basic salary of Snowpoint Gym is only 300,000 alliance coins a year, and this is still the case with ancient architectural attractions such as Snowpoint Temple driving the economy. The situation in Veilstone City is not as good as that in Snowpoint City. It is probably less than 200,000. If I take out more than 100,000, it should be almost half a year's salary in Veil Gym." Sure enough, Jiaowu, who was originally disdainful, paused, then slowly turned his head, "More than 100,000. But then he felt it was unlikely, and his expression gradually calmed down from surprise. "You? Don't make fun of me, whether you have seen 100,000 or not is a question, get out of here, don't affect my operation." King Liu didn't say anything, but directly took out 120,000 from the remaining bonus after clearing the lost tower and shook it in front of him. "You should have said it earlier if you have so much money. Why wait until now?" Seeing that King Liu really took it out, Jiao's originally impatient face instantly turned into a smile, and he stretched out his hand to take it while talking. King Liu blocked his outstretched arm and pulled back a distance. "I can give you the money, but you need to solve the problem of Tyrannosaurus first." Okay, pay first and then ship." "No." King Liu stepped back again, looked at Kakugo and said slowly, "You look like this, it's hard for me to believe that you have the ability to solve this problem." The smile on Kakugo's face gradually faded. "So, what do you mean? Solve the problem with Tyrannosaurus first, and then I'll pay." Hearing this, Kakugo grinned and said, "Little ghost, you are quite smart. Let me try first. If it succeeds, I will pay. If it doesn't succeed, I won't pay a penny. It's a win-win situation, right? I didn't know you have a flexible mind. When I was playing these, you didn't know where you were." Kakugo said disdainfully, and then fell silent and stopped talking. Just when King Liu felt that he would not agree and was about to think of other ways, Kakugo suddenly laughed. He, kid, at your age, you should have challenged the gym, right? Not yet, but I have the intention. How about we make a deal?" King Liu looked at him and asked, "What deal? I don't want to waste my energy, and you don't want to spend money in vain. Since we can't agree, let's just have a gym match." Jack Hugo paused, and when he saw that King Liu had no objection, he continued, "If I win, you pay first. Whether I succeed or not, the money is mine. If you win, I will try to solve your problem first, and then you pay. If I can't solve it, you don't pay. I will also give you a badge for free. I will do things for you no matter what. How about it?" Isn't it fair? You are bullying me. When Maylene heard that Jiaoyu actually started to collect money from King Liu, and it was such a huge sum of money, she wanted to punch him. King Liu shook his head slightly at her, then looked at Jiaoyu and said lightly, "It sounds good. It really just sounds good, anyway, it's the way of doing things for money." King Liu is not in a hurry for the money for the time being. In addition to the 120,000, he still has 20,000, which is enough for expenses in a short period of time. But the actual situation may be to let such a careless person take the money first and then disappear directly. King Liu is trustworthy, but he will do his best after losing the bargaining chips. But now he is asking for help from others, and he is inherently at a disadvantage. The deal proposed by the other party is indeed feasible. And the only prerequisite for feasibility is to win. Then do you agree? Don't worry. King Liu looked at Lucario next to him and said, "You haven't explained what the rules are yet. Besides, if you send it to the field, how can I fight? As for the Pokemon I use, you can rest assured. I am still a gym trainer after all. I will not use the first-tier Pokemon to bully newcomers like you. I promise to only use the Pokemon in the gym to deal with new trainers, okay?" As if he was afraid that King Liu would not believe him, Kakugo also pulled Maylene to prove it. Seeing Maylene signaled that it was okay, King Liu nodded in agreement, "Okay. As for the rules, it is very simple, which is the 3-on-3 common in Sinnoh, until one side loses all combat capabilities. This is the fairest and can reflect the level of the trainer in the shortest time. Is it okay?" "No." King Liu was silent for a moment and said, "But not today, I need to give me some time." "What? Are you scared?" Kakugo sneered. "No, I only have one Pokemon now. If I want to play 3-on-3, I need to capture 2 more." King Liu's words instantly raised Kakugo's eyebrows. The calm tone and the expression conveyed a feeling that he could easily defeat him by just catching 2 Pokemon and making 3 of them, which made him very unhappy. "Kid, you don't think you can defeat me by just catching a few Pokemon now, right? Aren't you a little too arrogant?" King Liu smiled and replied, "I'm not arrogant, I'm just stating the facts." "Good. Very good." Kakugo was immediately amused, "I want to see where your arrogance comes from. Give you 3 days, that's enough. I'll wait for you in the gym for 3 days. I hope your strength can match your tone." After saying that, he snorted coldly and walked straight out of the aura protective shield. Just when he walked to the side of Tyrannosaurus, he suddenly stopped and said slowly, "The species is rare or even unique, and the physical fitness is very strong, but he can't learn flexible and changeable moves. After all, he is just a reckless man who can use brute force. The upper limit has been locked. Obviously, you can use more than 100,000 to have more choices. Now it's all used up for such a guy. Is it really worth it?" Ayaga heard this and his eyes gradually narrowed. Before others could react, Kakugo looked at Tyrannosaurus again. "What about you? Are you willing to let your trainer spend so much money for you just to make an attempt that may not work at all?" End of this chapter. Chapter 83 Swablu Egg jumping back and forth. Ayagi, Ayagi. After walking out of the Curtain Game City, Maylene and Lucario caught up. Who? Maylene took 2 heavy breaths and said, "Why did you stop me just now? Also, you don't have to go to the gym challenge in 3 days. Leave this matter to me. That old guy has to help you whether he wants to or not." After that, Maylene clenched her fists and said angrily. Seeing her like this, King Liu smiled and said, "I appreciate your kindness. I am very grateful that you can help me find a way to solve the problem of Tyrannosaurus. But, I obviously brought you here, but now I let you take so much money to take risks. These are all small problems." After King Liu comforted him a little, he said, "But I have a question that I need to confirm with you." "What is it?" Does your father really have the ability to solve the problem that Tyrannosaurus can't learn moves? King Liu asked seriously. This is the problem he cares about most. Money is not important. Even if all the money is spent, it is fine. But if he wins in the end and still hasn't solved the problem, it will be a waste of time and energy. Mayline's expression became serious when she heard this. Although he always leaves the gym to play games everywhere, looking careless, if he doesn't know how to solve this problem, I'm afraid there will be very few people in Sinnoh who can solve it. At this point, Mayline sighed with some emotion. He used to go to a very remote region and learn about Pokemon moves from a very powerful professor. After returning, he learned a lot of Pokemon's physical conditions by observing them and assisted them in learning matching moves. At the same time, he was also the first person in Sinnoh to charge towards the fourth elite of the fighting system. A distant region, a powerful professor, a study of Pokemon moves, and a sprint to the Elite Four? Although it seems that it did not succeed, but integrating this information, Mayline's father Kakugo at least had enough theory before, and his strength belonged to the relatively strong type of gym trainer. After receiving this news, King Liu finally felt relieved. The next thing to do is to gather 3 Pokemon and then defeat him. As for how to find and arrange these 3, King Liu already has a rough plan in mind. But Mayline didn't know, she thought King Liu was really going to the wild to capture. And even though she just said that her father had strived for the Elite Four before, King Liu didn't seem to be worried at all, which made Mayline even more worried. King Liu, the levels of those Pokemon in the wild are uneven, and you can't tame them in such a short time's wildness. Even if Tyrannosaurus is strong, there is only one of them. An ordinary Pokemon will never be my father's opponent. Mayline said anxiously. I know. Seeing that King Liu was still indifferent, Mayline simply took out a Pokeball and handed it over. If you really want to fight, I will lend you Lucario. With it, the chance of winning will increase a lot. Ayagi was very surprised by Mayline's active helping hand, but still shook her head and refused. Thank you very much for your kindness, but I think according to your father's character, after seeing Lucario, he will cheat even if I win. Hearing King Liu's words, Mayline was silent. Because, this is indeed something his father would do. What about Machoke? He hasn't seen Machoke yet, and he doesn't know that I have captured it. That's okay. Qiang Lu pondered for a moment and nodded. Whether it was to appease Mayline's somewhat self-blaming mood or to increase the chance of winning, King Liu had no reason to refuse. Besides, this Machoke itself had good combat power, and it was a good choice as a rotation or substitute. Even if Tyrannosaurus was very strong, it was better to be cautious when we didn't know what level of Pokemon Kakugo would use. After taking the Pokeball from Machoke, King Liu simply thanked him and took Mayline to the storage area. There are some more important things in here, but they are too big, and it is not convenient for Tyrannosaurus to move around outside. I hope you can help me move them. Qiang Lu pointed to the big sack and said. Leave it to me, but where should we move it to? A breeding house. The Curtain Breeding House. Looking at the building in front of him, which was only half the size of the game city, King Liu checked the business card in his hand. It's right here. Ayagi, do you have any Pokemon stored here? Mayline put down the big sack and asked while looking at the breeding house in front of her. If Ayagi had other Pokemon as powerful as Tyrannosaurus, the chance of winning would be much higher. No. Are you here to buy Pokemon? No. Then, come here for after-sales service. Ayagi opened the sack, revealing an incubator wrapped in a cardboard box. Inside the incubator, a blue Pokemon egg with cloud-like patterns on its shell was fixed on the egg sac. Ayagi picked up the incubator and glanced at it. Information about the egg quickly popped up on the panel, and Ayagi locked his eyes on the status column. Status not born, shell smash time, 00 days 00 hours 00 minutes 02 seconds. Ayagi waited quietly in place. 2 seconds later, the number in the status column on the panel changed again. Status not born, shell smash time, 00 days 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Sure enough, it's still like this. After getting Swablu's Pokemon egg that day and scanning the information with the panel, King Liu took notes on Tyrannosaurus's moves training while keeping an eye on the egg. The closer it got to the 3-day time on the panel, the more King Liu paid attention. What he didn't expect was that after 3 days of hatching, the egg still had no reaction, and the hatching time displayed in the panel status bar changed from 3 days to 1 day. King Liu once thought that he was dazzled or remembered the time wrong. But when the 4th day came, King Liu watched the hatching countdown return to 0 and then turn to 1 day again, which made King Liu doubt the function of the panel for the first time. The same thing happened again for the next 2 consecutive days, as if it was trapped in an infinite loop. Finally, King Liu determined that it was not his problem, nor the panel, but the egg. It jumped back and forth between birth and non-birth, and continued to jump for 3 or 4 days, and even now it has not responded. It was just that because Tyrannosaurus was training at the time, there was no time to deal with it. Now it has arrived at Veilstone City, he also needs to gather the number of Pokemon, so naturally he has to ask USI to find out what the situation is with this egg. Then, Qing Lu took the egg and walked towards the breeding house. Thanks to the Blue Dragon Beast for another 1,500 coin reward. Thanks to I Heard You Are a 100 coin reward. Thanks to Lazy Cat Sama for 2,000 coin reward. Thanks to Fantasy End for 100 coin reward. Thanks to Sifang Yuehua for 100 coin reward. Rewards over 5000 points, counted 2 updates in total, added in 2 days, now it is going to be put on the shelves. Wait for me to sort out the plotline and save some manuscripts, convenient for the shelves to burst. Finally, the second climax is coming soon. Equals 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 equals. Hedgehog Cat, Filu, Diane Niang, Girl Dream, and other online novel resources are updated daily, 50 books per day, 1500 plus updates per month. Say goodbye to the book shortage. Copy the group number below to join the group chat. The previous group is gone, the following is the new group. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 1, 950180909. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 2, 8149037798. Kyungsoon New Free Full File Novel Group 3, 960126270. The resources come from the internet and are only used for learning and communication. The copyright of the novel resources belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal learning and trial reading. If you like this resource, please buy the genuine version. Thank you for your cooperation. If this resource infringes your rights by mistake, please notify us to delete it in time. Equals 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 equals. About Swablu, about the third one, about the remaining surprises. End of this chapter. Chapter 84 Tyrannosaurus Confusion. USI, who was busy at the counter, noticed the movement at the door and thought that there was a customer visiting, so he hurried out to greet him. When he saw the 2 familiar people, he was a little surprised and said, "Mr. King Liu, and Miss Maylene from the Curtain Gym." Then his eyes fell on the incubator in King Liu's hand, and his expression was full of confusion. "Why hasn't this egg hatched yet?" King Liu glanced at him lightly and said, "You gave me the egg, and you still ask me what's going on. It seems, that's the reason, ha ha ha." USI smiled awkwardly, and quickly asked Macamp, who was taking a nap, to take over the sack and welcome the 2 in. "Anyway, let's go in and talk first." Unlike the storefront, the backyard of the breeding house looks very wide. There are grasslands, ponds, groves, and environments where Pokémon of various attributes live. Occasionally, you can see a few Pokemon playing and frolicking. Seeing this, King Liu released Tyrannosaurus. The environment here is nice, come out and relax. Tyrannosaurus heard the words, looked around and nodded, without saying anything, and sat down quietly not far from King Liu. King Liu looked at it, and suddenly heard Yu Ci's questioning voice in his ear. Mr. King Liu, may I ask if this egg has not reacted in the past few days? For example, shaking or a faint light coming out of the egg. From the day you gave it to me until now, the egg has always remained like this. That's strange, I guessed that the hatching time is about 3 or 4 days, how could there be no movement? Hearing Yu Ci's words, King Liu dispelled the suspicion that this guy deliberately gave him an egg that looked good, but was actually a dead egg. After all, the hatching time given by the panel at the beginning was 3 days, and USI could say 3 or 4 days at a time, which means that he had also checked it carefully. I just said that the egg was given to me by you, don't throw the problem to me. King Liu said slowly. If I say I don't know, will you believe me? USI said with an embarrassed expression. Where did this egg come from? I found it in a cave 2 weeks ago on my way back from Suni Shore City. There was only one egg at the time, and there was no sign of its parents around, so I brought it back. USI recalled and said, after I got home, I carefully checked it. The egg was intact and the life breath inside was very strong, far exceeding most of the Pokemon that I have hatched over the years. I originally thought that after it was hatched, I would keep it as Reggie or Paul's Pokemon. Later, I happened to hear that Reggie was in trouble, so I thought of using this as compensation. King Liu didn't doubt what USI said. From the information displayed on the panel, this Swablu egg is indeed very good, and even the panel can't determine its problem. King Liu doesn't believe that USI has this ability. What he wanted to ask here was to see if he could infer something from the origin of the egg, but now it seems unlikely. Mr. King Liu, do you have any urgent things that require Pokemon recently? USI asked cautiously. Yes. King Liu turned around, pointed at Maylene and said, you should know what I'm going to do when you see her. USI immediately turned back to look at Maylene. Maylene is the daughter of the trainer of the Curtain Gym. If this is the case, then it is likely to challenge the gym. USI thought for a moment, and said seriously and sincerely, Mr. King Liu, even if Swablu is successfully hatched, it may not provide much combat power. After all, the physical fitness of the newborn is still relatively weak. If you need it, I can give you a Pokemon that already has a certain combat power. King Liu shook his head and said, no, the combat power is just to make up the number. I don't need it to be strong at birth. I just want to understand the situation here. I am very sorry to cause you trouble. I will go to change another egg for you now. USI said, and was about to get up. King Liu raised his hand to stop him, saying, there is no need, just leave it like this. Then. You are busy with yours, we will rest here for a while. After USI apologized and left, Qing Lu lay on the grass and looked up at the sky. Maylene, who was standing next to him, saw this and looked at the incubator. After hesitating for a while, she couldn't help but ask, Qing Lu, from what I heard from your conversation just now I see. If it is really a dead egg, why not change it to another one? After all, we have been together for several days. I will definitely be reluctant to change it suddenly. King Liu smiled and said, and this guy is not a dead egg. If it is really a dead egg, the panel can definitely detect it, but there is no such information on the panel, which means that this egg is likely to be unable to hatch for some reason. If you change to another egg, you can certainly get a normal Pokemon, but in comparison, King Liu is more curious about what the egg is that the panel cannot determine the specific time. What will Swablu look like when hatched from such an egg? This is the second time he has such a strong curiosity about something since he first obtained the panel to explore the ruins and finally summoned Agumon. Maylene saw that King Liu insisted on her opinion and said nothing more. Then I will go back first, and supervise my father by the way to prevent him from disappearing again after 3 days. Okay, thank you. Aoki stood up and bowed slightly. It's okay, it's okay. Looking at Maylene's gradually receding back, Aoki lay down again, his eyes on Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus has been quiet since it came out of the Pokeball, which is completely different from its usual state. And this look started when Kakugo asked those 2 questions before leaving. Why, are you affected by that guy's simple words? Aoki took the initiative to ask. Aoki, just like that guy said, if I really can't learn those moves in the future, will I really be just a reckless man who can use brute force? Tyrannosaurus asked with a somewhat dazed expression. Of course not, you learned Fire Fang and Fire Punch in a few days, and you learned Double Chop very quickly. The rest is just a matter of time, and even if you really don't use those moves, your upper limit is also very high, higher than everyone's imagination. Really? Of course it's true. Have I lied to you? Greymon shook his head, but I feel like I haven't made any progress no matter how much I learn. You told me that you are strong, and I know I should be confident, but it seems that this is not the case. Don't think too much, just beat that guy, and all problems will be solved. Greymon nodded slowly after hearing this, and then turned to look at the Pokemon egg next to him. At this time, a Pidgeot and a Staraptor clashed in the air. The 2 sides argued and began to attack each other. The 2 huge avian Pokemon with amazing wingspans flapped their wings quickly, and instantly raised 2 whirlwinds to blow towards each other. But they each quickly avoided each other's attacks with their own speed, and then started close combat. Only the rotating small storm gradually descended, and finally blew to where King Leo was. Then, the incubator on the ground was overturned by the wind. And Swablu's eggs rolled out of it. Be careful! Greymon reacted quickly, leaped forward, and tried to stop the eggs rollout with his hands. But at the moment of contact, white light suddenly appeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 85 Swablu Shell Smash. This is. For this sudden scene, King Leo's brain worked quickly. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Greymon, his eyes fell on the blue and white Pokemon egg fixed by Greymon's claws. At this time, the egg exuded a white light similar to evolution all over its body. Hatched. Although I have never seen a Pokemon egg shell with my own eyes smashes situation, but the few images in his memory and his strong intuition told King Leo that this egg was about to hatch. But why? Before entering, he had used the panel at the door to confirm that the hatching time was 1 day, but now it has hatched in just over 10 minutes? Is it because of the environment? King Leo quickly looked around and didn't find anything special. And if it was really affected by the environment or other factors, it should have hatched during the time when USI brought the egg back. Then, there are other reasons because? King Leo's eyes fell on Tyrannosaurus. Just now, it took the initiative to touch the egg to protect it from being blown away by the wind. Is this the reason? King Leo didn't know, because he didn't have time to think about this question carefully. As the white light became weaker and weaker, the blue Pokemon egg with white cloud patterns disappeared, replaced by a fat Doduo Pokemon with a pair of eyes shining with wisdom. A huge bird beak, with blue tail feathers behind it, and wings like 2 fluffy cotton. Swablu, shell smash out! Chi! Swablu first looked at Tyrannosaurus lying in front of it, then turned its head to look at itself next to it, and made a quick chich-itchy growl. Then, it began to flutter. It seemed to Bebe cause it was just born and not very familiar with its own body. It fluttered for nearly a minute before it got used to flapping its wings and slowly flew up. After staggering in the air for a circle, its body suddenly stopped and fell directly from mid-air. King Leo saw it and quickly caught it. When Swablu found that it was King Leo who caught it, it fluttered more happily. First, it tilted its head slightly and stared at it for a while, then jumped along the arm to King Leo's shoulder and rubbed its face very intimately. Chirp! Feeling Swablu's closeness to him, King Liu smiled and gently touched its head with his hand. Swablu seemed to feel very comfortable, and raised its head to make a crisp growl. When King Liu was about to try to stroke its cotton wings, Swablu suddenly flapped its wings and flew up, circling around the position in front of King Liu again and again. "You're not allowed to touch the wings?" Or? King Liu recalled carefully in his mind, and after confirming that there was no memory of Swablu not liking others to touch its wings, he stretched out his hand to let it land on it. But surprisingly, after seeing King Liu's action, Swablu did not react at all. Instead, it bypassed his arm and rushed towards Tyrannosaurus quickly and unsteadily, and finally stopped on a curved horn behind Tyrannosaurus' head. Chirp chirp! Seemingly very satisfied with his precise landing, Swablu puffed up his chest and made a quick growl. King Liu couldn't help but laugh at its cute appearance. Even Tyrannosaurus's originally depressed scarlet eyes were now full of smiles. At the same time, Tyrannosaurus was also following Swablu's actions, constantly adjusting the tilt of its head to facilitate Swablu's not-so-strong claws to grasp more firmly and more easily. King Liu smiled as he watched this scene and said, "It seems to like you very much. King Liu, will it be our new partner in the future?" "Yes." King Liu nodded and said, "You are the boss, you are responsible for taking care of and protecting it." "Yes, I will." Seeing that Tyrannosaurus's expression gradually returned to normal, King Liu's eyes fell on Swablu on the horn of its head, and then opened the panel Pokédex function. Race Swablu. Classification Cotton Bird Pokémon. Attributes General, Flying. Features not related to weather, any weather will eliminate its influence. Level 5. Exclusive moves None. Mastered moves Growl, Peck, Feather Dance, Roost, Mist, Disarming Voice. Race value 310, Health 45, Attack 40, Defense 60, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 75, Speed 50. Intimacy 50. Status Normal, Extremely Strong Vitality. Information Summary XXXX. In theory, the level of a Pokémon just born from an egg should be level 1, but not only is the level wrong, the number of moves is also quite a lot: 2 inherited moves, 4 moves that can be mastered by leveling up, and extremely strong vitality. This is the first time King Liu has seen this note on a Pokémon. Even Tyrannosaurus, Cynthia's Gabite, and Kakugo's Lucario had never seen this thing, but it appeared on such a Swablu. And the height of a newly born Swablu shown on the Pokédex is generally around 0.15-0.2 m, but this one is conservatively estimated to be nearly half adult 0.3 meters. Just looking at a big guy, standing on the head of Tyrannosaurus in his daily state, it looks like a big lump. It has never been born, and its combat power is not weak when it is born. King Liu couldn't help but think of Neza, who was born after 3 years and 6 months of pregnancy and was able to jump around when he was born. The only difference is that Neza has a bit of a rebellious personality, while Swablu is much more docile. But this is also good news, at least he won't get sick or have a poor appetite because of his weak body. After playing with Tyrannosaurus and Swablu for a while, USI returned and brought a new backpack. This is a capsule product made of a special material that the Alliance has recently released. It has several times more space than a backpack, so many things can be stuffed inside. This is my little compensation. After all, I don't know when the egg will come. While USI was talking, he suddenly noticed the empty incubator and Swablu standing on the head of Tyrannosaurus. His expression gradually stiffened, and then his eyes began to light up. Kyungsuan, Free Novel Group. 9, 50 1 8 0 9 0 9 Kyungsuan's Novel, Chinese, Transfer, Group, 814,9 0 379 8. King Liu took the backpack and stood in the middle. What do you want to do? It's just born and it's so energetic, and it's so big. If it grows up or evolves, it will definitely be bigger. It's definitely a natural talent. If it can hatch eggs, maybe it can breed more good swablu. After talking to himself, Yusi said anxiously, Mr. Kingliu, when swablu grows up, you must come to me. I will definitely prepare the best partner and hatching environment for it. Stop. Stop the crazy talk of this hatching maniac. Kingliu packed the things in the sack with the new backpack, and left with Yusi's shouts of must come back. Greymon and Machok and Swablu, the three are already gathered. When the time comes, you only need to use Machok and Swablu to explore the way, and the rest of the battle will be left to Greymon. Greymon's combat power is unquestionable. But before that, he has to go to the last place. A place where he first set Veilstone City as his goal, that is, to explore the meteorites left over from the creation of Arceus. Kingliu wants to use them to activate the summoning function of the panel and conduct. Chapter 86 Paul and Turtwig. A meteorite crater is located on a high ground somewhere east of Veilstone City. Because this place is the source of the development of the entire city, this area has been protected and developed by the local government and has become a famous tourist attraction. Even though it was almost evening when Kingliu rushed over, there were still many tourists around. Chirp. Swablu, who was lying on Kingliu's head, seemed a little restrained when he saw so many people for the first time. It's okay, don't be nervous, everyone is here to relax with their family, friends, and Pokemon. Kingliu comforted him a little. Then Kingliu felt that Swablu, who was originally lying quietly on his head as a hat, swayed left and right twice, and the two little chicken claws opened and closed, gently brushing his hair, as if trying to grab something. Are you looking for Tyrannosaurus? Chirp. Seeing Swablu nod, Kingliu smiled and said, it's resting in the Pokeball. We can see it when we go back later. Swablu immediately called out helplessly twice. This made Kingliu a little confused. Is it because he saw both himself and Tyrannosaurus at the same time during Shell Smash, so the intimacy was divided in half, or is it because Swablu regarded the horns on Tyrannosaurus as a foothold equivalent to branches, so he felt a little close to it? Kingliu was puzzled. But it was okay. Since he met Tyrannosaurus, he only paid attention to his physical condition and combat, and ignored his mental state. Even if he had been cheering him up recently, many things were experienced for the first time, just like Kakugo's this time. The psychological defense line was not built thoroughly enough, and it was easy to have negative emotions. Now that there is a cute little guy like Swablu to neutralize it, it may have a good easing effect. While thinking, Kingliu had already stepped over the stone steps and came to the side of the meteorite crater. The breeze blew, the green grass swayed together, but the four brown meteorites stayed quietly in place. Just a glance, you can feel the breath of time on the surface of the meteorites as if it was brought from eternity. This thing that meets the requirements at first glance, Kingliu is very satisfied. Ancient traces detected. Searching for target. Searching. Target locked on, meteorite with a trace of Arceus power remaining. Exploration progress, 0%, 10%, 20, 25%. Exploration completed. Aren't these four meteorites separate entities, but a whole? After seeing the progress bar completely stuck at 25%, Kingliu turned to another meteorite next to him. Exploration progress, 25%, 34%, 50%. Following the same method, when Kingliu's eyes fell on the fourth meteorite, the progress bar finally reached 100%. Exploration completed, can be summoned. Summoning target, random. Yes/no. Kingliu looked around past the prompt on the panel, and finally put it aside for the time being. There were too many people around, and if he summoned here, he would definitely be noticed, but it would be even more troublesome if a big guy appeared. After finishing his business, Kingliu immediately planned to leave. A childish voice suddenly came from not far away. Stop! Kingliu stopped when he heard it. A young man in grey trousers, a blue-black jacket and rose-purple hair was running towards him. Next to him, there was a tortoise with a yellow-green body, a brown shell and a newly sprouted sapling on the spot on its head. With this look and this combination, King Liu immediately thought of the other party's identity, Paul. Paul quickly ran to him, panting, but his eyes were fixed on him. "It's you who made my brother change his mind about challenging the Sino alliance with me, right?" "Wu?" Paul questioned, and Turtwig beside him also joined in angrily. He originally planned to go on a journey to challenge the Sino region with his respected brother Reggie after receiving the Earl Dervish Pokemon. But when he got Turtwig and went to find Reggie yesterday, Reggie told him that he wanted to go to Kanto region to train first, improve his level and strength, and then come back to challenge Sino alliance. This sudden change made Paul unable to accept it for a while. They had agreed to travel together, challenge Jim together, and participate in the conference together, but now he had to go to Kanto region so far away alone. Frustrated, Paul began to think about what caused his brother's change. Finally, after asking around, he found out that someone had defeated his brother and appeared at his house today. Regardless of his father's dissuasion, he immediately chased him out. "Don't be silent, I'm asking you a question, answer me." King Liu looked at Paul, who had a completely different personality from his impression, and couldn't help but feel interesting. Before being beaten by Brandon, the brothers really had a personality swap. Then he said, "Didn't your father tell you that it is very rude not to introduce yourself before asking others a question?" "Hey!" Paul was obviously stunned, and looked at Turtwig. After getting the turtle, he quickly said, "My name is Paul, and my goal is to become a strong trainer." "Woo! Woo!" Seeing these two cute reactions, King Liu followed and said, "My name is King Liu, a vagrant, and this is Swablu." After introducing himself, Paul couldn't wait to say again, "You haven't answered the question just now. Answer me." "I don't know, but I feel that your brother may have been hit. After all, he couldn't beat one of me with 4 Pokemon. It's normal for him to travel to another region to avoid me." "You're talking nonsense." After hearing King Liu's words, Paul immediately retorted, "My brother is so powerful. Even if he loses, it's impossible that 4 of them can't beat you with 1. Believe it or not." King Liu spread his hands and said, "Okay, I don't have time to play with little brats now. Don't go. If you are really that powerful, do you dare to fight me?" Paul clenched his fists and said excitedly. Hearing this, Turtwig immediately rushed to the front of Paul and faced King Liu, ready to fight at any time. "I said I don't have time. Goodbye." Ignoring Paul's invitation, King Liu turned around and left. Seeing that King Liu really had no intention of accepting or turning back, Paul suddenly became anxious. "Why don't you dare to accept the battle? Are you afraid?" "Coward, I'm afraid that the story of defeating my brother is also fake." "Woo woo." Turtwig kept muttering to King Liu's back. King Liu, who had already walked out for nearly 10 meters, shook his head helplessly. He was tired of this kind of low-level provocation when he was a child. How could it be useful to him? The next thing to do is to participate in the gym competition, defeat Kakugo, and get the solution for Tyrannosaurus to solve the problem of its inability to learn moves, instead of this kind of childish play. But what King Liu didn't expect was that he did not fall for Paul and Turtwig's taunt, but he didn't come alone. There will be another chapter later. End of this chapter. Chapter 87 Swablu's First Battle. Originally, Swablu felt constrained about going out for a walk, so except for the beginning, it remained quiet. Even when King Liu introduced it just now, it only looked at it and didn't say anything. But when it heard someone verbally attacking King Liu, it instantly became angry. Especially when it saw that the turtle with green hair on its head had been nagging since it appeared, it was even more infuriating. From birth to now, Tyrannosaurus and King Liu were both gentle, mega good-tempered, and mega patient, but they were insulted by taunt. How could this be tolerated? Swablu couldn't tolerate it. So Swablu flapped its wings, flew away from King Liu's head, hovered in the air, and looked down at Paul and Turtwig fiercely. Chirp chirp! Turtwig was stunned, and then said, "Woo! Woo! Woo! Chirp chirp!" Looking at Swablu, who was easily provoked into a quarrel, King Liu felt helpless. It seems that it is not only Tyrannosaurus that needs to do ideological work and build a psychological defense line, Swablu also needs to do so. We can't relax just because it is still young. Paul saw Swablu and Turtwig quarreling, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Now you have to fight even if you don't want to, Turtwig, use leaves." Woo! Turtwig raised his 2 front feet and stomped the grass hard. The scattered leaves and grass on the ground were shaken off the ground. Turtwig then twisted his head and hit the leaves and grass with the branches of the saplings above his head. The next second, all the leaves and grass turned into rotating flying knives and shot towards Swablu in the air. Fly up to avoid it, and then increase the distance. Accompanied by King Liu's voice, Swablu flapped his wings and flew to a higher position. Without sufficient strength and energy to support the leaf move, it fell from the air as the distance increased. Taking advantage of this opportunity, King Liu looked at Turtwig, opened the panel. Race Turtwig. Classification: Tender Leaf Pokemon. Attribute: Grass. Feature: Hard Shell Armor, protected by a hard shell, the opponent's attack will not hit the vital point. Level 5. Exclusive moves: None. Mastered moves: Tackle, Withdraw, Leaf. Race value: 318, HP 55, Attack 68, Defense 64, Special Attack 45, Special Defense 55, Speed 31. Intimacy -1. Status: Normal. Information summary: Likes to live by the water and bask in the sun. Uses the whole body to perform synthesis to produce oxygen. The stronger the sunlight, the more energetic it is. The shell on the back is made of mud. If it is kept with sufficient water, it will become moist and increase its hardness. The only long-range attack that can be made is a leaf move with a large pre-swing, similar to a mini version of Razor Leaf. Is it the Royal 3 that was just obtained? After seeing the level and all the moves that were mastered, King Liu formulated a battle plan. Since Swablu has chosen to fight and has no intention of leaving, he can only try his best to help it win. If it can win the first battle, it will greatly boost Swablu's confidence. Swablu, Mist, and then Feather Dance. Chi! Swablu suddenly opened its beak and spit out a cloud of misty gas towards the ground, covering Turtwig's surroundings. At the same time, balls of cotton-like feathers fell from its wings and merged into the mist. Faced with this sudden scene, Turtwig was a little lost for a while, and kept rushing around, but he could not get out of the coverage of the mist. However, Paul is Paul after all. Even if he is just a newcomer and has not completely changed, he is not a mega rookie like Ash who doesn't even know the attribute Restraint. Turtwig, find a direction and use Tackle at full speed to rush out. Turtwig, who was surrounded by mist, immediately took a step and started to charge, completely ignoring the fact that the feathers mixed in the mist were sticking more and more with its movements. Finally, after taking countless steps, Turtwig finally found the end of the mist, which gave it hope and it was ready to rush out. The next second, a slightly playful and cute growl suddenly sounded in his ears. Turtwig was stunned when he heard it, and his attention was a little floating for a while. Turtwig! Watch out! Use Tackle! Paul shouted, and Turtwig suddenly became alert, focused his attention and looked up. At some point, Swablu had flown above its head, not giving it any time to react, and a sharp white light lit up on its beak, pecking attack. The next second, the sound of breaking through the air, accompanied by the energy of the flying system, hit Turtwig's head heavily. Bang! With a muffled sound, Turtwig's head was pecked into the ground in an instant, and there was no movement. Turtwig! Paul immediately rushed up, picked up Turtwig to check the situation, and was relieved after confirming that it was just injured and unconscious. Then he looked up unwillingly at King Liu and Swablu, who had difficulty flying in the air. It's obviously a newly born guy, but it's so strong. Even if the attributes are disadvantageous, a one-shot kill is enough to prove the gap between the two sides. Especially King Liu, who was almost close to the edge of Swablu's exhaustion to command. If Turtwig resisted the next attack, he might have won. But there is no if, and the opponent didn't even take it seriously, didn't take out other Pokémon, and only used a Pokémon that was less than a day old to hammer him. Paul truly felt that there was not only a gap between Pokémon, but also between trainers. He had never felt this gap so strongly in his brother. This was enough to prove that his brother had indeed lost, and even the change in the order of region challenges was most likely due to this guy in front of him. Damn it! Before setting out on the journey, he suffered a disastrous defeat. At this moment, Paul felt unprecedented frustration and powerlessness, and at the same time, the seeds of Covet's strength and power were quietly planted in his heart. Compared to the fainted Turtwig and the indignant Paul, Swablu's face was full of smugness after victory. If it weren't for the bottom of his physical strength, he would probably have been proud for the whole day. Then, Swablu flew back, and before he could find the right angle to stop, Swablu stumbled and fell directly from mid-air. Seeing this, King Liu quickly caught it and put it on his head. No matter how strong your vitality is, you are just a newborn. Thinking of Swablu's strange size, King Liu changed his words and said, "You are just a newborn. Fighting is still too much for you." Chirp, chirp. Swablu shook his head immediately, as if the other party had taunted first and it was fighting back. King Liu shook his head helplessly, "Forget it this time, it won't happen again." Swablu immediately shut up, moved his body with difficulty, and gently rubbed King Liu's head with his face, making a cute growl. Charm is useless. If you do it recklessly, sooner or later there will be problems. Chirp chirp. Swablu nodded repeatedly, as if I heard it, but as for whether I really heard it, no one knows. King Liu sighed, fed Swablu a piece of suitable poke blocks, and then walked into the woods near the meteorite crater. Now Swablu has just finished fighting, and his physical strength may not be restored for a while, so he can only use the summoning opportunity obtained after exploring the meteorite just now to try to summon one, but I don't know what it will be this time. As for Paul, if Swablu was not angry, he would not want to pay too much attention to it. As he walked, Paul's voice came from behind. "Just wait, I will beat you one day." Ignoring the childish "I will definitely come back," King Liu slowly walked towards the woods. This indifferent expression made Paul clench his fists. King Liu had already passed through the crater and came to the depths of the woods. There were only a few street lights shining here, and the surroundings were pitch black, which was very quiet compared to the vicinity of the crater. King Liu took out the pokeball and opened it. After a flash of red light, Tyrannosaurus appeared in his daily state. "Help me check the surroundings. What I have to do next must make sure that there is no one around. Do you understand?" Tyrannosaurus nodded and began to patrol the surroundings. King Liu himself relied on the panel function to search for Pokémon. One is looking for people, and the other is looking for Pokémon. End of this chapter. Chapter 88: The Legendary White Stone. No Pokémon can escape the detection of the panel at close range, and without the help of Pokémon, no one can escape the carpet search of King Liu, Tyrannosaurus, and Swablu. As the last two extremely courageous Starlies did not respond to Tyrannosaurus's threats and were almost sent away by two fireballs, the grove became completely quiet. King Liu then looked at the panel. Exploration completed, can be summoned. Summoning target, random. Yes/no. As the options fell gently, the panel shattered with blue light, and patterns representing various things, props, Digimon, etc. flashed before his eyes, until they finally stopped. Summoning target, Legendary Shiraishi. Summoning. King Liu was a little unresponsive for a while, and 2 lines of blue small words flashed quickly before his eyes. And the blue light spots began to rotate rapidly, turning into a channel that seemed to connect to another dimension. The next second, a dull and continuous sound came from inside, giving King Liu a feeling that Tyrannosaurus in combat was running at full speed. Combined with the summoning object just prompted, King Liu had a bad premonition in his heart and instinctively took a few steps back. The next second, an oval object with a height of nearly 2 meters and a width of 1 meter rolled out of the passage and hit near the place where he was standing just now. Bang! Looking at the huge stone that directly pressed the ground down, King Liu was relieved. Sure enough, the feeling was not wrong. That kind of sound was not like what an ordinary guy could make. But why does the name Legendary White Stone sound so familiar? The huge stone in front of him was different from all the stones he had seen before. King Liu could even vaguely feel a faint sense of oppression from it. And compared to its name Legendary White Stone, this one in front of him should perhaps be called Legendary Yellow Stone or Legendary Brown Stone, because its surface is all yellow-brown, and there is no trace of white at all. King Liu immediately stepped forward and patted the surface with his hand. The feel and sound are all stone. King Liu fell into deep thought. The panel has summoned 3 things so far. The first 2 are related to Digimon, and he knows them, but he really has a vague feeling of familiarity with the third one, but he just can't remember it right away. So King Liu locked his eyes on the boulder, adjusted the panel, and the Pokédex information soon appeared in front of him. Race Legendary White Stone. Classification Advent Pokémon. Attribute Dragon. Feature Break and Stand, a brand new posture will be formed after the outer defense is broken. Level 0. Exclusive moves none. Mastered moves none. Race value 180, Health 60, Attack 0, Defense 60, Special Attack 0, Special Defense 60, Speed 0. Intimacy 0. Status Normal. Information Summary: the prototype of the legendary dragon Blue Eyes White Dragon. Although it has no consciousness and no combat power, it has good defense. Divine Plan evolution conditions have not been met. It's actually, this guy. Until he saw the last line, Qing Lu finally knew where this thing he summoned came from. In the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the wife of Kaiba Sito, one of the main characters, is known as the monster with the highest attack power among ordinary monsters, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Although I don't know how exactly same, but theoretically it shouldn't be too weak. Based on his own memory, Yaga tried to combine the levels of the Yu-Gi-Oh! World and the Pokemon world as much as possible. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is a legendary dragon that is all white and is known for its high attack power and destructive power. After all, he has the title of a legend. If it were replaced, it would be close to the quasi-god level no matter how bad it is. Thinking of this, King Liu couldn't help but think of many interesting things. Hydreigon, the quasi-god of Unova region, is regarded as the incarnation of evil. He is famous for his violence and destruction. This is a perfect match for the destructive power of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. What's even more interesting is that Hydreigon will have 3 heads after its complete evolution. And the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon also has 3 heads. Maybe they can really compete with each other for the title of the strongest 3-headed dragon. Not only that, the Blue-Eyed White Dragon is completely white and is also called the White Dragon. There is also a white dragon among the mythical beasts of Pokemon World Unova region Lacy Ram. From this point of view, the compatibility between Blue Eyes White Dragon and Unova region is really quite good. The only problem now is that we don't know what level of attack is needed to break through the defense and allow the Blue Eyes White Dragon to appear. King Liu immediately said to Greymon, "Try it first and see if you can break it." When Greymon heard this request, he did not act immediately, but looked over with a questioning look. It also came from this passage before, so naturally it can be guessed that it is probably something unusual. Isn't it a bit bad to smash it directly now? Control your strength and try using the sharp claws first. Now that King Liu said so, Greymon no longer hesitated, orange energy surged from its claws, and it swung towards Shiraishi. Tisk! As the Tyrannosaurus beast's claws swung down, a slightly sharp sound sounded. But what people didn't expect was that there were no traces of damage at the place where Greymon attacked, not even a scratch. It's really not that simple. Even if Greymon is not in combat mode, its claws can easily break through ordinary rocks, but now it has no effect at all. Combat status, full strength, sharp claws. Greymon also saw that this stone was unusual, and instantly released the compressed data, and its size suddenly grew in size. The huge body of more than 5 meters squatted half-crouched and raised its claws again and waved down. Tisk! Still unscathed. Tyrannosaurus clash, then Mega Flame. Since the one with low power is useless, just replace it with the one with higher power. Violent dragon energy and burning flames surged through Greymon's body, and the woods lit up one after another. Half a minute later, the white stone still stood quietly in place, with no sign of damage. Upon seeing this, Greymon began to accumulate flames in its mouth, and a fireball that far exceeded the mega flames quickly condensed. It won't be like this. The stone won't necessarily split with this move, but the forest will definitely split. After stopping Greymon's plan to use Mega Explosion, Ayaga looked at the white boulder. Since it can't be destroyed, then don't destroy it. Find time to study it slowly. The only thing that needs to be solved now is how to move this thing away, and how to carry it after moving it. No matter how big the capsule backpack is, it won't be able to hold such a big thing. And its value is second only to Tyrannosaurusmon, so I won't worry about it anywhere. King Liu stared at the panel and fell into deep thought. After a moment, his eyes fell on normal displayed in the Pokédex information status bar. If I remember correctly, when Swablu was still an egg, the information displayed on the panel was unborn. Normally, the detected Pokémon are in normal or other states, but now there is no display saying that they are not born, so that's okay. Does that mean this thing is not the egg I thought it was? Thinking of this, King Liu took out a Pokeball, opened it, and knocked it gently on the white boulder. The next second, a red light emerged from the Pokeball and pulled the white boulder in. Beep, 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 beep. Looking at the Pokeball that continued to shake in his hand and finally returned to calm, Ayaga showed a smile on his face. Next, it's Jim. End of this chapter. Chapter 89 Fierce Battle at the Curtain Gym. Vale Gym is located next to the woods on the outskirts of Veilstone City. When King Liu walked to the door of the gym, the sky had gradually dimmed, and there were only a few red glows of the setting sun left on the horizon. Hello, are you here to challenge Jim? After King Liu walked to the door, a young man dressed in karate to serve quickly came over. Yes. Sorry, in the past 3 days, Leader Kakugo has some personal matters to deal with, so I will not accept the gym challenge for the time being. If you want to get the badge, you can go to Suni Shore City next door, or come back in 3 days. Hearing this, King Liu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. For the 3 days agreed upon, even the gym challenge was suspended. It seems that this guy really cares about the money in his pocket. But that's okay, so as not to waste too much time. Please tell them that King Liu is here to take the challenge. King Liu bowed slightly and said. Hearing this familiar name, the young man nodded and walked into the gym quickly. A person soon came out of the gym. But it was not the young man just now, but a barefoot pink-haired girl. Why did you come so soon? Have you captured the 3 suitable Pokémon? Maylene asked with some surprise, and then her eyes fell on Swablu who had been nestling on King Liu's head, flying Swablu, but this aura seems to have been born not long ago. Wait, could it be that egg? King Liu smiled and nodded, yes, it was accidentally hatched not long after you left. It's really cute, and it's much bigger than the average Swablu. Maylene stretched out her hand to tease Swablu, but got no response. No matter how she operated, Swablu remained indifferent, which made Maylene doubt whether her aura was useless. So are you going to use it as the third Pokémon? Although it does have a great advantage in attributes, it would be too difficult to fight. Maylene said with some concern. This big guy has already fought with others on the way here. Let it rest in the next gym match. I have other arrangements for the third one. Hearing that King Leo was prepared, Maylene breathed a sigh of relief and led the way. I have asked someone to notify my father just now. He should be waiting for you at the battle site now. Maylene put her bare feet on the pebbles, making a slight clacking sound. In addition, considering the size of Tyrannosaurus, I chose the largest battle site. The space is large and enough for you to perform. Thank you. King Liu thanked sincerely. If the venue is too small, although it can be destroyed after it becomes bigger, it is better not to waste that effort. The two soon came to the door of the best building in the gym. Maylene walked up and opened the door while saying, I didn't tell my father anything about Tyrannosaurus, so, fight with all your strength, don't hold back. Okay. The door opened, and bright light shone through the door. King Liu strode in and looked around at the same time. Just as Maylene said, the space of this venue is very large, which is not inferior to some gyms he has visited in his previous life. Not to mention Tyrannosaurus, as long as the Pokémon that comes is not the size of mechanical Tyrannosaurus, there is no problem at all. Little ghost, why are you here in less than a day? Do you know that you have no hope of winning, so you just give up? Across the field, Kakugo, wearing a loose karate uniform, walked and teased, or do you know that I just had a meal and want to help me with digestion exercises? King Liu glanced at him. If it weren't for the problem of Tyrannosaurus's moves that needed him to solve, King Liu really wanted to beat up this guy who affected Tyrannosaurus's mentality, but it wouldn't be too late to beat him after defeating him. As for now, let's fight him with his mouth. You have been chattering since I came in. Is it because of your period or menopause that you are talking so much? Kakugo was choked for a moment, and his eyes became unfriendly. I hope your mouth can still be so hard later. I hope you can still spit out so many words later. Little devil! Kakugo's eyebrows twitched excitedly and he came to the designated position. Ayagi also came to the corresponding position and stood still. Maylene saw that the two were ready, and stood on the sidelines and said, the rules are 3-on-3 battles. Pokémon can be replaced in the middle until one of the Pokémon loses all combat effectiveness and the game ends. Is there any problem? No. No. Ayagi and Kakugo answered one after another. Well, the battle begins. As Maylene finished speaking, Kakugo took out a Pokeball and threw it out directly. A grey, muscular Machoke with a gold belt around his waist appeared. Ayagi saw this and took out the Pokeball that Maylene lent him and opened it. Two angry Machokes suddenly appeared on the field. Machoke, use focus energy. Machoke, we also use focus energy. The two Machokes began to breathe deeply at the same time and concentrate. Kakugo sneered at this, kid, don't think you have a chance to win by using the same Pokémon. You and I are not trainers of the same level. Machoke, charge forward. Ignoring Kakugo, Ayagi said, let's charge forward too. The next second, the two Machokes took a big step forward and charged at each other, raising their fists. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, the fists of the two Machokes hit each other's faces at the same time, directly hitting the facial muscles. But even so, both sides had no intention of stopping, and almost raised their other hands at the same time. Arm, clenched his fist and hit the other side of the opponent's face. Bang! Kakugo's Machoke's fist hit Ayagi's Machoke directly. Stimulated by the pain, Machoke swung his fist more fiercely, trying to hit back. But the next second, the fist that had almost touched the opponent's face suddenly missed. Before Machoke could react, he felt a blow to his stomach, and a fist hit his stomach heavily. At this moment, Ma Choke's consciousness was a little blank. Ma Choke, don't be stunned, use the lower body kick. A Yaga's command sounded, and Ma Choke's somewhat scattered pupils gradually solidified, and he raised his foot and swept directly towards the opponent's lower body. But the opponent's Ma Choke jumped on the spot when the lower body kick was launched, and dodged the attack very flexibly, while raising his palm to make a downward chopping posture and chopped down. Seeing that the opponent was obviously more flexible in reaction and good at dodging and counterattack, King Liu knew that this was the difference between systematic training and wild methods, which was seen from the beginning when Mei Lin used Lucario to subdue this Ma Choke. The difference in strength was not big, but the technique was at a disadvantage. If you want to make a good counterattack, there is only one way. Block it, and then use revenge. King Liu's Ma Choke protected his head with both hands, and the brown energy on his body quickly condensed. The next second, Brick Break came and landed heavily on Ma Choke's arm. A sharp pain came, and Ma Choke could not maintain his standing posture in an instant. He was directly hit by this force and knelt on one knee, shaking all over, but at least he blocked this attack. Then, the effect of revenge was activated. A terrifying force far exceeding the previous Brick Break instantly lit up from Ma Choke and reflected back to Kakugo's Ma Choke. But neither Ma Choke, who was nearby, nor Kakugo, who was far away, seemed to have seen it. They just stood there and took the blow. Bang! 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 Ma Choke retreated continuously, and stopped his body after 3 steps. His face, which was raised high by revenge's attack, slowly turned back. Blood mixed with snot flowed out of his nose, but there was no pain on Ma Choke's face. Instead, he looked ferocious. Ma Choke, million-ton punch! Bang! With a muffled sound, A Yaga's Ma Choke was instantly hit by the punch and flew several meters away. He fell to the ground and did not get up for a long time. Ma Choke lost the battle, Kakugo's Ma Choke won. As the referee Mei Lin's voice fell, Kakugo immediately sneered, "Kid, the gap between us seems to be a bit big in speed, strength, reaction and resistance to blows. My Ma Choke is not enough to fight." Howl! Howl! Kakugo's Ma Choke in the field also showed a smug look on his face, stretched out his palm and hooked his finger at King Liu, full of taunting. King Liu watched quietly and said nothing. He was not surprised that Ma Choke would lose. The opponent's Ma Choke level was higher in the panel data, and the fighting skills in the battle were more skilled. Losing was certain, and it would be strange if it really won. The greatest tactical value of Ma Choke was to confirm what Pokemon Kakugo would use, provide information to King Liu, and facilitate the designation of tactics. Although he didn't like Kakugo, he would not deny the strength of a gym trainer who once challenged the 4 elites. He had never fought with a trainer of this strength, so he couldn't guarantee whether Tyrannosaurus could defeat him. He had to be as prepared as possible for this unknown situation. Because the opponent would definitely make certain arrangements for Tyrannosaurus, he had to be careful. But the 2 guys looked so proud now that they really deserved a beating. "Since you said your Ma Choke is so powerful, let's try to see if you can beat this one." King Liu took out the Pokeball containing the legendary White Stone and threw it out. Also, writing. End of this chapter. Chapter 90. The First Battle of the Legendary White Stone. A flash of red light passed, and the Pokeball opened, and a brown boulder nearly 2 meters high and 1 meter wide appeared on the field. This instantly attracted Kakugo's attention. "What is this?" With a simple glance, all the possible Pokemon information flashed through Kakugo's mind. Graveler or Golem? Jigglypuff from Unova region, or Crustle? Then Kakugo quickly denied these thoughts. "The size of these is completely inconsistent with the oval guy in front of me, and it seems that there is no life at all. Could it be a stone? No, since it came out of the Pokeball, it must be a Pokemon." Thoughts flashed through his mind, and finally Kakugo decided to test the waters. Little ghost, after all, I am the elder. This time I will let you attack first, so as not to say that I bully you. King Liu glanced at him lightly and said, that's not what you said just now. Why change your mind so quickly? Or are you afraid? He. Seeing that he couldn't get any useful information, Kakugo gave up the plan and started to attack. It seems that it is close to the rock, and the fighting type has the advantage. Even if he made a wrong judgment, he believed that the Pokemon he cultivated had the ability to solve it. Machoke, use Brick Break. Howl! Machoke roared, and after turning his palm into a knife, he jumped up and rushed to Shiraishi and chopped it down heavily. Bang! With a muffled sound, the moment the Brick Break move hit, a gust of wind rose on the surface of Shiraishi. Then, Machoke withdrew his palm with some pain, looking at the side that was already red, his eyes full of anger. This guy's defense can't even hit Machoke's Brick Break. Kakugo was a little surprised and decided to try again. Machoke, change position, and encore Brick Break. Machoke's right arm was filled with fighting energy again, and he chopped again in the opposite direction of the attack position just now. Bang! Another muffled sound. Shiraishi did not move, and Machoke retracted his arm that was swollen and red due to the reaction force. Brick Break has no effect, which means it is not rock type, so could it be ground type? Kakugo made a judgment in his mind and quickly said, use Ice Punch. Machoke immediately raised his left hand, which was not intact, and hit Shiraishi heavily with a little cold white air. The moment it hit, the cold air rushed along Machoke's arm to the surface of Shiraishi, freezing the area touched by the fist. It works. Kakugo was immediately excited. Machoke, use Ice Punch continuously. Howl! Machoke roared immediately. In order to vent his anger for being beaten twice in a row, regardless of whether his right hand was injured, he raised it and used Ice Punch alternately with his left hand, punching one after another. The cold air and ice on Shiraishi spread and covered it at a speed visible to the naked eye, until a quarter of the area was completely frozen. Aoki watched this scene quietly. Although Shiraishi is a dragon type, and was hit by Kakugo's ice type move, it would be a bit unrealistic to think that he could break the defense just like this. Before, Tyrannosaurus, who had used all his strength to attack, used Tyrannosaurus, which is also a dragon type, to charge, but he couldn't knock a hole in Shiraishi. In terms of power, Machoke's Ice Punch is still a little far behind. Jakugo also discovered this problem quickly. You know, a Pokemon as strong as Machoke with so many punches can easily smash even a boulder into pieces, but now no matter how many times Machoke's fists land, the stone has no reaction, and no cracks can be seen, which makes him feel a little wrong. The attributes seem a bit strange, there are no skills and moves, so the only way is to use pure strength. If that's the case, Kakugo took back the Machoke and threw out another Pokeball. A huge rhinoceros beetle with a blue-black body landed steadily in the middle of the field. Ayaga's eyes fell on it, and the Pokédex on the panel opened. Race here across. Classification: Rhinoceros Pokemon. Attribute: Bug, Fighting. Feature: Bug Premonition. When the physical strength drops to 1/3, the power of Bug-type moves increases. Level 28. Exclusive moves: None. Mastered moves: Arm Thrust, Fury Attack, Endure, Swords Dance, Aerial Ace, Bug Pounce, Mega Horn. Race value 500, HP 80, Attack 125, Defense 75, Special Attack 40, Special Defense 95, Speed 85. Intimacy 0. Status: Normal. Information summary: Gentle, but will use its huge horns to drive away enemies when it is disturbed while eating or encounters them. Not only can it uproot trees, but it can also easily lift objects that are more than 100 times its body weight. It is a Pokemon known for its Machamp. Are you going to use brute force? Seeing Kakugo send out the Heracross, Ayaga suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Combining the panel recommendation and the power performance of the Heracross in his memory, if he can really use the horn and Macam to break the legendary white stone, it will save him a lot of time. In comparison, the win or loss of this second game is not that important. So, come on, big bug with a horn. Under King Liu's expectant gaze, Kakugo launched the Heracross to attack. Flapping its wings, it quickly approached Shiraishi, raised its horn, and directly hit him with a bug-catching move. Then, regardless of the outcome, the Heracross stretched out its arms and pushed hard. Bang! 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 4 dull impact sounds were heard, and seeing that the boulder had a little sign of shaking, Heracross's eyes suddenly became sharp. He crossed his arms and raised his right shoulder, and slammed into it with a heavy iron mountain. Bang! Since his appearance, Shiraishi shook violently for the first time. Kakugo showed a look of joy on his face, and then turned his eyes to Aoyagi. At this moment, he was eager to see some ugly expressions on his face. But when he saw Aoyagi's expression clearly, he was a little unresponsive for a while. What the hell is this look of expectation and excitement? If someone who didn't know saw this scene, he might think that Heracross was Aoyagi's Pokemon, and he had the upper hand. Forget it, anyway, a guy who spends more than 100,000 to pursue a unique Pokemon is not normal in the first place. Kakugo said immediately, Heracross, Mega Horn. As the voice fell, the Heracross in the field soared into the air, and the big horns on its head lit up with dazzling light. With the acceleration of diving down from the sky, it pierced Shiraishi heavily. Bang! An unprecedented violent collision sound wrapped with energy instantly set off an explosion. At the same time, a wave of air rippled around the center of the battlefield like a ripple. King Liu used his arms to help his eyes, staring at the center of the battlefield, feeling a little uneasy. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated and the figure gradually became clear, King Liu's face collapsed from expectation in an instant. The big horn of the fierce Heracross pierced the middle of the white stone and turned it over. But even so, there was still no sign of breaking the defense. It's really a waste of expectations. King Liu sighed. But isn't this hardness a bit too much? Even the stone that summoned the Blue Eyes White Dragon is not so hard. Is it because the summoned white stone is unusual, or are the brown stones covering the surface of the white stone that cover the brilliance also from a simple origin? The answer that King Liu couldn't guess, Kakugo couldn't guess either. He never thought that even with the insect-type ultimate move like Mega Horn, he couldn't cause enough damage. This made it feel incredible and confused. All attacks are ineffective, and brute force can't break it. Such a strong defense but no counterattack, there are so many opportunities. Jakugo looked at Bai Shi in the field, and his brows slowly frowned. It seemed that this thing had not made any movement since it appeared on the field, and it had been motionless all the time, as if it was a dead object. Or was it originally a dead object? The more Kakugo observed, the more he felt something was wrong, and he immediately signaled the referee to check the specific state of the opponent. Aoyagi had already taken out the Pokeball at this time, and took the direct Bai Shi back before he spoke. Although this thing was indeed classified as a Pokemon by the panel, this kind of Pokemon that can only defend but not attack, and even has no consciousness and no one knows except itself, Aoyagi didn't know whether others would admit that it was a real Pokemon, but Kakugo on the opposite side would definitely not admit it. After all, without consciousness, it would fall into a Schrödinger state of whether it had fainted or not when attacked. According to normal rules, the game might be a draw, or even a loss. In that case, it would be better to quit while the going is good. Besides, the effect of Shiraishi's creation has far exceeded Aoyagi's expectations. While consuming a lot of Machoke stamina, he confirmed that the second one was Heracross, and also consumed part of its stamina. Now Kakugo only has one unknown Pokemon in its prime. That's enough. Next, I'll leave it to Tyrannosaurus. The third update is over. Unfortunately, the number of words in these 2 chapters is enough to write 3 chapters at ordinary times, but it hasn't reached the real climax yet. I'll continue the 3 updates tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 91, 1 vs. 2. The Curtain Gym is in the middle of the 8 mainstream gyms, and the average Pokemon level is around level 30. The second tier here across in front of us is level 28, and the other second tier Macamp is also level 28. After crushing the Onyx tribe, Reggie's 4 Pokemon, and later training and defeating Maylene, Tyrannosaurus is now at level 23. There is a gap of 5 levels between it and Kakugo's 2 Pokemons, so it can be said that there is a big disadvantage in terms of level, but level and race value cannot represent combat power, nor can they determine victory or defeat. If it were another Pokemon, it might be a little difficult to fight, but now his trump card is Tyrannosaurus, the one who fights at the forefront of the mature stage of the Digimon world. Aoyagi is confident that Tyrannosaurus can deal with these 2. The only thing to pay attention to is Kakugo's 3rd Pokemon that has not appeared, and. Aoyagi turned his head to look at Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, it stared at the Heracross opposite, as if it had already prepared for battle. But Aoyagi could feel that Tyrannosaurus's state of mind and state were affected by Kakugo's words. From a tactical point of view, Kakugo did a great job, but from the impact of this incident on Tyrannosaurus, Aoyagi was very unhappy. The key is that this kind of thing cannot be avoided, because even if you know that as long as Greymon's level is high enough to evolve into Battle Greymon, it can rely on its own exclusive moves to become a Pokemon.N world, but Greymon didn't know. It had never seen its own ultimate form, nor did it know how terrifying the ultimate form's combat power could be. No creature could understand something it had never seen. All it could understand was that it had spent more than a week learning the required moves, and was judged to be stuck forever. This had nothing to do with courage. This was the confusion that all intelligent life would encounter on the road of life, just like the Dark Battle Greymon, born from the fusion of 100 Dark Towers, was always searching for itself. Greymon had seen many different things since he was summoned. Now that he was confused, it was time for his human body of the divine plan to play a role. Use absolute strength to quickly defeat the 2 opponents in front of him, and then defeat the 3rd one, so that Kakugo could come up with a solution to the problem. If he dared to lie to me, I would tear down his gym. Finally it came out. If I get rid of you, the battle will be over. Kakugo saw Tyrannosaurus appearing on the field and no longer cared about what happened to the stone just now. After all, the overall situation would be decided after defeating it. After all, a stone that would not attack would not pose any threat. Heracross, charge, insect pounce. Heracross flapped its wings and pounced on Tyrannosaurus at high speed. Get out of the way. Tyrannosaurus in its normal state was petite and more agile. As soon as Heracross's pounce approached, it dodged. Arm thrust. Seeing that the attack was dodged, Kakugo immediately gave the order to continue the attack. Heracross landed and stretched out his arms, took a step forward, and began to arm thrust continuously. Tyrannosaurus immediately retreated. Heracross took a step forward, and Tyrannosaurus took a step back. After 5 consecutive smackdowns, Heracross's body suddenly sank and erected a huge horn. Fury attack. As Kakugo's voice fell, Heracross waved his horn and attacked like raindrops. This time, Tyrannosaurus did not dodge, but went straight forward, stretched out his claws and grabbed Heracross's horn to stop its movement. While this surprised Kakugo, he smiled and immediately waved his hand and issued an order, Heracross, use Mega Horn to pick this guy up and fly him. If he lets go now, just hit him. Hey Yakuru! Heracross roared in a low voice, stepped firmly on the ground with his legs, and suddenly exerted force while the horn on his head lit up white light, and instantly picked up Tyrannosaurus, who was holding the horn tightly. Seeing this, Kakugo laughed and said, "Little brat, you dare to let it defend like this, you really know nothing about power, today I will let you learn a lot, Heracross." Before Kakugo finished speaking, King Liu interrupted directly, "You are the one who should learn a lot, Tyrannosaurus. Enter combat mode." The moment the voice fell, the sacred plan decompressed the data, and Tyrannosaurus instantly grew from more than 1 meter in height to more than 5 meters. This sudden change in size and weight instantly brought the body that had just been lifted by Heracross back to the ground. And the originally petite claws also turned back to the same size as Heracross at this moment. Tyrannosaurus grabbed it, hit it hard on his head, and smashed it directly to the ground. Heracross, endure. After being hit hard in succession, Heracross was injured all over and felt dizzy, but his aura became stronger and stronger. While endure was forcibly extending his life, because his physical strength was almost at its limit, the characteristic insect premonition was activated, and his powerful aura began to emerge. But before it could fully gain momentum, a huge fireball fell from the sky, and the flames enveloped Heracross without giving him any time to react. Heracross was already weak to fire and had little remaining strength, so he fell to the ground in an instant under the scorching flames. Heracross has lost its combat capability, and Ayaga's Tyrannosaurus wins. Maylene's voice sounded. "The first one," Ayaga said lightly. Hearing this, Kakugo's face turned ugly in an instant. This slap in the face came too quickly, and it was over without giving him any time to react. Who knew that this guy's body size could change so much in an instant, and he didn't transform directly when he appeared, but took the opportunity to kill with one blow. He is indeed a troublesome kid, but I still say that using brute force and nasty plot is just a side path. Without flexible and changeable moves, you will never go far. Kakugo immediately threw Machoke's pokeball. "Machoke, use Ice Punch." Howl. Machoke, who reappeared, raised his fist that exuded coldness and punched with all his strength. Fire Punch. Greymon clenched his claws without showing any weakness, and his arms were surrounded by flames, and he fought with Ice Punch. Ice and fire collided, and a mist instantly enveloped the surroundings. The next second, a powerful fist pierced through mist and blasted directly at Tyrannosaurus. Mega Punch. Use your head to hit it. Tyrannosaurus immediately lowered his head and took the blow head on. Bang! A dull sound of impact exploded in the field. Thanks to its hard shell, Tyrannosaurus was not injured, but the strong impact still made it retreat several steps. Turning your body around while retreating, and then using Dragon Tail to slap it. Tyrannosaurus's big feet suddenly stopped, and while stepping a pit on the ground, it used it as a fulcrum to rotate its body. The dark blue dragon energy wrapped around its tail and slapped it at Machoke. Although the energy dissipated quickly, the huge body and powerful strength still knocked Machoke, who was in a defensive posture, away. Continuous fire, Mega Flame. Tyrannosaurus opened his mouth, and fireballs fell like countless meteorites falling from the sky. In an instant, the temperature of the entire venue rose. Machoke, run and dodge, such an attack will definitely not last long. Kakugo quickly issued an order. This move, which looks very powerful, is definitely a heavy burden on physical strength. Unless it is a Pokémon at the level of Elite or Champion, it will definitely not be able to withstand such consumption. However, before he finished speaking, he saw dozens of fireballs falling on the venue in the surprise of Machoke, covering Machoke and half of the venue. Ayaga's voice followed. End of this chapter. Chapter 92 Tyrannosaurus's Persistence. The next second, all the mega flames fell. Boom! Almost instantly, a heat wave swept across, blowing Ayagi and Kakugo back several meters, and Maylene, who was unprepared, was directly knocked to the ground by the air wave. Is this the real fighting power of Tyrannosaurus? Looking at the half of the field that was bombed into a mess, Maylene swallowed her saliva with a serious expression. Machoke in the field had fallen to the ground at this time, and his eyes were round. Kakugo took back the Machoke with a cold face, staring at Tyrannosaurus, who showed almost no signs of panting, and his face was gloomy for a while. Now, even if I don't want to admit it, you little brat and your Pokemon do have good strength. I was wrong. Kakugo took out a Pokeball and said coldly, but this doesn't mean I'm wrong. Without flexible moves, the upper limit is only that level after all. I have proved this with myself. The more he talked, the more excited he became. At the same time, a Pokeball was thrown out, and a Pokemon that stood up appeared in front of him. Lucario. Father! What are you doing? Maylene, who was acting as a referee next to him, asked. So, what do you mean by this? Looking at the level 48 displayed on the panel, which was the Lucario that he met in the game city that day, King Liu slowly looked at Kakugo. In the challenge rules agreed before, it was clearly stated that the first tier Pokemon would not be used for the gym competition, but now it has gone back on its word. I did say that, but the situation is different now. Your level is far beyond the level of rookies, and I must show some real strength. So you went back on your word and used the main Lucario. There was no shame on Kakugo's face, and he said, Machoke borrowed from Maylene, a Pokemon that can't move at all, and may even be unconscious, came to fight. Did you abide by the basic rules of the battle? Ayaga took a deep breath and his eyes gradually narrowed. When borrowing Machoke that day, Maylene said that Kakugo didn't know about Machoke, so how did he know it now? Maylene couldn't leak such a thing and conceal the issue of Tyrannosaurus size and combat power that had a greater impact on her, so there was only one possibility: aura. You only thought about Tyrannosaurus and forgot about the power of aura that Lucario possessed. Ayaga looked at Kakugo and said, first of all, the rules of the Alliance battle do not say that Pokemon cannot be borrowed. Secondly, the fact that it can be put into a Pokeball shows that it has no problems and is a type of Pokemon. So don't try to divert your problems through things within the rules. You don't think it's very glorious to do so, do you? Of course it makes sense. Money is one aspect, and on the other hand, I want to show you what real skills and moves are. Battles should never be solved by brute force. Speaking of this, Kakugo coughed twice and said, of course, I won't bully you like this. I will let Lucario use aura to suppress his level and control it to the level of Machoke and Heracross. Is that okay? As soon as the voice fell, Lucario's breath on the opposite side instantly weakened a lot. King Liu stared at the panel. Although the column of Lucario's level did not change, the status bar did show that his combat power was declining at that moment. Retreat, equal to the aura of Machoke and Heracross at around level 30. He really didn't expect aura to be able to do this. It seems fair on the surface. But it's just like that. Many things can't be solved by controlling the level. Whether it's the improved physical fitness or the powerful moves mastered, these are all things that aura can't suppress. You are a dishonest guy, it just makes me feel sick. So there's no room for negotiation. Kakugo spread his hands like a dead pig, saying, since this is the end of the gym competition, you pack up and go back. For a gym trainer like you to continue to exist, I am very disappointed with the monitoring mechanism of the Sinnoh League. Kid, are you going to fight or not? Ayaga stared at Kakugo for a moment, then his eyes fell on Lucario, and after a moment of silence, he prepared to leave with Tyrannosaurus. Now it's nothing more than wasting some precious time, and I'll try to find it back somewhere else later. Maylene said that not many people in Sinnoh region can solve this problem, but there are still people who can. Cynthia is a good choice, and the 4 elites and champions in other regions should also be able to do it. If it really doesn't work, at worst, we can find an opportunity to go to Alola region to find Professor Kukui who specializes in Pokemon moves. Greymon, we. Before King Liu finished speaking, Greymon, who had always been quiet and never took the initiative to speak in front of others, directly said to Kakugo on the opposite side, Human, answer me, do you have any way to solve the problem that I can't learn moves? Suddenly hearing the voice, Kakugo was stunned for a moment before reacting. He looked at Agumon standing not far away in surprise, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Yes. Okay. After that, Agumon took a big step back, turned around and stared straight at King Liu. Agumon didn't say anything, but King Liu understood what he meant from his scarlet eyes. Win the fight, and then solve the problem. If you can't win or get cheated, then make another plan. After all, the barefoot are not afraid of the shoes, and you won't lose anyway. King Liu took a breath, exhaled slowly, and finally shook his head helplessly. First it was Swablu, and then it was you. You two guys acted on your own. You are both sincere against me, right? Swablu above his head heard this and immediately raised his head and made a chi-chi-chi sound to express his dissatisfaction. King Liu ignored it, but looked at Tyrannosaurus and said, 3 times is the limit. Tyrannosaurus nodded heavily. Okay. King Liu then looked at Kakugo on the opposite side and said, Old man, you wait for me. No matter whether you win or lose in the end, I promise to burn your gym clean before tomorrow. Tyrannosaurus, Mega Flame. You should worry about yourself first, Lucario, Vacuum Wave. Tyrannosaurus opened his mouth and spit out a fireball, while Lucario took a horse stance and punched out. Suddenly, a wave of air blasted out, breaking up the Mega Flame in the middle. Then, he pulled out a white bone stick with his hands together, and came to Tyrannosaurus in a few flashes. The bone stick stabbed straight into Tyrannosaurus' chest. Fire Punch, Fire Fang. Flames ignited on his fists and fangs. And Tyrannosaurus fearlessly began to fight against Lucario. He used his claws to hit where his claws could reach, and used his mouth to bite where his claws couldn't reach. Although he couldn't catch up with Lucario's flexibility, his huge size also meant a larger attack range. Kyungsuan. Free Novel. Group, 9.5, 0, 1, 80, 9. 0.9, Kyungsuan.novel. Transfer, Group 8, 14,9.0, 3, 7, 9, 8. For a moment, various energy collisions sounded. Steel is resistant to dragon-type moves, but weak to fire-type, and needs to find an opportunity. Ayaga looked at Tyrannosaurus, who was fighting fiercely with Lucario, and began to look for the possibility of victory. Because even if the level was suppressed, this was a level 48 Lucario after all, more than twice the level of Tyrannosaurus, and it was also the strongest opponent he and Tyrannosaurus had ever encountered. End of this chapter. Chapter 93 Excitement. Even if the combat power of Digimon at the same time far exceeds that of Pokémon, with such a big gap, even if Ayagi is confident, he does not think he can win as easily as before. This can be seen from the fact that Tyrannosaurus gradually fell into a disadvantage and was hit several times in a row by Lucario's bone stick. And not only was the number of attacks increasing, Ayagi also discovered another problem. That is, the movements and skills of this Lucario far exceeded anyone he had seen before, whether it was Maylene's Lucario, or the two in front, Machoke and Heracross, may not even be worthy of carrying its shoes. The practical skills that Tyrannosaurus learned from Maylene have no effect at this moment, because Lucario's skills are more sophisticated. Ding! After the bone stick and fire punch had been heavily attacked, Lucario simply abandoned them, leaped up in front of Tyrannosaurus, and blasted Tyrannosaurus with his fist like a meteor. Steel-type move, Meteor Mash. Fire Punch. Tyrannosaurus clenched his claws and rushed forward. However, unlike the previous head-on collision, when the fists of both sides were getting closer and closer, Lucario suddenly withdrew his hand, and his body suddenly fell from the air, dodging Tyrannosaurus' fire punch while his fist turned into a meteor and shot into the sky again, hitting Tyrannosaurus. Bang! The extremely fast speed and huge force made even the thick-skinned Tyrannosaurus look painful. He staggered backwards while his body spun violently, and his thick tail slapped directly over, slapping Lucario, who was about to charge again back. This is just the beginning, kid, Lucario, use sword stance while charging. Lucario twisted his body and began to sprint in a very strange posture, while his whole body was burning with a fierce and powerful momentum. Stop it from getting close, and use Mega Flame continuously, King Liu said quickly. Since it is easy to fall into disadvantages when getting close, don't let it get close, and directly use moves to cover it. Greymon opened his mouth, and one fireball after another was ejected, starting a carpet bombing. Almost every Mega Flame, which was the same size as Lucario, exploded on the field. Lucario flashed between his hands, and he rotated the bone stick to meet the attack, and his speed slowed down instantly. Kid, no matter how strong you are, I don't believe you can last long. Although he was ahead in combat power, skills, and number of moves, he was suppressed by this damn firepower for a while. And Kakugo couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Aoyagi ignored these voices and looked at Tyrannosaurus and commanded him, Tyrannosaurus, charge up and prepare for Mega Blast. Mega Blast, Power 90, transformed from the small blast during evolution, numerically close to the power of Flamethrower in Pokémon World, and the specific lethality is equal to or even higher. Since evolution, this is the first time that Aoyagi has let Tyrannosaurus use this reality. Like the small blast during the Agumon period, this move is more physically demanding, and Aoyagi doesn't want to use it unless it is necessary. But now, it has to be used. Tyrannosaurus nodded, stepped heavily on the ground with his legs, and after taking a deep breath, one after another flame particles quickly condensed in his mouth, and finally compressed into a giant fireball that was much larger than Mega Flame. At this time, Lucario had already picked up all the fireballs flying towards it and came close. Fire! Tyrannosaurus roared, and the giant fireball condensed by Mega Blast burst out. Almost instantly, the temperature of the entire venue rose sharply. Faced with this attack, Lucario's expression became visibly solemn. Lucario, use Dragon Pulse. Lucario also took a deep breath, and the appendages behind his ears floated up. The power of aura accurately controlled the dark blue dragon energy to condense in his mouth. The next second, Lucario opened his mouth, and a terrifying energy beam sprayed out, and in an instant, it hit the incoming Mega Blast. Boom! The red fire energy and the dark blue dragon energy collided wildly, and fierce explosions came one after another, and the echoes in the building continued. In the center of the field, the situation was in a stalemate. King Liu faced the raging wind and squinted his eyes to look at the center of the battlefield. Very good, as long as we can keep the balance, we can probably use Mega Blast twice, no rush. Lucario, who was suppressed to level 30, is very strong in many aspects. The fact that he could kill two Tyrannosaurus of similar level in Machoke in 1 second is the best proof, but this does not mean that Tyrannosaurus's killing move is weaker than it. I don't believe that this steel-type Lucario can withstand it in a head-on attack. At this moment, Kakugo on the opposite side had a very gloomy face. It's not enough that he can use so many powerful moves continuously like a monster, but now he has a move that is even more terrifying than the previous one. At this moment, he felt that the words he said before were like slaps in his face. Even if such a Pokémon really can't learn other moves, maybe the upper limit is really not too high, but it will definitely not be lower than the 4th elite, and at least it will be much stronger than when he was young. But if that's the case, then doesn't his change over the years mean that it's not that Lu is not good, but that his level is limited? No, that's impossible. Recalling those unbearable memories in his mind, Kakugo's breathing became heavy and his voice became hoarse. Lucario, use Dragon Pulse with all your strength. Lucario on the field heard this, turned his head and glanced at Kakugo with his peripheral vision, sighed softly, and then his eyes became firm, and his aura rose steadily. The power of Dragon Pulse suddenly surged, and the originally stiff stalemate was broken, and the Mega Blast almost collapsed instantly. Despite this, Tyrannosaurus did not mean to compromise at all. He raised his head and fired the second Mega Blast, but it still did not have much effect. The terrifying energy exploded in the center of the battlefield. The first to bear the brunt was Tyrannosaurus. This kind of power. Ayaga quickly glanced at it and said quickly, "Tyrannosaurus, put all your physical strength into the next mega blast." Tyrannosaurus glanced at the direction of the explosion and quickly mobilized all his physical strength to activate the third mega blast. The fire energy quickly took shape, turned into a giant fireball and flew out, colliding head-on with Dragon Pulse. The next second. Boom! The terrifying sound and air wave burst out and swept around the venue. Ayaga didn't expect that this attack would have such a strong aftermath, so he quickly took out 2 pokeballs, took back Swablu, and took a few steps forward, aiming the pokeball at Tyrannosaurus and forcibly taking it back into the ball. The next second, the terrifying shock wave swept around in an instant, and a big pit was blasted out in the center of the battlefield. The whole building was shaking, and even Ayaga, who was standing far away, was blown away by the air wave. For a while, the whole venue fell into a relatively quiet silence. "Father, you're too much." Seeing this scene, Maylene snarl of rage said. Jakugo didn't seem to expect it to turn out like this. He didn't speak while his chest rose and fell rapidly, and gradually fell silent. Lucario in the field saw this, jumped to Maylene not far away and said, "Maylene, his aura is still very stable, the most important thing is to go and see there." Before he finished speaking, the 2 Lucarios seemed to sense something and looked back suddenly. At the place where King Leo was standing, a crisp sound of pokeball opening was heard, and Tyrannosaurus reappeared without knowing when. In the smoke and dust several meters high, a pair of huge eyes emitted a creepy blood-red light, and a terrifying breath broke out of the cocoon. End of this chapter. Chapter 94, Violent Evolution. When he first came into contact with the moves, Tyrannosaurus learned from King Leo that these seemingly inconspicuous small moves could bring huge effects. Special attack moves make up for the single long-range attack method of Mega Flame. Physical attack moves strengthen close combat capabilities and expand the attack range, and change moves directly give yourself a buff bonus. As long as it is a suitable or useful move, it is necessary to learn or master it. In King Leo's words, these moves will eventually act on its own exclusive skills, and the fusion of the two will achieve a stronger power. Hearing King Leo say this, it was very happy that it could become stronger again, so it was fully focused during training and was particularly hard-working. Even at night, when King Leo fell asleep, it would secretly practice alone nearby. But things went against its wishes. Except for those few moves, the progress of learning all other moves was stagnant. It also tried to watch the moves CD to learn moves of other attributes. If one way doesn't work, then try another way. But in the end, it was proved that all the ways were different. But it didn't want to give up. Later, it met Maylene and Lucario. It was as happy as King Leo and thought it had found a solution, but the result was cruel, until it met Kakugo. Although this human gave it a very obvious feeling of disbelief, it seemed that only he had the ability to solve its own problems at present. There was no way, and it had to believe it. Tyrannosaurus could guess that King Leo probably thought so. The fact was just as it felt. This human went back on his words and didn't say a word of truth. It was not afraid of being deceived by others, nor was it afraid that the other party would think it was a reckless man who only used brute force, nor was it afraid that the other party would say that it had a low upper limit and no future, or in other words, it was not afraid of many things in this world. It was afraid that it was weak and could not help King Leo. In the end, it had the determination to face a strong enemy, but it did not have the fighting power to cause damage to the strong enemy. As it said before, it could feel that King Leo would be a very different person in the future. The channel that summoned it and the dragon egg that it could not destroy even when summoned proved this. If it could not learn more moves, did not have enough attack range, and did not reach a higher limit, one day it would separate from this only important friend who wanted to go on with him. Perhaps it did not want to, and King Leo did not want to, but this would definitely happen. It did not have enough brains, but since it came to this world and followed King Liu, it still learned a lot of things. Many things were not a matter of wanting or not wanting, because they all just disappeared and separated silently in infinite peace. Therefore, facing Kakugo, a human with a long history of bad deeds, Tyrannosaurus still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe he would keep his promise and help him solve the problem. As long as the problem was solved, he would be able to improve his strength to a higher level on the existing basis, until he became the powerful ultimate form that Ayaga said he would be in. Holding this glimmer of hope, it did something that went against King Liu's opinion for the second time. But Greymon looked at King Liu, who had just been helped to the wall by him, and his scarlet eyes could not stop trembling violently. Obviously, when King Liu would rather starve than give it fruit twice, he had made up his mind to protect him as long as he was alive and not let him get hurt at all. But now, because of its persistence, an accident happened. Because of its luck, King Liu is now injured. Because of its incompetence, the situation has developed like this. Because Greymon turned around, his eyes, which were red as if they were about to bleed, looked through the smoke and dust at Kakugo standing opposite. It was all because of this damn human. It no longer cared about recklessness, courage, or anything else. At this moment, it just wanted to destroy everything. Roar! With a roar that shook the earth, Tyrannosaurus started running. At the same time, wounds appeared all over its body, and bright red blood oozed out from the cracks, spilling all over the ground without hesitation. But Tyrannosaurus seemed to feel no pain and started running at high speed. With a few jumps, its huge body came in front of Kakugo, with flames burning in its mouth and blood biting down on his head. Lucario, who was next to him, saw this and immediately splash blocked it with a bone stick. "Calm down, don't be like this. You accomplice!" Ignoring the injuries on his body and the blood flowing out of his body with every movement, Tyrannosaurus slapped Lucario and sent him flying. But soon, Lucario rushed back again, and with his arm raised, the power of aura turned into a barrier to block Tyrannosaurus's way forward. At the same time, Lucario raised his two arms and fired aura bullets that were fused with the rich power of aura, blasting the forward Tyrannosaurus back. Every time Tyrannosaurus retreated, it would leave pools of bright red blood on the ground. Until it retreated more than 10 steps and covered the original battlefield with a layer of red plasma, the eyes of Tyrannosaurus, which had run out of blood, gradually became dull, and its shriveled body stopped moving, standing still. Lucario was relieved when he saw this. This time the matter was really a big deal. It didn't know how Kakugo would report to the Alliance, how to face Maylene, and how to face the boy. Then, it mobilized the power of aura to check the status of Tyrannosaurus first, and at the same time collected the blood scattered around. Although it looked like it was hopeless, it had to at least try. But just when the power of aura was just covering it, the body that had lost its breath of life began to shake strangely. In the eye socket, the originally drooping eyes suddenly opened, staring at himself lifelessly, and then slowly fell on Kakugo. Just when Lucario was shocked and a little scared by the weird scene in front of him. The aura power that originally covered the entire field to collect blood and clean the battlefield suddenly seemed to have touched something terrifying, and all trembled uncontrollably. The shrunken Tyrannosaurus suddenly seemed to be resurrected and began to twist its body gently. At the same time, the blood spilled on the ground began to beat and boil, turning into red light sweeping around, and in an instant, the entire building was dyed a depressing red, and finally gathered on Tyrannosaurus. The next second, a cold and tyrannical breath that seemed to come from the world of death and filled with extreme discomfort came crashing down. End of this chapter. Chapter 95 Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Buzz. A buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the air. The red light of Tyrannosaurus transformed from blood became brighter and more bizarre. In an instant, it passed through the building and soared into the sky. Its originally shriveled body began to twist and deform in this oppressive atmosphere. Such a scene stunned everyone present. Is this the light of evolution? Kakugo looked at the scene in front of him and was a little shocked. Lucario was also shocked. He hesitated for a moment after using aura to detect it and replied, according to aura and the breath on its body, it is indeed a change that only occurs when it evolves, but how could it still have the ability to evolve in that state just now? The blood in its body sprayed out, and there was no sign of life on its body. It was almost like a dried corpse with only a skeleton left. But it was just in this situation where it was almost certain to be dead that Tyrannosaurus suddenly evolved. But then Kakugo discovered a new problem. Isn't the light of evolution of Pokémon generally all white? Even if there are some special evolutions and morphological changes, they should be bright colors like blue and green, but what happened to Tyrannosaurus now was a thick and oppressive red light. And it was transformed from the blood that just flowed out of its body. Such a scene made Kakugo and Lucario feel nervous. Such a scene was too weird. As the weird evolution light lit up, Tyrannosaurus' body changed significantly. The body, which was already huge compared to ordinary Pokémon, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and then stretched wildly in all directions. As the red light spread, Tyrannosaurus's body had doubled to 10 meters. Looking at this sudden huge change, Kakugo and Lucario immediately took a fighting stance and began to silently use Swords Dance to accumulate momentum. But then, something unexpected happened. Tyrannosaurus had not stopped, and its evolution was still going on. The body, which had already exceeded 10 meters, increased again, crossing the 10-meter limit in one fell swoop, and soared upwards until the sharp horn on the top of the head, which originally belonged to Tyrannosaurus, had pierced the ceiling of the battlefield before it finally stopped changing. At this moment, Tyrannosaurus's current posture came into view. This is a super-large creature with a height of more than 14 meters. Except for the huge red heart beating in the chest cavity, there is no flesh and blood on the whole body, and it is all made of huge dinosaur-like bones. Just like its current name, a zombie-like Tyrannosaurus, Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Compared to the Tyrannosaurus stage, Zombie Tyrannosaurus has grown more than 10 meters in height. The 3 sharp horns on the huge skull without flesh and blood have merged into a single horn. The bone mouth full of fine fangs is wide open, and the dark green eyes in the empty eye sockets are like 2 will-o-wisp embellishments. There are 6 spider-like bone spurs on both sides of the body at the lower part of the head, and the palms and claws that were originally slightly short and criticized are now completely stretched and elongated, with hideous giant bone claws at the end. But the most eye-catching thing is the giant missile located on the spine of its back, which also has dark green eyes and is longer than Tyrannosaurus. Seeing the zombie Tyrannosaurus in front of him, who was completely lifeless and looked like he had crawled out of a grave, Kakugo felt a dry and sore throat and swallowed a mouthful of saliva involuntarily. Crack! Crack! It seemed that because of the sound of swallowing saliva, or perhaps because it hated him so much, the giant skeleton monster in front of him slowly turned around with the sound of bones colliding, and set its sights on Kakugo. Although there were no pupils in those dark green eyes, Kakugo could clearly feel that the biting cold had been locked on him. This made Kakugo hold his breath instantly, and the hair on his back stood up, and he felt a strong breath of death enveloping him. If it was just feeling that Tyrannosaurus was bleeding all over and wearing the red light of evolution, it only made people feel some instinctive fear and terror, then the zombie Tyrannosaurus standing in front of him now was a complete incarnation of horror. Even if he had challenged many powerful trainers and Pokémon in the Sinnoh region, even if he had fought with those ancient and powerful ghost Pokémon, there was no time that could give him the instinctive feeling of resistance and fatality. This is not like the breath that a normal Pokémon can emit at all, but rather like a killing machine from the world of the dead. Where did that kid get this terrifying monster from? It has terrifying physical strength, powerful moves, and can speak human language. Now even this aura can't help but make people feel afraid. All his previous remarks about its characterization of a reckless man and its moves collapsed in an instant and turned into ashes. The only lucky thing is that no matter how terrifying the breath it exudes, it is probably no more than the level of Macamp and Heracross before evolution. And Lucario is twice the level ahead, so he definitely has a chance of winning. Lucario, use Dragon Pulse. Lucario is also extremely nervous at this moment. What Kakugo can feel, it can naturally feel more clearly with its more sensitive senses. The constant aura gives it an unprecedented sense of oppression and suffocation. This huge skeleton in front of it is extremely dangerous, and it must be solved with all its strength. Lucario quickly mobilized the power of aura to help him accurately control all the dragon energy, while concentrating it in his mouth, turning it into a deep blue beam and spitting it out violently. A distance of 10 to 20 meters passed in the blink of an eye, and Dragon Pulse rushed directly towards Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Faced with this sudden attack, Zombie Tyrannosaurus looked down, raised his huge bone claws without dodging or avoiding, and chose to grab it head-on. Kakugo's face showed joy when he saw this. Although it has evolved, it seems that it has lost its mind and become a fool. It dared to take Lucario's Dragon Pulse like this. But before Kakugo's smile was completely blooming, he saw that the originally aggressive Dragon Pulse was stopped by the bone claws halfway when it touched Zombie Tyrannosaurus. The surging and violent dragon energy kept hitting Zombie Tyrannosaurus' claws, but it could only push its huge body back little by little, and could not cause any damage at all. It was like a 3-year-old trying to push an adult down, and the child tried his best but couldn't do it. How is it possible? Lucario, the power of Dragon Pulse with full force is clear to me. Just now, it was because of this Dragon Pulse that it broke through Tyrannosaurus' 2 powerful Mega Blasts and set off a powerful energy explosion. But now, it can't cause much damage to the skeleton in front of it. What the hell is this thing? Lucario, attack with all your strength. Lucario held his breath and increased the energy output at the cost of physical strength to increase the power of the move. In an instant, a stronger Dragon Pulse blasted out. Faced with this attack, Zombie Tyrannosaurus did not choose to take it directly as before, but lowered his head and stared at his claws with dark green eyes. The next second, dragon energy quickly covered it, and 5 sharp dark blue claws instantly condensed on the already huge bone palm. Dragon Move, Dragon Claw. Looking at the incoming Dragon Pulse, Tyrannosaurus raised his claws and slapped it directly. Chi chi chi. The sharp claws completely cut Dragon Pulse without any hindrance, and Zombie Tyrannosaurus took a big step against the impact of this force. As the ground shook, the surging dragon energy constricted on the bone-like tail half erected behind Zombie Tyrannosaurus, and as the body turned, the huge tail raised a dull whistle in the air and whipped Lucario fiercely. Dragon-type move, Dragon Tail. Kakugo didn't have time to be shocked how this guy who obviously couldn't learn Dragon-type moves suddenly learned all of them after evolution, nor did he have time to be shocked why Dragon Pulse could easily defeat Lucario across so many levels. What he needed to do now was to dodge. Because Zombie Tyrannosaurus was really too big. With just a simple turn, the horn on the top of the head had already overturned a large part of the entire building above the head, and its swinging tail was like a steamroller 10 to 20 meters long rolling over. Especially the extremely violent dragon energy condensed on it, if it was touched, the consequences would be unimaginable. Almost as he just squatted down, a raging storm passed by where he had just stood and fell to the ground. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and the terrifying sound stimulated people's eardrums and hurt. In the smoke and dust, Zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex retracted its tail. And Lucario, relying on his own physical and speed advantages, also dodged in advance when Dragon Tail attacked. At this moment, its figure also rushed out of the smoke and dust in a few jumps, with its fist ready to punch Zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex from a distance. Fighting type move, Vacuum Wave. An invisible vacuum wave crossed the distance barrier and hit Zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex directly in the face. But in stark contrast to the previous hit on Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to not feel it when it was hit by the vacuum wave, and its body did not stop or stiffen at all. Instead, after just one look at Lucario who was trying to approach, his bone claws instantly burned with flames and clenched into fists, ignoring Lucario's current location and the direction of his charge. Perhaps zombie Tyrannosaurus had no such awareness at all, and just raised his arm and punched the ground in front of him. Boom! With a roar, the hard geology specially selected as the battlefield was directly shattered by zombie Tyrannosaurus's fire punch. With its feet as the center, it broke into a dense spider web, and the hot breath of fire punch overflowed from it. Countless gravel and dust were shaken and flew up, and the whole building shook and was about to fall. It's big, but it's so strong. This level of destructive power is simply horrifying. One punch directly smashed half of the battlefield, and Lucario's forward path was completely disrupted, forcing him to move to a slightly intact area next to him to dodge. Just as it dodged a piece of rubble, a shadow with scattered air suddenly appeared under its feet and slapped it on the head. So fast! Lucario wanted to escape the moment he noticed the attack of zombie Tyrannosaurus, but he found that the bone palm was too fast, and the strong air pressure generated by the swing was like an invisible big hand, nailing it to the spot and unable to break free. The next moment, the bone palm fell. Bang! The whole ground was shaken violently, and Lucario's figure disappeared in the smoke and dust, and the battle building that had been crumbling for a long time began to partially collapse at this moment. Zombie Tyrannosaurus stood in place, looked around and found no other movement, and roared to the sky. Roar! The suppressed and terrifying red energy that had disappeared with the completion of its evolution gushed out of its body again and rushed into the sky. Curtain Cultivation House. Okay, everyone gets a share. USI looked at the Pokémon that were gathered in the breeding house in front of him, and smiled as he distributed the special Pofen he had just made to them. Seeing that every Pokémon was very satisfied with the food, USI slowly stood up with a smile on his face. Gradually, he looked at the red light rising into the sky not far away with a serious look. If I remember correctly, that should be the Vale Gym nearby. Mr. Kingliu said before that he would challenge the gym, and the time just happened. What unexpected situation has happened now? Not far away, Reggie Paul stood under a tree, one expressionless, the other full of doubts. The two brothers also looked at the location of the Vale Gym, with different expressions, and did not speak. On the other side, Veilstone City Security Management Office. Miss Jenny, who had just finished patrolling, looked at the red light rising into the sky, emitting an ominous atmosphere, and her slender and delicate eyebrows slowly wrinkled. That direction is the west of the city. The only place worth paying attention to is the Curtain Gym. A&D. There seemed to be a flash of red light before. I thought it was an illusion. Now it lasted for so long. It seems that I was right. Miss Jenny, just now several residents near the Curtain Gym reported that there was a continuous and huge noise there. Do we need to send someone to check the situation? A young police officer next to him immediately reported. Continuous. Miss Jenny nodded after a moment of silence. Leave one person on duty tonight, and the others will follow me with their Pokémon. Yes. Miss Jenny immediately climbed onto the car and said to Growlithe next to her, Growlithe, let's go and take a look. Woof woof. Growlithe jumped up and jumped onto the back seat of the motorcycle. With a roar of the throttle, the man and the dog quickly disappeared in the distance. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen uniformed police officers quickly gathered and rode their respective iron horses towards the Curtain Gym. End of this chapter. Chapter 96 Crisis Strikes. Veilstone City, Galaxy Curtain Building. This high-end office building looks very magnificent on the surface, but secretly it is the headquarters of Team Galactic, the largest underground evil organization in Sinnoh region. Cyrus, the leader of Team Galactic, who is wearing a suit and tie, with a stern look and sharp face, is standing by the window at this moment, with his hands behind his back looking at the Curtain Gym not far away from the window. Or, he is looking at the red beam of light above the gym. Have you checked it out? I have checked it out, Leader Cyrus. A young woman with purple hair and a bun tied on the top and bottom immediately replied. This morning, the leader of the Curtain Gym, Kakugo, and his daughter Maylene, appeared on the first floor of the Curtain Game City, accompanied by a strange teenager. According to the surveillance footage, the three seemed to have a conversation about something that needed to be kept secret, but because Lucario used aura to prop up the shield, the specific details are unclear. Continue. After leaving the Curtain Game City, Kakugo and Maylene returned to the Curtain Gym, and the teenager went to the breeding house and then to the meteorite crater. After a battle with the son of the owner of the breeding house, he went to the Curtain Gym this evening and has not come out until now. Jupiter, who had 2 buns, wore a black and white Team Galactic uniform and boots, said word by word. Meteor crater. Cyrus muttered for a while, then asked, so that means that the beam of light was caused by the battle between Kakugo and the boy. I can't be sure, but the probability is very high. Have you checked the identity of the boy? I'm checking, and there will be results soon. Cyrus fell into deep thought after hearing this. Jupiter continued, Leader, Kakugo has long been a waste, and his Lucario has stagnated in strength for so many years. They can't cause such a big momentum, and this ominous aura doesn't feel like the power of aura. Jupiter paused for a moment, and seeing that Cyrus didn't react, he continued, I speculate that the boy must have carried something very unusual or Pokemon, and it is likely that he took a detour to the meteor crater for this reason. Maybe it has something to do with our plan. Jupiter stopped talking here. Cyrus glanced at her calmly and asked, What do you want to say? Jupiter immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, I suggest that you send someone to the Vale Gym to find out what happened. If you can confirm that the other party has something or Pokemon related to the leader's plan, take action immediately, otherwise it will be troublesome to wait for Miss Jenny or the Alliance to arrive first before you want to take action. Cyrus did not answer directly after hearing this, but asked, How are you executing the plan that Sachi provided from Team Rockets? It is being implemented as the top priority of the organization. The Curtain Gym in this city, Kakugo, is no longer managing the gym. The Suni Shore Gym leader Densi in the southeast is busy cleaning up the internal strife. The Jiawan Gym leader in the southwest has also recently traveled to Snowpoint City. In addition, except for Riley, the owner of Iron Island in the east, and the Sinnoh Alliance on Lily of the Valley, there is no one or any force in the nearby region that can stop us from taking any action. Hearing that nearly half of the 8 mainstream gyms have been dealt with by Thatch in the way Team Rockets set up regional alliances, Cyrus did not show any joy on his face, but asked coldly, since the plan is being implemented so smoothly, then, where are the tokens in the hands of the gym owners? Jupiter's face froze instantly. To activate the gun key hidden in the random ruins, you need to place 3 tokens handed down from ancient times, but there has been no news of any tokens since the plan was implemented. Needless to say, the leader is very dissatisfied. So Jupiter hurriedly lowered his head and said, I'm very sorry, what can be confirmed so far is that there is no token in Kakugo's hand. Then there is no need for the Curtain Gym to exist, and don't waste time on it anymore. Cyrus turned around slowly and said slowly, confirm the specific situation, solve the problem as quickly as possible and leave, don't expose yourself, and don't have some meaningless disputes with others. Yes. After Jupiter left, Cyrus looked at the light column outside the window again and was silent for a long time, the breath of gloom and death. Why does it remind me of the one hidden in the shadow world in the Sinnoh mythology? Feeling a burning and stinging sensation on his palm, King Liu couldn't help but open his eyes. What he saw was a mess. A hole was directly broken in the ceiling of the originally spacious and neat battlefield. He sat in the corner, surrounded by ruins. I was so careless that I actually got myself injured. After wiping the blood from the corner of his eyes, King Liu confirmed that he only had some minor bruises on his body from collisions, except for the scratch on his head which had stopped bleeding. He began to quickly recall what happened just now. At this time, the heat on the palm of his hand came again, interrupting his thoughts. King Liu raised his right hand and looked at the position of his palm. I saw that the sacred plan, which had been fused with the palm and turned into a mark, was now emitting waves of strange red light. Every time it lit up, King Liu would feel a tingling pain. The last time it glowed was because Agumon evolved into Tyrannosaurus, but it was a white light at that time. What's going on this time? Could it be? Thinking of this, King Liu suddenly remembered what happened before he hit the wall and lost consciousness. A guess popped up in his mind, and he stood up suddenly from the ground. Then, a huge figure that was very similar to a dinosaur skeleton came into view. Especially after seeing the orange and green torpedo-shaped missile on the back of this figure, a picture suddenly flashed through King Liu's mind. Could it really come out? Quickly opened the panel Pokédex and locked his eyes on the figure in front of him. Race Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Classification Undead Pokémon. Attribute Dragon, Ghost. Feature Death Fighting Heart, for in order to fight non-stop, he gave up his body and intelligence in exchange for powerful attack power, and the power of all offensive moves increased by 50%. Level 23. Exclusive moves Mega Flame. Heart of Destruction. The power of a full-strength attack is comparable to the center of a nuclear weapon explosion. Ghost System, Power 120. Sharp Claws. Death Nail, chopping with huge sharp bone claws. Ghost System, Power 80. Mega Blast. Annihilation Bird, enhanced version of Heart of Destruction. After charging, it uses the built-in tracking function, and the power and damage range are significantly improved. Ghost System, Power 130. Tyrant Dragon Charge, Dragon System, Power 60. Mastered moves Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Fire Fang, Fire Punch, Double Chop. Racial value 610, HP 95, Attack 132, Defense 90, Special Attack 135, Special Defense 88, Speed 70. Intimacy -1, cannot distinguish friend from foe. Status Frenzy, weak. Information summary: only bones are left on the body, and fighting is the only thing in mind. It survives with a strong fighting instinct. Its existence is a threat to all creatures. It will not stop unless its physical strength is exhausted. The special move is the Organic System Missile launched from the spine, Bakuchi. According to the latest information, Bakuchi has evolved into a move with a new tracking function, and its power and range have also been significantly improved. Oblivion Bird. Divine Plan: if one of the evolution conditions, level 20/level 40/level 60/level 70, is not met, it has been temporarily forced to evolve into Zombie Tyrannosaurus, perfect form. Sure enough. Seeing the confirmation information on the panel, King Liu had already guessed the general course of events. Hey! Take a deep breath, suppress the trembling body caused by the crazy secretion of adrenaline. And King Liu began to think about how to deal with the current situation. Evolution is certainly a gratifying thing, but Zombie Tyrannosaurus is obviously not on this list. This attack that has completely lost its intelligence and cannot distinguish between friend and foe, the attack form can be said to be extremely dangerous. In the Digimon world, after Taiki Yagamai's Tyrannosaurus evolved into Zombie Tyrannosaurus, he could kill any creature that appeared in front of him. First, he killed a Tyrannosaurus in 1 second, then blasted it into data slag with a burst of heart, and then easily killed the 3 mature stage protagonists in 1 move. In this state, it can be said that except for Zombie Tyrannosaurus himself, all other creatures can't survive, including himself, who is also at risk of dying here. Ayaga quickly browsed the information of Zombie Tyrannosaurus, and finally locked on in the Sacred Plan column. After reaching the corresponding level of evolution, the form will be fixed directly and will not degenerate, but now the level is not enough, but it is forced to evolve. Does it mean that there is still a possibility of changing back? Combined with the example of Zombie Tyrannosaurus degenerating directly into Rolling Ballman in his memory, Ayaga felt that this conjecture was more and more possible. The only way to make it change back is to exhaust its physical strength. But he only had Swablu and the legendary White Stone, neither of which had much combat power, so he needed help. Thinking of this, King Liu at least turned over and jumped onto a fallen beam and began to search around. Since Tyrannosaurus was in a frenzy because of him, and the surroundings were obviously just torn down, it was very likely that he had fought with Kakugo's Lucario. At this moment, King Liu hoped for the first time that Kakugo would appear in front of him intact. Since it was this guy who caused Tyrannosaurus to go berserk and become what it is now, then it is natural that he should solve this problem. King Liu looked around and searched around frantically with the panel. Soon, he found a Lucario. The panel scanned and the level was shown as 23. Maylene's Lucario? That means Maylene is probably there too. After confirming that the position where Maylene stood was a distance away from the zombie Tyrannosaurus and there was basically no danger, King Liu began to continue searching. Finally, he found Kakugo's figure under a pillar, as well as a Machoke, a Macamp, a Heracross, and the level 48 Lucario with him. Machoke, Macamp, and Heracross supported the buildings that might tilt around them. Lucario stood in the middle, with a strong aura condensing on him. And as time passed, Lucario's aura continued to grow stronger. Obviously, it was improving its combat effectiveness by constantly using transformation-type moves. Swords Dance. King Liu's eyes fell on Kakugo, and then he glanced at the zombie Tyrannosaurus who was about to leave for the city, and bent down to pick up a stone. After gathering all his strength, he threw it at Kakugo's position with all his strength and hit all of a sudden. Lucario, who was originally preparing for Swords Dance, noticed the attack, turned around and raised his arm to smash the stone, and at the same time, his eyes swept to the place where the stone flew, but he did not find any figure. Lucario, what's wrong? Kakugo asked. Lucario took a last look at the place not far away. An aura said, someone threw a stone here, but I didn't see anyone. I don't know what they want to do. That guy is outside, and I don't dare to use aura at this distance. Before he finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. Kakugo suddenly thought of something, his face changed, and he quickly raised his head to look not far away. He saw that the zombie Tyrannosaurus that had already left was taking big steps and rushing towards where they were. Damn, the position is exposed. Kakugo cursed, breathing rapidly and looking at the zombie Tyrannosaurus that was rushing towards him, and quickly said, we can't sit here and wait for death. We must rush out directly, delay time together, and then leave in batches. What about Maylene? Lucario asked. Kakugo was silent for a few seconds and said, now is not the time to think about this, and her previous location is closer to the outside, so she should have left safely. Kakugo then quickly assigned tasks, and the 4 Pokémon nodded in unison. Then, Macamp Machoke rushed out first, Heracross flapped its wings and flew beside him, and Lucario was at the end, continuing to use Swords Dance while moving forward. Kakugo took this opportunity to move outside the gym. Facing the 4 Pokémon that suddenly appeared and rushed towards it, Zombie Tyrannosaurus raised its arm, and dragon energy instantly lingered on it, and the huge dark blue claws slapped it directly. Macamp Machoke roared at the sight, and burning flames and raging cold air appeared on its arms respectively. It punched left and right at the same time, and hit it head-on. Fire Punch and Ice Punch collided directly with Dragon Claw. Bang! The flames and cold air collapsed instantly, and Zombie Tyrannosaurus's claws easily hit Macamp and Machoke slammed into the ground and sank into it. Then Dragon Claw continued to grab the flying Heracross. Heracross, with little physical strength left, used the characteristic of Bug Premonition to become extremely powerful. While using the advantage of flying to stop at a high speed and avoid the attack of Dragon Claw, the horn on its head flashed white light and rushed towards Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Mega Horn. With the increase of Bug Premonition, the power of Mega Horn reached a terrifying value. The next second. Bang! Another dull sound sounded, and Heracross crashed into the ruins beside it like a fly that was slapped to death. At this point, 3 Pokémon lost their ability to fight, leaving only Lucario. And time, Only less than 2 seconds passed. I wanted to ask for leave, but forget it, I'll update later. End of this chapter. Chapter 97 Zombie Tyrannosaurus's Ultimate Move. Is this the power of a perfect Digimon? Seeing Zombie Tyrannosaurus kill 3 Pokémon with one strike, even King Liu couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although Tyrannosaurus also has the ability to kill Machoke and Heracross in 1 second, it's so easy and casual, and it also kills a nearly level 40 Machamp, which is impossible even for Tyrannosaurus. More importantly, Zombie Tyrannosaurus has not yet shown its true strength, and has only used a few close combat moves. Then, King Liu's eyes fell on the torpedo-shaped missile on its back. The Heart of Destruction, also known as the Zero Cruise Missile, and the enhanced version of the Annihilation Bird, these two things are the real killer moves of Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Although King Liu didn't know whether the Zombie Greymon at level 20 could exert their full strength and whether they really had the ability to destroy a city, after all, even if they both used Water Splash, Magikarp's Water Splash was definitely different from Kyugra's Water Splash. But even the smallest nuclear weapons, their power should not be underestimated. So, taking advantage of the gap between Zombie Greymon and Kakugo's Pokémon fighting, King Liu touched Maylene's position. The moment she saw King Liu, Maylene's eyes fell on the blood on her forehead, and she stopped talking immediately. Finally, she sighed heavily and lowered her head. King Liu, I'm so sorry. I brought you here because I said my father had a way to solve your problem. I didn't expect him to be more and more stupid. Not only did you get injured, but Tyrannosaurus became what it is now. I'm really sorry. It's not your problem. Tyrannosaurus and I were too impatient. King Liu said quickly, now is not the time to talk about this. You leave here immediately and evacuate all the people in and around the gym. Try not to have any living creatures stay around here. It's even better to hide somewhere farther away for a while. Maylene was shocked and confused by King Liu's words. What do you mean? Thanks to your father, the situation has gotten out of control. Now even I can't command Tyrannosaurus. Hearing King Liu say this, Maylene immediately remembered the weird look of Tyrannosaurus when it was evolution, and its terrifying appearance that was so huge that it didn't look like a Pokémon at all. Such a powerful Pokémon full of evil aura is probably not a good one. Then I can. Seeing Maylene open her mouth, King Liu knew what she wanted to say and waved her hand to interrupt her. The longer you delay, the higher the chance of something happening. Tyrannosaurus will not let Kakugo leave, and now only you can save more people. There should be Miss Jenny in Veilstone City, let her help you evacuate all the people nearby. What about you? Me? King Liu was silent for a moment and said, Tyrannosaurus became like this because of me, what's the matter with me running away now? But you said that the situation is out of control, and if so many of us are in danger of life, then you are just waiting to die if you stay here. King Liu heard this and reached out to take out a pokeball from his pocket, and a crazy smile gradually appeared on his face. It is indeed very dangerous, but many things always need to be tried, right? On the other side, Kakugo's face became extremely gloomy when he saw his 3 Pokémon lose their combat effectiveness again in an instant. Even though he knew that even if he added a Machamp from the first echelon, it would probably not have much effect, but he didn't expect that he couldn't last for 2 seconds. Fortunately, the time required is enough. Jakugo looked at Lucario, who was now extremely powerful, and rushed towards Zombie Tyrannosaurus with a sharp breath accompanied by aura. With the full stack of Swords Dance, plus the power of aura and the double level difference, I don't believe that I can't beat you, a beast with no IQ. Jakugo glanced around, looking at the battlefield that was almost destroyed and the various buildings in the gym that were also affected and collapsed, and said angrily, Lucario, Meteor Mash. Lucario jumped up and passed through the gap between the Dragon Claw and the huge Bone Palm, and climbed up on the arm of Zombie Tyrannosaurus. At the same time, he raised his fist, a metallic luster flashed, and he turned into a meteor and punched Zombie Tyrannosaurus directly at the arm. Bang! Zombie Tyrannosaurus shook his arm impatiently, raised it high, and swung it down suddenly, using the powerful inertia to throw Lucario out. Lucario landed with the help of the ruins next to him, tapped on the ruins several times, and rushed out again, attacking with his petite body and flexible speed. But no matter how Meteor Mash fell or where he attacked, he even broke through to the vicinity of Zombie Tyrannosaurus's head once, but a punch to the skull still did not cause any effective damage. Six Swords Dance's increased attack power still can't break this beast's defense. Just as Kakugo's curse fell, Zombie Tyrannosaurus raised his arm again, and a breath of constrict, which seemed to be filled with death and destruction, slashed down on the bone claws. The ghost-type move evolved from the sharp claws, Death Spike. Seeing this scene, Kakugo on the side had to choose another plan. Ever since he saw that Zombie Tyrannosaurus had such terrifying power and destructive power, and could easily pound Lucario into the ground in a short time, he had already thought in his heart that if he still couldn't defeat this monster after 6 Swords Dances, just give up the idea of crazy attacking. Since he can't beat it head-on, then defend, and defend and counterattack. Lucario has learned moves specifically for this situation. Especially now at such a close distance, all conditions are very suitable. Even if you are not rational now, I want to show you how much effect a flexible combination of moves can bring. Lucario, use counter to resist. Facing the attack, Lucario put his hands on his chest and used the power of aura to defend himself. The next second, the Death Spike chopped down directly, and Lucario was directly chopped down from the air by the Bone Claw. But unlike the previous attack, Lucario was not directly chopped away by Zombie Tyrannosaurus, but used the power of aura to hold the Bone Claw tightly, making it fit together with his body. At the same time, an energy that was no weaker than the Death Spike instantly covered Lucario's claws, and then punched Zombie Tyrannosaurus' claws. Bang! A violent tackle sounded, and the strong shock wave shook Zombie Tyrannosaurus' body back a step, and even the heart in the chest seemed to be impacted and trembled violently. Seeing this scene, Kakugo sneered, "Haha, how about it, double the return of your own power to hit the body, even a monster like you will feel pain." At this time, Lucario, who also suffered great damage, was also bounced back by the recoil and fell to the ground, standing next to Kakugo again, panting. "Kakugo, my physical strength is almost at its limit." Lucario aura transmitted. Even if he had already taken a defensive posture and mobilized all the power of aura to form a protective shield on the surface of his body, the attack power and strength of Zombie Tyrannosaurus were too high and too strong. Just against one move, the drastic loss of aura not only consumed a lot of physical strength, but also directly shocked Lucario into a state of serious injury. "It doesn't matter, you are the best now. You can maximize the power of the last blow." Kakugo stared at the beating heart in the middle of Zombie Tyrannosaurus' chest, and said slowly, "If the heart is injured, it should have a significant impact on it. Next, use that move to attack with all your strength and try to solve it with one move." Lucario panted weakly, glanced at Zombie Tyrannosaurus with aura, nodded and placed his palms on his waist. Soon, the energy on Lucario's body and the energy gathered from all directions condensed and compressed, and an energy ball was born. But it was not the blue of aura bullet, but an orange-yellow color mixed with 2 colors. Fighting type move, reversal. Attack with all your strength, the lower the physical strength, the higher the damage you can cause. With the help of resisting one attack of Zombie Tyrannosaurus, at the same time reaching the 2 limits of low physical strength required for counter and reversal, the last and strongest combat power is exerted. Even if Kakugo doesn't want to admit it, the monster opposite at this moment is definitely a strong enemy that can't be stronger. This is the method that Kakugo thought of to allow Lucario to absolutely counterattack against a strong enemy. But all this has to be gambled with life. If he was killed instantly by Zombie Tyrannosaurus, then everything would be in vain, and he would most likely be trampled to death by the monster in front of him. But fortunately, he made the right bet. Even if Lucario will completely lose his ability to fight after this attack, he only needs to turn his eyes. If we can defeat this guy in front of us, then all problems will be solved. Lucario immediately prepared to charge. The light blue aura power lingered around it, and it supported its tired body, using the power of aura to select the closest and best attack route, and at the same time make the fastest response to zombie Tyrannosaurus. What neither Kakugo nor Lucario expected was that the zombie Tyrannosaurus, which was originally extremely violent and aggressive, was very quiet at this moment. This strange silence gave Kakugo a bad feeling. What does it want to do? Seeing that zombie Tyrannosaurus had not moved for a long time, Kakugo suppressed the feeling in his heart and directly let Lucario launch the attack. Seeing that Lucario had confirmed the attack route and was ready to go, zombie Tyrannosaurus, which had been silent, moved. Or to be more precise, the torpedo-shaped missile on its back moved. That is, the moment it shook, Lucario, who had just taken a step, stopped instantly, and the command in Kakugo's mouth was directly stuck, and the bodies of the two people trembled like sieves. The aura covering the surroundings fed back the information detected from zombie Tyrannosaurus, and a premonition came to Kakugo's heart. The hair on the back of his back stood up, and cold sweat on his forehead could not stop. What the hell, why do I have a feeling that I will die soon? Kakugo breathed rapidly, looking at the zombie Tyrannosaurus in horror. The same situation happened to Lucario. The reversal moves gathered in his hands collapsed directly under this pressure. The hair on his body suddenly expanded like explosives, and the breath of death filled the air around him. Bo! Aura told me that it is now, very angry. Lucario took a few deep breaths, and a trace of despair slowly emerged in his eyes. Kakugo, this time. It seems that we have really made a mistake and there is no turning back. After a decade or two of getting along, Kakugo certainly knew what Lucario meant. Just as he was about to say something strange happened. The red light that shot up into the sky around zombie Tyrannosaurus gathered into its body again, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire curtain gym. The next second, the missile on zombie Tyrannosaurus' back began to burn. The bones on the spine that were used to fix the missile loosened one by one, and a thick smoke rose from the end. Zero cruise missile, launched. The target was Kakugo and Lucario. Buzz. A buzzing sounded in the air, and the huge missile that seemed to be 5 or 6 meters long showed a terrifying speed that was extremely inconsistent with its size. It almost teleported through a distance of dozens or hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Kakugo and Lucario. The next second. Boom! A strong wind swept through, and a huge one that almost swept across the entire Veilstone. The explosion in the city valley rose to the sky, and all the clouds in the night sky were shattered. Then, a pure light that seemed to be the only white light in the world expanded in all directions at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Houses, buildings, woods, streets, and even a half-developed hill next to the gym collapsed in an instant under the shining white light, and all turned into ashes. In the cultivation house on the other side of the city, Reggie, and Paul, who were just about to rest, had their room illuminated by the light, and the windows creaked. It's coming from the location of the curtain gym again. What happened? USI said to himself. Reggie, who was silent on the side, was silent for a moment, turned over and got up to put on the clothes he had just taken off, and ran out of the house. Brother, where are you going? Paul quickly got out of bed and chased after him. On the other side, more than a dozen police motorcycles honked their horns and were dispersing the crowd nearby. After carrying a child to the police car, Miss Jenny turned around and looked at the pink-haired girl in front of her and said solemnly, Miss Maylene, such an emergency evacuation operation is very destructive to people's livelihood and is likely to cause strong dissatisfaction. I did it because I trusted you. If nothing happened later. Maylene nodded gratefully. She also understood what Miss Jenny meant. If she did such a violation of regulations and disciplines without anything happening, the other party might bear a lot of responsibility in the end, but in order to protect the information of King Liu and Tyrannosaurus, she could not directly point out the situation. Just as she was hesitating about how to explain, a violent explosion came from the direction of the curtain gym. Then, the top of the gym was completely lit up, and the entire night sky was like daylight. End of this chapter. Chapter 98, Death and Life. What is this? Miss Jenny said to herself in confusion at this sudden scene. Maylene, who knew the situation, had a drastic change in her expression. Is this the situation that King Liu said was out of control? But this is more than out of control, it is simply a terrible natural disaster. In such an environment, can King Liu survive? Can her father and Lucario survive? Thinking of this, Maylene thinks that she is reasonable. Everyone should go back and have a look, even if their lives are in danger. Miss Jenny, you've seen that this time the situation is very unusual. The next evacuation and resettlement are all up to you. After saying that, Maylene called Lucario, who was assisting in the evacuation in the distance, and rushed directly to the direction of the curtain gym without waiting for Miss Jenny's reply. Curtain gym. Perhaps it can no longer be called the curtain gym. Almost all the buildings and structures nearby have collapsed. The various green vegetation and trees near the gym have disappeared directly from the ground, leaving only a pit. A huge pit with an unknown width and a depth of about 20 to 30 meters suddenly appeared on the ground, with dots of silver moonlight falling, and a desolate atmosphere blowing in the face. Click! 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 Zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex walked step by step to the edge of the pit, searching up and down with dark green eyes. The middle of the huge pit was pitch black, and no life could be seen, nor any signs of life. Everything returned to nothingness except dust. After confirming that there were no fish that had escaped the pit, Zombie Tyrannosaurus turned around and began to walk towards the center of Veilstone City. As its huge body moved, it shook up the already desolate ground with trails of dust. A blue-black figure emerged from the dust. Lucario, who was covered in blood and whose breath was so weak that it was almost inaudible, roared, and a blue aura bullet rushed straight into Zombie Tyrannosaurus' face. Faced with this sudden attack, Zombie Tyrannosaurus raised its claws to block the aura bullet, and after knocking it to the ground with a dragon claw, it directly picked it up and slammed it to the ground. Lucario struggled to get up again, and the blue aura power covered his body, forcibly supporting his body to charge again. The next second, puff! Zombie Tyrannosaurus, who had already turned around, swept with dragon tail, and Lucario, who was hit hard, spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, flew back, and smashed into the ruins on the side. The already seriously injured body was hit again, and Lucario started to cough violently, with a stream of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Watching the zombie Tyrannosaurus step by step towards the center of the city, fatigue and severe pain came over his body, the world in front of him faded like a tide, and darkness enveloped him. Click! A footstep sounded beside his ears, and Lucario opened his eyes with difficulty, moving his sight little by little, looking at the figure standing in front of him. A well-proportioned teenager wearing a black casual suit. "You are still here." Lucario trembled and transmitted his voice with aura. "I have to clean up this mess in the end, but what I didn't expect is that you didn't die in this degree of explosion." The power of aura is really a difficult thing. In order to ensure that he could observe the latest situation, King Liu didn't run too far even when the zombie Tyrannosaurus used exploding heart, so he saw what happened at the moment of the explosion. Kakugo and Lucario, who also used some aura power, activated their aura shields at the same time, trying to use them to drag both parties into the air to avoid. However, the power and coverage of the explosion heartland were too great. And the effective killing power was too terrifying, which was not something that ordinary aura power could resist. Kakugo's shield was melted by the high temperature of the explosion heartland in an instant, and Lucario took the initiative to block it with aura howl in order to save him. Kakugo was blown away by the shock wave, and Lucario, who was originally thought to be dead, was lucky to be teleported to the other side of the explosion with the last aura power. Although it still did not escape the coverage of the explosion heartland, the power of the explosion at the center and the edge was not of the same order of magnitude. It survived with a little strength mixed in with its luck. Even though it was covered with wounds and the wounds were still bleeding, it survived. At this moment, hearing King Liu's mocking words, Lucario suddenly became excited. Not dead? Yes. I'm not dead, but what about Kakugo? Kakugo is dead. Before King Liu could speak, Lucario was interrupted by the severe pain and constant fatigue, and his aura was interrupted. Then, King Liu's cold voice sounded. Although I really want that guy to die, I have to say that he is really a scourge that will last for 1,000 years. His luck is as good as yours. Although he is dying, he still has a breath. Aoki looked at Lucario on the ground expressionlessly. Because of these two guys, the situation got out of control to such an extent in an instant, and even the stimulated Tyrannosaurus directly evolved into a zombie Tyrannosaurus that lost its mind and only knew how to destroy. Fortunately, it was only a forced temporary evolution, and he could retreat. If he couldn't retreat, Tyrannosaurus would always maintain the violent state of zombie Tyrannosaurus and destroy everywhere. The final result would be only one, that is, he would be wiped out by the Alliance. It can be said that they almost pushed him and Tyrannosaurus off the cliff. King Liu really couldn't muster any sympathy for these two guys. If this guy wasn't still useful now, King Liu really wanted to kick him. Lucario was stunned when he heard this. The power of aura was spread out with difficulty. Kakugo's life breath did appear, which made it ecstatic, but it quickly adjusted its mood and looked at King Liu. Compared to Kakugo, it is more rational and has more things to think about. If we really want to investigate all the problems in this matter, the basic source is Kakugo in it. This is an indisputable fact, and it can even be said that they have brought it upon themselves. After failing to reach the 4th elite many years ago and coming back to meet the man Cyrus, Kakugo has fallen. This Pokémon, who claims to have mastered the power of Justice Aura, has also been affected invisibly. Presumably, after this incident, Kakugo can change and return to his previous appearance, but it should not be able to see it. You come here now, do you want to silence me? No problem, but I hope you can let Kakugo go. Lucario asked. How is that possible? I am a law-abiding citizen. Lucario heard this and smiled weakly. Facing that horrible explosion, he didn't leave, but now he suddenly appeared in front of him. If it wasn't to silence him, then what was the reason? To save him? What a joke! But as time passed, Lucario couldn't sit still when he saw that King Liu hadn't made any move, and even took out the healing spray to treat his injuries. What on earth do you want to do? I said, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Lucario looked at the zombie Tyrannosaurus, which had walked a distance away, and said after taking 2 quick breaths. If you are really a law-abiding citizen, you should think about what to do next. Now that the gym is gone, you should be calm, right? But the residents in Veilstone City are innocent. If the attack smackdown just now happened in the city center. When Lucario thought of this, even though his weak body couldn't move much at the moment, he couldn't help but shudder. As it had faced the heart explosion move head-on, it naturally knew how terrifying the power was. That level of lethality could be regarded as a devastating blow to ordinary creatures. When hearing Lucario's words, King Liu raised a mocking smile. I can't believe you know that the gym has the obligation to protect the city. Did Kakugo teach you that? In one sentence, 2 objects of yin and yang at the same time, Lucario was choked as if he had eaten a pile of shit. It was already very uncomfortable for it that the gym was destroyed, and now King Liu was rubbing salt on it, but who let the root of the fault be not the other party but itself, and it didn't want to involve those innocent people and let them lose their lives because of its and Kakugo's mistakes. Human, there is no need to argue in such a place. You can talk about what you want to do to me later. Now time is life. You said you are a law-abiding citizen, so... King Liu interrupted directly, I have no interest in your dog's life. I just need you to do one thing for me. As he spoke, King Liu's smile gradually covered his entire face. It was just that this smile made Lucario feel a little scared. What's the matter? I need you to attract its attention, and then let it bombard you with shells. King Liu slowly said the plan. Lucario was silent. If you really hate me and want me to die, you can just say it directly. There is no need to spend so much effort. This is not to let you die, but to let you save the citizens of Veilstone City you want to save. King Liu put away the healing spray and slowly stood up, or, what you just said about protecting the citizens of Veilstone City was just talk, but you actually wanted to trick me into dying. King Liu sneered and continued, that's right, after all, it's a bit ridiculous for a bully like Jim to say that he wants to protect the citizens. Lucario immediately retorted, human, I don't need to lie about this kind of thing. Then go quickly. You really have a way, right? Lucario confirmed again. Seeing Ayaga nod, Lucario struggled to get up. Even though Ayaga used the healing spray to treat its wounds, it didn't take long for the effect to take effect, and in order to prevent it from attacking and hurting people, Ayaga used a very limited amount, so Lucario could only move slightly at most. Then Lucario endured the injuries on his body and began to roar at zombie Tyrannosaurus to attract its attention. Ayaga pulled a little distance behind it and took out a pokeball and held it in his hand. The people in the Veil Gym and those citizens, Ayaga had told Maylene to evacuate before, and they should have all been evacuated now. So, the only thing he needed to do now was to wait for zombie Tyrannosaurus to run out of strength, put it back into the ball, and then leave Veilstone City to cut off all possible problems. The only thing Ayaga didn't expect was that zombie Tyrannosaurus did not reach its limit after using Exploding Heartland once. In this case, he had to let it encore Explosion Heart. If it doesn't work once, then twice? If it really doesn't work twice, then 3 or 4 times. As for how to solve the problem of Explosion Heart's destructive power, King Liu looked at the Pokeball in his hand. The Pokemon inside is the legendary White Stone summoned from the Veilstone City crater, the egg of the Blue Eyes White Dragon that is so hard that it is beyond imagination and even a little weird. When facing Explosion Heart for the first time before, he had already taken it out to achieve it. He was hiding behind it and hardly suffered any damage, and the surface of the legendary White Stone was not damaged either. Then, what if it collides with Explosion Heart head-on? Will it still be intact, or will it be shattered by the explosion? King Liu doesn't know, but he knows that no matter which one it is, he will not lose. If it doesn't shatter, it can be used to consume the physical strength of zombie Tyrannosaurus infinitely. If it shatters, there is a high probability that Blue Eyes White Dragon will appear directly, which will also consume the physical strength of zombie Tyrannosaurus. It's nothing more than a profit or a loss. However, he certainly couldn't attract zombie Tyrannosaurus to attack, and it would be easy to get into trouble. King Liu didn't want to take the risk. Then, Lucario, who survived by chance, is the best candidate. I really didn't want to kill you. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Watching Lucario getting closer and closer to zombie Tyrannosaurus and activating the active taunt, King Liu pressed the switch to enlarge the Pokeball and held it tightly in his hand ready to go. Click! Click! Zombie Tyrannosaurus moved its huge leg bones and strode forward. Lucario ran beside him. After seeing that words were useless, Lucario suppressed his panting chest and condensed the weak aura power in his hand into an aura bullet the size of an egg. Not only the physical strength, but also the aura power has reached the bottom. Lucario cursed inwardly, but now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot, and then he aimed both hands at zombie Tyrannosaurus. Bang! After swinging twice in the air, the aura bullet hit zombie Tyrannosaurus on the back. This sudden attack made it stop, and it turned around, its dark green eyes fell on Lucario. When it saw that it was this indestructible cockroach, zombie Tyrannosaurus surged with anger. Kyungsoon's free novel group 9.5. 0, 1, 8. 09, 0. 9 Kyungsoon's novel. Transfer, group 814, 90, 3, 7, 9, 8. The next second, red energy carrying terrifying pressure overflowed from the bones of zombie Tyrannosaurus and drilled into the spine on the back. The Zero cruise missile that had been launched appeared again, and quickly transformed from an energy body to a physical body at a very terrifying speed. Lucario saw the orange and blue torpedo-shaped missile appear again, and the shadow of the bombing just now instantly enveloped it. Damn, I can't move. Under the threat of death, Lucario's already weak body had no ability to resist or evade. He could only watch the torpedo solidify completely, ignite smoke, and finally, fire. The figure of explosion heart was reflected in his pupils, and Lucario closed his eyes in despair. Seeing this, King Liu immediately stepped forward, swung his arms, and threw the pokeball with all his strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 99 White Dragon Shell Shattered Tyrannosaurus Degenerates. Accompanied by a flash of red light, the pokeball opened, and a brown oval boulder with a height of 2 meters and a width of 1 meter appeared, falling directly in front of Lucario, and the large figure directly blocked Lucario behind him. For this sudden scene in front of him, Lucario it was a little confused, but it soon found that the feeling of oppression on its body from the back of the zombie Tyrannosaurus disappeared. Or to be more precise, it was completely blocked by the stone in front of it. Is this the solution? Lucario didn't know whether King Liu's method would work, but his body was already moving. With the help of the time of waiting to die and the physical strength restored by the healing spray, he tried his best to move back. Then, the Zero cruise missile flew over and instantly crossed the distance in the middle, hitting the boulder. The next second, bang! A huge and terrifying sound exploded in his ears, and the legendary white stone was blown away in an instant. The terrifying airwave and white light flashed again, and the terrifying scene caused by the explosion was about to come again. But then, a very strange scene happened. A dull humming sound was heard, and the legendary white stone flying in the air stopped, as if the pause button was pressed. Not only that, the explosion, sound waves, high temperature, and all the things that had great lethality to creatures and buildings produced by the exploding heartland were all paused in the air along with the legendary white stone. And as time passed, everything produced by the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex's exploding heartland moved, as if being pulled by some force, all gathered together to form a white torrent that merged into the legendary white stone, causing a faint white on its surface. The retreating Lucario had no time to pay attention. To be on the safe side, it had to keep its distance without stopping. Ayagi, who was also running wildly in the distance, saw this and slowly stopped. Ayagi didn't know what was going on in front of him, but when he saw the legendary white stone covering the brown stone that was glowing and blocking the heart of explosion, he suddenly had a feeling in his heart. A very familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Stone of Veilstone City, meteorite, Arceus, could it be? Especially after hearing the buzzing sound in the air that melted the zombie Tyrannosaurus heart of explosion move, Ayagi's thoughts became clearer. This sound was too similar, and it was too similar to the sound of Arceus switching various stone slabs to resist the corresponding attribute moves. No wonder I felt so familiar. The brown stones covering the surface of this thing are exactly the same as the meteorites in the Veilstone City crater. This way, everything can be explained. The meteorites in the Veilstone City crater were indirectly created by Arceus when he created the world and fell there. Before the exploration and summoning, the panel also showed that they had a remnant of Arceus power, which was why Team Galactic was able to extract the red chain used to bind Dialga and Palkia. Because I don't have the technology in this area, and I don't have this need. I don't have any plans in this regard. Unexpectedly, some of these things actually attached to the legendary white stone. Although I don't understand the specific reason why they wrapped the white stone, it's not the first time that the egg has changed in my hands. First it was Swablu, and now it's the Blue Eyes White Dragon. It's no wonder that when he first saw the legendary white stone, he only saw brown stone instead of the real white stone. It also explains why the surface of this thing is so hard that it can't be broken even with so many moves and huge forces. It is almost impossible for the Pokémon in the Pokémon world to break the defense of Arceus, the god of creation. Thinking of this, King Liu couldn't help but look forward to it. So, what the Pokémon can't do, can the Digimon in the Digimon world do it? Greymon has tried to do it but couldn't, perhaps because it has been localized, or perhaps because its strength is not enough, but now it is a zombie Greymon. Although the level has not changed, there has been a qualitative change in the life level. Under King Liu's gaze, the white light that was about to illuminate the sky and the legendary white stone were fully integrated, and the entire explosion heart was swallowed up by the legendary white stone and fell back to the ground. Boom! The next second. Crack! A crisp cracking sound was heard. Crack! Crack! The second and third sounds followed, and the sound of shattering sounded one after another. The brown substance that was originally tightly wrapped around the surface of the legendary white stone slowly began to peel off layer by layer, and bursts of crystal clear white light drilled out from the gap, illuminating the originally dark surroundings. A holy and powerful breath, completely opposite to the zombie Tyrannosaurus, was about to break out of the cocoon. King Liu opened the panel again, scanned it with Pokédex, and finally his eyes fell on the legendary white stone's characteristics and status bar. Characteristics: standing after breaking, a new posture will be revealed only after the outer layer of defense is broken. Status: shattering. Finally, is it time to shell smash? But things are obviously not as simple as they thought. King Liu took advantage of the gap when he opened the panel Pokédex just now to look around and found that many Pokémon had already appeared in his area. Judging from their route and direction, they are most likely coming for him. There is no reason why so many organized Pokémon suddenly appeared in the city, and many of them are designated police dogs like Growlithe, so it can be basically confirmed that the person coming is Miss Jenny from Veilstone City. Not only that, King Liu raised his head and looked at the horizon not far away. The faint sound of helicopter propellers turning and cutting through the sky sounded in his ears, and a series of exploratory white lights were looking around. Is the helicopter dispatched before I'm sure what's going on? King Liu frowned and thought. But he soon discovered that the helicopter and the Pokémon that were approaching seemed to come from two completely different places, and under the panel Pokédex display, Growlithe also split apart and rushed towards the location of the helicopter. From the words doubt and alert in their status bar, King Liu judged that it was very likely that the people on the helicopter were not in the same group as Miss Jenny. And they might not even know each other. I don't know him, but he has a helicopter, and he came to check shortly after the incident at Curtain Gym. A name instantly popped up in King Liu's mind: Team Galactic. The largest villain organization in Sinnoh region, dedicated to controlling Dialga and Palkia to create a world that makes people feel complete. Their headquarters happens to be in Veilstone City, and their leader Cyrus is also a very wealthy entrepreneur. The organization is equipped with a special helicopter. It is likely that they reacted so quickly. If they get closer and see zombie Tyrannosaurus, many unnecessary problems may all happen. Perhaps Cyrus is not interested in Snatch as other Pokémon, but his subordinates may not be. Facing Pokémon that look very powerful like Tyrannosaurus and zombie Tyrannosaurus, Snatch went to improve his strength to help their leader achieve his goal. This is definitely the idea of most people except Cyrus. The Blue Eyes White Dragon shell smash cannot wait any longer, it must be resolved as soon as possible. Ayaga turned to look at zombie Tyrannosaurus, and at the same time shouted to Lucario not far away, "Come back to me quickly, we must hurry up and let it encore, otherwise we can't escape." Ayaga's voice spread far away, without waiting for Lucario to react. "Zombie Tyrannosaurus, who had just launched the second Zero cruise missile, saw that the attack was blocked by the legendary Shiraishi, and immediately let out a roar of rage. Then, red light emerged from the whole body, converging towards the empty back, and the torpedo-shaped missile with dark green eyes appeared again. Click! 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 Zombie Tyrannosaurus slowly moved his body, no longer paying attention to Lucario, who had already run a distance, and instead locked his eyes on Shiraishi. At the same time, even King Liu, who was far away, also noticed something was wrong. A more terrifying aura than the heart explosion was rapidly gathering. This was a feeling of strong discomfort from the life level. Even if the two heart explosions before could not give King Liu this feeling, then it was obvious what it was. What Zombie Tyrannosaurus wanted to use at this moment was the upgraded version of Heart Explosion, the ultimate move, Annihilation Bird. It's fine that you've already used Heart Explosion twice, but you still have the energy to use this. At this moment, King Liu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He regretted doing so much physical training for Tyrannosaurus and developing its physical strength to the extent that it could support such an attack. Now he has only two choices: 1. Take the legendary Shiraishi away and avoid the attack, 2. Let the legendary Shiraishi, whose surface meteorites have begun to fall off, resist Zombie Tyrannosaurus attack again. The former can ensure that Shiraishi's shell smash is not affected, but he cannot be sure of the power of the Annihilation Bird. In the end, the egg may be fine, but he himself may be in trouble. The latter might be fine, but the egg might not be. King Liu made a quick decision in his heart. But what he didn't expect was that the torpedo-shaped missile behind Zombie Tyrannosaurus that was about to condense from an energy body into a solid body, collapsed. It once again turned into a red light and appeared around it. For this sudden scene, Zombie Tyrannosaurus seemed to be aware of something, and suddenly raised his head and roared towards the sky. Roar! Invisible sound waves came out of Zombie Tyrannosaurus' mouth, bringing a storm straight into the sky. A more intense red light enveloped Zombie Tyrannosaurus. Then, Zombie Tyrannosaurus' body began to deform and shrink in this red light, and the huge body of 14 meters shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 14 meters, 11 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Looking at the 6-meter body, flesh and blood tissue began to appear on the eerie white bones of Zombie Tyrannosaurus, blood vessels shuttled through it, blood flowed again, yellow skin wrapped around it, the horn on the top of the head was redifferentiated into a straight 3-bend sharp horn, and the brown shell covered the top of the head again. Zombie Tyrannosaurus degenerated into Tyrannosaurus again. Aoki was overjoyed when he saw this, and hurriedly used the pokeball to take back the legendary white stone, while throwing another pokeball and rushing towards the position of Tyrannosaurus. Chirp chirp! The reappearing Swablu suddenly landed on top of King Liu's head. Swablu, now is a very important time, use mist with all your strength. Aoki looked at the two groups of people on the panel whose distance from him was rapidly shortening, and said quickly. Hearing the solemnity in King Liu's words, Swablu nodded quickly, opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of white mist, covering the place where King Liu was. Keep going, don't stop. Swablu immediately stood up, took a deep breath and spit out a cloud of mist, trying to cover the surrounding area. Good job, keep going. King Liu praised. Although this move may not delay much time, as long as it provides a little helping hand for himself, it is priceless. Soon, King Liu came to the place where Tyrannosaurus was. Tyrannosaurus, who had lost all his strength, collapsed on the ground, his eyes closed, his whole body weak. Even Swablu's breath was weaker than Tyrannosaurus. Dragonman is strong, and there are clearly visible bloodstains on his body. Thinking of how energetic Tyrannosaurus is when he is around him, and now, King Liu couldn't help but take a deep breath to control his emotions. You've suffered. Take out the healing spray that has been prepared long ago, spray the most serious area quickly a few times, and then put Tyrannosaurus back into the poke ball. There is no time to treat it carefully now, everything must wait until we leave. King Liu then ran in the direction where Lucario had left before. Lucario, who was covered with injuries and whose movement speed was seriously affected, was soon caught up. When he saw King Liu, Lucario stopped. "Human, there are many people approaching nearby. I advise you to leave quickly. I know it without you telling me." King Liu took out a pokeball and said to Lucario, "You will be caught up sooner or later at this speed, so for the sake of caution, you must go with me." "Are you threatening me?" Lucario's expression darkened. "This is not a threat, it's for your own good." King Liu said in a light voice, "If you are caught up by Miss Jenny, you will definitely be questioned later. When the shameful things you have done are exposed, the Veil Gym will be ruined, so... Lucario, you don't want this to happen, right?" End of this chapter. Chapter 100 Middle Finger Greeting. Buzz buzz buzz. The propeller rotated rapidly, cutting through the sky and making bursts of buzzing sounds. Above Veilstone City, a black helicopter with the letter G printed on it was approaching the sky of Veilgym at a high speed. Jupiter, who had purple hair and a bun tied on each side, opened the helicopter door, stepped forward with the leg that was not completely covered by the tight leather jacket to stabilize his body, and scanned the area below with the help of the searchlight and telescope. "Captain Jupiter, no target has occurred so far." Jupiter replied expressionlessly, "I'm not blind." The Team Galactic member who had just reported was startled and hurriedly continued to observe. Until, something came into his sight, making him release the telescope in disbelief, rubbed his eyes quickly and looked again. After confirming that he was not mistaken, a trace of fear emerged in his heart. "Captain Jupiter, you come over here and take a look," the Team Galactic member said with some trembling. "If you have anything to say, just say it directly, don't be nagging." Jupiter was looking at the area below the helicopter adjacent to the Curtain Gym. These places, whether trees, land, or buildings, seemed to have been swept by something. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a mess. For such a scene, she needs to observe carefully and not let go of any suspicious target. Now asking her to change her position is really disrupting her thinking. The voice of the subordinate beside her came again. I think it's better for you to come and see it yourself." Jupiter frowned, and her expression revealed a hint of impatience. But when she turned her head and saw that the subordinate pointed to a certain direction under the helicopter with an unnatural look, she immediately realized something, pulled him aside, stood where he just stood, and looked down with the help of a telescope. Soon, Jupiter found the place where the team member just pointed. "What is this?" Jupiter murmured in disbelief. In the telescope, all the houses and buildings in the place that should have belonged to the Curtain Gym have disappeared, leaving only the barren ground. "Curtain Gym, disappeared? How is it possible?" Jupiter denied it involuntarily. "The area of the Curtain Gym is not as big as that of all the gyms in the Sinnoh region, but it is definitely not small. However, such a gym disappeared out of thin air. Or, it was directly wiped out by something. Captain Jupiter, you can look ahead." The Team Galactic member who was in charge of observation just now reminded. Jupiter heard this and quickly adjusted the angle to look over. "Desolate, still desolate. There is no essential difference from the place I saw just now, except that there is a big pit on the ground. A deep pit with an unknown diameter that the helicopter searchlight can't illuminate. The bottom suddenly appeared on the desolate ground. A wisp of smoke and dust mixed with white mist slowly rose from the vicinity of the deep pit, which looked a little scary. The sense of déjà vu like the gate of the underworld made Jupiter's throat roll out unconsciously and swallow a mouthful of saliva. She knew where this pit was before. As the gym in the city where Team Galactic's headquarters is located, Team Galactic not only has a deep research on Jiao Wu, but also knows the structure and area of the gym very well. The general area of This place should be the largest and most solid battlefield of the curtain gym. The ground is made of very solid special stone, and the wood on the ceiling is also high-grade wood that has been specially treated. It can be said that this area is the strongest place in the curtain gym. But it is such an area that has been blasted into such a terrifying huge pit at this moment. Jupiter thought of the red light column that shot up into the sky before she came, and the white light that almost blinded her eyes when she set out, accompanied by strong whines and roars. Obviously, the current situation on the ground is inseparable from these two anomalies. It is impossible for that guy Kakugo to do such a thing. Only that boy can cause such a degree of damage at his age. So what exactly could it be? What kind of Pokemon, or what kind of thing has such a strong power and such terrible destructive power? Jupiter couldn't help but feel a little fear of the unknown, and under this fear, madness and excitement. No matter what it is, if you can have such a thing, it will be a very powerful help to achieve Team Galactic's goals and realize the plan of Leader Cyrus. Besides, maybe you can use this thing to completely suppress Mars. As for your own life? I had given it up when I joined Team Galactic as a cadre. Everything, for the leader. Thinking of this, Jupiter's cold and arrogant face became serious. Send all the observed video data and information back to the headquarters, and ask the leader to send more people. The goal this time is very unusual. Yes. Several team members immediately started to operate. Jupiter continued to observe the ground. Without any building blocking, it is very convenient and intuitive to observe from top to bottom with the help of lights and telescopes. There is almost no interference except some fog. I didn't see Kakugo and the boy, nor did I see a human figure or any Pokemon. So it seems that the people in the curtain gym and the surrounding area received the news and left in advance. Then, where did the target go? Jupiter looked at the white mist that filled the surroundings on the ground. Fly low and check all areas. The pilot then controlled the helicopter to get close to the ground and began to shuttle between the mist and the pits, but found nothing. Nothing at all. She was not surprised at the current situation. She naturally knew that these things were probably deliberately made by someone to hinder people who might come and buy time. But now it is a serious matter. Even if she knows that it is likely to be a trick, she must send people to check everything to ensure that there is no mistake. Nothing here, so there is only one last place. Jupiter raised her head and looked at the location of the last group of mist, and a deep mountain forest not far from this location, which is far away from the curtain gym. Captain Jupiter, the Veilstone City police officers who were chasing us just now are catching up again, and there seems to be another group of people led by Miss Jenny. They are so fast. Jupiter glanced at the ground behind him. There were indeed many flashing lights coming towards their current location, and there were occasional dog barks in his ears. Captain Jupiter, what should we do now? Don't worry about them, keep flying at low altitude. At this distance, those Growlithe will definitely catch up with us by smelling the scent. Team Galactic teammates hesitated. I said don't worry about it. Yes. Jupiter looked at the light behind him coldly and took out a pokeball. Accompanied by a flash of red light, a skunk covered with purple and creamy yellow hair appeared in front of him, with its tail close to its back and drooping on its head. Skuntunk, release the stench with all your strength. Skuntunk nodded, turned around, and turned his butt inside and head outside. The next second, a stream of extremely smelly purple gas continued to be emitted from the tip of the tail above Skuntunk's head, rushing out dozens of meters. With the rapid flight of the helicopter, the gas soon covered all nearby areas. Okay, fly to the forest in front. Miss Jenny, that unknown helicopter has appeared in front again. Miss Jenny nodded, looked at the helicopter flying close to the ground not far away, and said quickly, let the Growlithe rush up. No need to launch an attack, just confirm the smell. Understood. Under the command of their respective trainers, the Growlithe rushed forward, the area that originally belonged to the curtain gym but was now empty. But soon, these Growlithe, whose noses kept twitching, wrinkled their faces, covered their noses with their claws, and whimpered with painful expressions. "What's going on? Groliath, what's wrong with you?" Several police officers who were worried about their Pokémon's current situation immediately stepped forward to check. "Look," Miss Jenny stopped him directly. "Don't move, there's a problem ahead." "Ah!" The lights shone over, and I saw a group of white mist in front, mixed with wisps of purple gas mixed with the night. A police officer approached slightly, sniffed lightly, and was almost suffocated by the stench. "Use fire and flying Pokémon to clear all the gas in this area." The police officers around her started to act one by one, and Miss Jenny looked at the dark front with a solemn expression. "Attack the curtain gym, and then use poison gas to cover up the smell." Are these two groups together? On the other side. In the dense jungle, King Leo was running wildly in the dim sky. Thanks to the fact that he started running non-stop from the random ruins after crossing over, and then he also did physical training with Agumon at that time, King Leo's physical fitness is very good. Even though he had travelled such a long distance from Veilstone City into the jungle, his breath was still relatively stable, but his face showed no sign of relaxation. King Leo looked around, staring at the various information about Pokémon displayed on the blue panel that only he could see, and breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Jenny's group seemed to be affected by something and did not catch up, but in addition to the group of Groliath, there was an additional Skuntunk on the panel. Judging from the level and the super-fast speed at which the other party approached his position, it can be confirmed that they were the guys on the helicopter of Team Galactic. The speed difference is too big. It is a bit difficult to get rid of them. We must find a way to trick them off the plane and use the advantage of being familiar with the jungle to get rid of them. King Leo stopped, turned around and stood in place, looking at the helicopter that was speeding not far away. Soon, the sound of the propeller spinning rapidly came from above, gusts of wind blew, and the searchlight shone on the ground. King Leo stood in the shadow of the tree, with the help of a little light, his eyes met Jupiter standing at the door of the cabin. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist, slowly raised it and raised his middle finger. "I'll rub it after work. There are still 2 chapters and 6,000 words to go. Wait. End of this chapter.